You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes, who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. but I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking low. Optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're having a good Sunday, had a good weekend, whatever. I hope you touched some grass. Sorry, I'm late again. Again. Yet again. Fuck. I figured out why I was so tired and am still so tired. I am getting a migraine and it's killing me. I hate it so much. Um, so I'll definitely like be taking tomorrow off because I have my vaccine appointment on Tuesday. I don't want to miss that. So I'm just gonna be resting the migraine off. Hopefully. I also have a ton of editing to do, which like isn't gonna help, probably. Maybe I'll just do that Tuesday after my vaccine. Copium. Copium, I'll edit after getting vaccinated for the flu and COVID. Copium. I'll be fine. Copium. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm just struggling. But I am here. Long at last. I did get a little editing done today, so there's that. Yeah, I just mostly was cuddling the cats. Just snuggled up with the kitties. They're so cute. So friggin' cute. I might post that picture, actually. It's so precious. Cat's just cuddling. Do it? I will. Okay, I'll post it right now. They're so cute. Kevin's just peeking out from under the covers. You can see me just listening to Twitch while I'm napping, which is like probably not conducive to the migraine stuff, but I cannot tune out. I cannot tap out of the internet. I cannot miss an hour of the 24 hours news cycle. Hi Keepers, how are you? I hope you're doing better than me. Cat. Rescue cat. They're so cute. I have the sweetest. They're so sweet. Okay. It's posting. It's posting. Still got the hacking cough. Oh no. And the bad tingles. That sucks. Wait, did you get COVID? Right there's an alternative sensory experience. Oh no. My body is even doing. Yeah, it's like a slightly out of body sort of like surreal depersonalization. Matrix dodged COVID yet again. Let's fucking go. Easy. Easy. I hope you feel better soon though. Regardless, that sucks. I hate having a cough. I always get some of this shit. Some Tiger Balm. Put that right there, right on the testicles. Good stuff. It's good stuff. Helps a lot. Not to be like a homeopathy girly, but you know, I'm sure you're already taking medicine as prescribed and stuff. Oh no. Close contact is still battling a perfect average. You're like a damn near a super spreader at this point. Chill. What are you doing over there? This is what universal healthcare does to a motherfucker. Just going around spreading shit like it's nothing. In America, that's like tantamount to murder. Being untouchable is what I'm doing. Okay, okay. It's classic, yeah. You're really showing your privilege of having universal healthcare, sweaty. It's point of privilege. Got tested and everything, so I'm verified invincible. I don't know if that's what it means. If you were invincible, you wouldn't have gotten sick in the first place. You know what I mean? Kinda failing there on that front. Anyway, so since I don't feel good, I like lined up some good hopium content. Like why we need utopias with our changing climate. The world's not ending. Sophie from Mars. I haven't really pre-watched that at all, but I think I should expect some radical optimism out of Sophie. And then we can finish with a practical guide to systemic change, which is, I know, just such riveting fun content. But I think it's actually like can help you feel a lot better about everything to like make practical steps towards changing your immediate environment. Taking medicine, lol, as directed. Yes, fair enough. Never enough. I can hear colors. Oh god. Don't get hooked on the robo trip. You know? Also, hi Chase. Hello. So that's my plan, and then we can just like do fun content after that. After we learn about systemic change and stuff. That'll be good. Chill evening. A chill leftist evening. As chill as leftists get, you know?
Whether you're churning out emails in a cubicle.
Sorry. Hold on. Too loud.
The world today can feel soul-crushing. Whether you're churning out emails in a cubicle for 8 hours a day, are forced to sew t-shirts around the clock that are only worn once, or you're bombarded by headlines of sea level rise, droughts, and disasters, the crushing weight of global capitalism feels inescapable. But all is not lost. While the destruction of climate chaos and the chains of fossil capitalism feel suffocating, as science fiction author Ursula K. Le Guin argues,
we live in capitalism. Its power seems
we live in a society
inescapable. So did the divine right of kings.
She goes on to add,
any human power can be resisted and
a strict 2-bottle infection. After I finish the next one, I'm bouncing. Wait, what?
changed by human beings. Resistance and change often begin in our art, the art of words.
The story is a powerful tool, one that harnesses the future to create change in the present. Stories plant seeds, beautiful visions that have the potential to germinate into alternative worlds that show us that business as usual is not inevitable. So as we struggle to upend the current status quo of rampant emissions and extraction at any cost, what role do visions of the future hold? Are they useful, and what stories and artistic utopias are out there right now that might bring a light to the looming darkness of climate chaos? This video is made possible.
Yeah. Like Star Trek. We could have Star Trek. We could have a luxury space communism.
In the days of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, utopias were under attack. Convinced that the utopian socialism of their predecessors was not an effective way to end capitalism, Marx and Engels rejected any form of utopianism. They immersed themselves instead in the material realities of history and developed critiques alongside a theory of change that they called scientific socialism. This framework, unlike utopian socialism,
Actually, Sweaty, we should always stay rooted in material reality. Actually, Sweaty, the material reality is the only thing that matters. Your utopianism is useless.
argued that society wouldn't be changed by appealing to reason or ideals. It would only be transformed by changing the material conditions of the economy, or in other words, the direct overthrow of the ruling classes by the working class. As a result, Marx and Engels were critical of sketching out what possible future worlds would look like, and relying on those visions to create revolution. For them, socialism was to be achieved not by attempting to appeal to people's minds, but instead revealing and exacerbating the already present contradictions within capitalism, the core of which was the struggle between the working class and the capitalist class. This is not to say that Marxists never once dreamed of the future, nor that speculative fiction is useless in the struggle for a world beyond fossil capitalism, but instead that as much as we need the backbone of scientific socialism to critique fossil capitalism and guide us through ending it, we also need visions of the future that give us something to struggle for. We need to imagine what's on the horizon, because those imaginings, those brushstrokes of the future, are what fuel our fire. Visualizing different worlds, at least for me, gives energy and purpose to the hard struggle of the present. So bringing these fictions to the page, to the canvas, and to the screen are powerful tools of revolution. Which is why, as Ashley C. Ford writes, the goal of oppressors is to limit your imagination about what is possible without them, so you might never imagine more for yourself and the world you live in. Imagine something better. Get curious about what it actually takes to make it happen, and then fight for it every day.
Yeah, I mean, we have always needed, and more than ever, we need visionaries. People imagining crazy shit that, like, everyone else thinks couldn't happen. You know, we need, like, radical inventive ideas. Actual disruptive shit.
But these utopias or visionary fictions don't have to be, and indeed shouldn't be, perfect goalposts that railroad us into a strict path towards liberation. Indeed, as degrowth scholar Georgios Kallis writes, paraphrasing Marxist scholar David Harvey, we should oppose utopias that are meant as models or blueprints, not so much because they are unrealistic, but because the realization of a perfect ideal tolerates no objection and crushes everything that stands in its way. Kallis goes on to say that we need dialectical utopias, ones that are contradictory, messy, and incomplete, that challenge us and make us reflect on our own world. Ultimately, this means we need to envision, in the words of the Zapatistas, a world where many worlds fit. Countless authors, filmmakers, artists, and creatives need to develop a diverse range of future worlds, so that it's not just Elon Musk.
The sky will be cleaner and quieter. The future's gonna be good.
Or a white guy like me controlling the narrative of what's possible. So if we know that these visionary fictions are crucial to sustaining the fire of an ecologically just struggle for a better world, who's dreaming up those futures right now? Which artists and what stories are bringing light to the darkness of climate chaos? The worlds of the future are bright, and coursing through those future worlds are political currents that show us that a life without capitalism is possible. Degrowth, eco-anarchism, and eco-socialism all seek an economy beyond capitalism that is just and ecologically sound. But often, the political discussions of how to achieve these tendencies lack engaging narratives. It's hard to get excited about the future when technical terms like means of production and metabolic rift are all you hear. While it is crucial to understand these terms and the political and economic theory behind tendencies like socialism, we need stories to fill those frameworks with emotion and passion. The story is the spoonful of sugar that makes the medicine go down, or the Trojan horse that plants the seed of resistance by revealing the beauty and flaws of more liberatory worlds. Politicians in power have long understood the potency of envisioning future worlds. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for example, didn't just submit a jargon-heavy Green New Deal proposal to Congress and wipe her hands clean. She, together with Naomi Klein, painted her own vision of what a future with a Green New Deal could be in order to sway people's hearts.
The biggest problem in those early years was a labor shortage. We were building a national smart grid, retrofitting every building in America, putting trains like this one all across the country.
And on the campaign trail, candidates will often ground their platform in personal anecdotes.
Through hard work and perseverance, my father got a scholarship to study in a magical place.
Yeah, like Obama's whole slogan, the entire thing, was just hope. Hope. Change. Like, just the most basic, like, idea of, like, a future utopia, but, like, distilled into a single word.
Because as neuroscientist Paul Zak reveals in his research, when we hear a narrative rich with emotion and tension, our brain releases chemicals that influence us to create change. So for the anti-capitalist climate movement, we need not only direct action and political struggle, but also stories. Narratives and visuals that reveal suffering and success not just in the present, but visionary fictions that explore the possibilities of the future. And there are already countless artists out there doing exactly that. One of the core examples is Ursula K. Le Guin's The Dispossessed, a sci-fi classic that delves into the specific contours of ecological anarchism. The Dispossessed gives us two possible futures. One on the resource-rich planet of Urus that squanders its abundant resources through an overproducing market economy, and another on the resource-scarce planet of Anaris, a planet of exiled anarchists who thrive communally on very little. The Dispossessed is ultimately a story of opposite planets and opposite futures. Opposite in the sense that the planet of Anaris is the moon of Urus and vice versa. But opposite in the sense that, as degrowth theorists Georgios Kallis and Hugh March write, Anaris is what Urus is not, and Urus is what Anaris is not. Dispossessed, possessed, barren, lush, horizontal, hierarchical. Le Guin doesn't just tell us what anarchism can be. She shows us through, for example, the small vignettes of Anaresti children who are unable to conceive of a prison because their society doesn't function on the punitive basis of our current world.
They had picked up the idea of prisons from episodes in The Life of Odo, which all of them who had elected to work on history were reading. And when a circuit history teacher came through the town, he expounded the subject with the reluctance of a decent adult forced to explain an obscenity to children.
Or through the massive afforestation projects that the people of Anaris collectively maintain.
He worked now in a planting crew, thousands of seedlings raised in the Green Mountains. They planted the little trees in the dust, and they looked back as they went. There was a mist of green, very faint, on the pallid curves and terraces of the desert. On the dead land lay, very lightly, a veil of life.
The Dispossessed reveals the quiet yet messy possibilities of a liberatory future. As philosopher Andre Gores notes, the book crafts the most striking description I know of the seductions and snares of anarchist society. And the work of speculative fiction and ecological utopias has blossomed since Le Guin published her book in 1974. Solarpunk, for example, has witnessed a bright new emergence of artists and writers developing futures that look very different from the capitalist extraction economies of today. Animation studio The Line's Solarpunk world of electric apple harvesters, lush farming cooperatives run on solar and wind power, and small technologies that tighten the connection between humanity and nature is a perfect example of a solarpunk future. One that mends the relationship between nature and humanity through appropriate and community-centric technologies, cooperatives, and decentralization. The imaginings of solarpunk artists reveal that an ecological future doesn't have to mean living in scarcity or giving things up. It instead shows us how beautiful the world could be when
I love Solarpunk. It's such a beautiful style. Um, yeah, more like that, you know? Like, I want to see actual city plans looking like this.
We live with appropriate abundance. Writer Susan K. Quinn's short story, The Seven Sisters, gives us another glimpse into a solarpunk world. One that isn't a romanticized and unrealistic view of the future, but instead reveals that struggle and loss will still exist in a post-capitalist ecological world. Quinn's future zooms in on a tea farming cooperative in the American South that seeks to decolonize tea through education and fair practices. At the farm, a close-knit community of chosen family all grows the tea together.
The whole farm met the mandates to be net zero on carbon and make your own energy. But the tea house was quite the spectacle of green tech. From the passive solar design and geothermal heat pumps to the solar glass windows and rooftop windmills.
But in a very solarpunk manner, the farm doesn't rely on the backbreaking work of harvesting tea in the blistering sun of a hotter world.
Wait. What is solar glass?
They instead use solar power harvest bots. But of course, not everything is pure bliss. The Seven Sisters Cooperative struggles to stay afloat after a heat dome scorches 7 acres of their crop to ashes and their harvest drones fall into disrepair.
She had only 4 harvest bots running out of 10 in the fleet, and it wasn't near.
Hello. What's up? What's this? The Tevel flying autonomous robots are a game changer for farmers, equipped with a powerful AI and computer vision algorithms. They're impressively precise in picking fruit, and their suction capabilities. Yeah, I've seen these. They're so funny. Suck it right off. It's dope. I'm interested, like, there's, it seems like the trees are like a latticed in such a way that it's easier for them. I'm curious how that works. They're so cute. I love that.
Near enough. 2 were out for repairs, the rest needing one thing or another. Aubrey, the farm's bot keeper, was laid up sick in the guest house.
Quinn shows that while the future is promising, there's still loss and pain, revealing that an ecologically just world will certainly be more pleasant to live within, but it won't be without scuffs and bruises.
Wait, how did I not even know about this? Okay, solar glass, it has a coating to reduce the amount of heat that enters the building. It's reflective and filters the light. Interesting. Like, reduces your AC usage and shit. That could be easier for non-robots. Yeah.
Alongside solarpunk, there are also visions of decolonial, anti-racist realities embodied in the Afrofuturistic visions of movies like Black Panther. Specifically, the capital city of Wakanda imagines a vibrant urban center that seamlessly melds accessible transit with pedestrian-centric roads, local fisheries, thrumming markets, and the use of advanced technology in the service of ecological living. All the while trying to answer the question, what does the world look like without the destructive influence of white capitalist colonialism? This imagery is crucial and is expanded in the indigenous futures of storytellers like Gina McGuire, who drills down into the complicated impacts of a future where meat is banned in the US.
It had been 20 years since the meat industry had been shut down, and US production had fully switched over to plant-based replacements.
And how that ban might impact those indigenous to the Hawaiian Islands.
He himself had never liked the idea of the plant-based proteins of meat being made, and had watched with fear for his people as the rising protein prices had come along with the industry. He had watched as their waters had been increasingly fished by all those who couldn't afford the protein.
Each of these fictions grounds notions of degrowth, anarchism, eco-socialism, anti-racism, and anti-colonialism in tangible vignettes. They imbue these politics with humanity and emotion.
There's some finesse, but vineyards do a similar thing to make the grapes accessible at harvest. Oh, interesting. True.
And allow us to stretch out our legs and walk around in the worlds we're fighting for, if just for a moment. But there are also future visions from scholars and activists, those that want to bring the power of the story to their political framework. This includes work stretching all the way back to the utopian socialist William Morris's 1890 book News from Nowhere, which describes a socialist world in the year 2000. A world without private property, hierarchies, money, class, or prisons. And since Morris, there's been a long tradition of transforming the political into the fictional to give the struggle emotion and purpose. Fiction allows the reader or viewer to step into another world or another person's shoes and feel the result. As Professor of English Patricia Valderrama writes, fiction can
This section is kind of funny. Like, just like waxing poetic on the virtues of fiction. Like, yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah.
Transmit information really effectively in non-technical language. Troy Vitesse and Drew Pendergrass tap into this tradition in the last chapter of their book, Half-Earth Socialism. After mapping out the political technicalities of half-Earth socialism through discussions of planning algorithms, transitions to renewable economies, and creating a decolonial and biodiverse world, they paint a very tangible narrative of a person waking up in a future that has achieved some level of half-Earth socialism. While the world the protagonist inhabits does sound beautiful, Pendergrass and Vitesse attempt not to romanticize their vision. The solar factory workers in their world still want to go on vacation, albeit in this future world, that vacation is furnished by the community.
Edith mentioned the extra vacation time, and I do like taking the train to the beach and staying in one of those fancy houses they converted into a resort.
And there's still cafeteria arguments, but this time it's about what the cap on energy usage should be for the community.
I can't believe those self-righteous people you hang out with on that farm are pushing for a 750 watt quota. I'll just be voting for a little more energy. 1,750 watts is not luxurious, and you know it.
And characters still put in work harvesting at local cooperative-owned farms that service the regional area. But at the same time, it's a completely different future from our present. There's no fossil fuel extraction, and the economy is democratically and ecologically planned. There are shared communal living situations, not unlike very nice dorms, where families can raise their kids together, share in community meals, and enjoy quiet or rowdy games of cards after a filling meal. But this future lays out just one vignette of a political possibility. In contrast, the YouTube channel Prolacult shows something radically different, a world built on hemp-based production, an economy that sequesters far more carbon.
Let's fucking go. That's the future I want. Wicked.
Carbon that it produces due to the fast-growing and carbon-sucking properties of hemp, and builds a socialist and ultimately a communist world in the husk of a capitalist one.
What we require is the reindustrialization of the globe with a plant-based economy. We must increase the production of goods using a combination of the natural sciences, engineering, and carbon-negative raw materials like hemp.
All of these
Dude, it makes me so mad. Like, hemp clothing lasts forever. Forever and ever and ever. The same with, like, hempcrete. We could just have concrete made out of hemp, and it would be so much better.
Worlds, from the coastal waters of Hawaii to the deserts of Anaris, reveal the energizing possibilities of a post-capitalist zero-carbon world. But these are just possibilities. To make the many worlds of our imagination real, we need to join the struggle of building liberatory zero-carbon and anti-capitalist worlds right now. But where do we start?
Everybody's afraid of daydreams. Daydreams are dangerous. Daydreams are pieces of imagination. They're bits of poetry. They're the balloons that fly up in history.
That's Murray Bookchin, a political theorist who believed in the importance of developing an ecological vision of the world that seeps into the unconscious minds of the masses and sparks change. And hopefully the glimpses of the future worlds we've just witnessed do just that. But daydreams can be a double-edged sword. They can change us, but they can also paralyze us, trapping us in the comfort and beauty of an unrealized future. So the purpose of these speculative fictions is not to numb the pain of the current ecological and capitalist crisis. It's to ignite a fire under us by revealing that other worlds are possible. We only get to live in those messy, complicated, but beautiful futures if we struggle for them in the present. This means building those decolonial farmers collectives like the Seven Sisters Farm right now. It means for some in Atlanta, defending their largest remaining urban forest from destruction. It means organizing your workplace to demand stronger control of production, and it means developing ecological, post-capitalist solutions like regional environmental planning of half-earth socialism or hemp-based production. This work of building those visionary fictions today is exemplified in the anarchist practices of nowtopias. These political spaces develop more ecological and just pockets in the world right now that seek self-administration, DIY attitudes, and a strong relationship with nature. The free town of Christiania, right in the middle of Copenhagen, is a perfect example of this nowtopia model. After a group of anarchists
Okay, I don't love the name.
An ecological activist squatted in an abandoned military base, the Danish government ceded the rights to that growing community. A community that, while still having to navigate the realities of living in a capitalist economy, is carving out ecological and anarchist organizational models that are reminiscent of Ursula K. Le Guin's Anaris.
But on some fundamental areas, we've tried to work on being independent. We collect our own garbage, we do our own roadworks. For the younger children, we have our own children's institutions. A lot of stuff is done independently.
Christiania is just one future world realized today. There are so many other communities out there, like the 2,500 strong Catalan Integral Cooperative in Spain, that are struggling for worlds beyond ecologically destructive capitalism. So I invite you to dream. Take a moment out of your day and sculpt a beautiful, ecological, post-capitalist, decolonial, and just glimpse of the future. Write it down if you want to, draw it if you can, but most importantly, start the work and struggle to make that world possible today. And I did exactly that.
Oh, I guess that was a sponsor. That was good. That was good. All right, we're gonna start this Sophie from Mars. It is a feature film coming in at 2 hours, 20 minutes. It's gonna be very good. It is. So I'm just gonna take a quick break before it starts. And y'all can gather your popcorn and candy and water and what have you.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't does. Millions upon it, people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
I had a dream. We did the disco funk dance. If you entrust me with the present team, I will draw on the best of us. Like corn pop. He chose a path of hope and light. He was generous and humble to all of us, not just a few at the top. This is our moment to make hope and history rhyme with passion and purpose. Let us begin, you and I, together. Let's do it for corn pop. Let's do it for him. He tell us we can't stop. He tell us to win. Let's do it for corn pop. It's what he would want. He tell us to rise like the morning sun. We'll sing corn pop. We can't stop. Time and time again. We won't stop. We'll never give up, my friend. Corn pop. One as we time and time again. Corn pop. We won't stop.
Coldplay is the best band in the world. My God, that's unthinkable. Oh my God. Coldplay's decent.
Oh my God.
I'm once again asking for your vote for Joe. He will stand up and fight for you. This I know. The price of failure is just too great. We must come together. The future is at stake.
Millions of jobs gone. Trump's a reality show. Joe and Kamala actually care. They get this pandemic under control.
I know a predator when I see one. So make no mistake, Trump will use one. Our children will look in our eyes and ask, where were you when the stakes were so high?
Americans have never, ever let their country down. We get back up together. Now, some way, somehow. Let's do it for corn pop. Let's do it for him. He tell us we can't stop. He tell us to win. Let's do it for corn pop. It's what he would want. He tell us to rise like the morning sun. We'll sing corn pop. We can't stop. Time and time again. Corn pop. We won't stop. We'll never give up, my friend. Corn pop. We can find that sweet spot. Time and time again. Corn pop. We won't stop. Let's do it for corn pop. Let's do it for him. He tell us we can't stop. He tell us to win. Let's do it for corn pop. It's what he would want. He tell us to
Corn Pop was a really bad dude.
Sorry guys, acapella is not better than rock and roll. We'll sing corn pop. We can't stop. Time and time again. Corn pop. We won't stop. We'll never give up, my friend. Corn pop. We can find that sweet spot. Time and time again. Corn pop. We won't stop.
Corvettes are better than Porsches.
Schmoyoho! And as always, have a great day and a great life, or at least a decent day and the best life in the world.
My God.
Classic. A classic. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Heavy, dude. Jesus. The sea devoured my home twice. I went up north and built another house, but recently that was also washed away by the sea.
Where are you from? From Sudan. From Sudan? Yeah. And you got the
It's not the first time the government is using giant tents to bolster its facilities to deal with asylum seekers.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth.
Part 1. The Uninhabitable Earth. It feels really hard to talk about the future. We all know climate change is getting worse at a terrifying pace. And I think to a lot of people, it doesn't even feel worthwhile looking into the problem in any detail, because we all feel incredibly helpless in the face of what really looks like it could be the end of the world. And then you go look into the problem more, and that doesn't help. In fact, the details and data about just how badly pollution has fucked up the planet lead you to the inevitable conclusion this is a problem beyond voting or protest. This is a problem we just don't have the time to solve with incremental reforms or market solutions. The opening page of The Uninhabitable Earth by David Wallace Wells describes this pretty perfectly.
It is worse, much worse than you think. The slowness of climate change is a fairy tale, perhaps as pernicious as the one that says it isn't happening at all, and comes to us bundled with several others in an anthology of comforting delusions. That global warming is an Arctic saga unfolding remotely, that it is strictly a matter of sea level and coastlines, not an enveloping crisis sparing no place and leaving no life undeformed, that it is a crisis.
Yeah, there is no place that will be spared from the climate crisis. There is simply areas that will have the resources to deal with it.
Of the natural world, not the human one, that those two are distinct, and that we live today somehow outside or beyond, or at the very least defended against nature, not inescapably within and literally overwhelmed by it. That wealth can be a shield against the ravages of warming, that the burning of fossil fuels is the price of continued economic growth, that growth and the technology it produces will inevitably engineer a way out of environmental disaster, that there is any analog to the scale or scope of this threat in the long span of human history that might give us confidence in staring it down.
The chapter titles of The Uninhabitable Earth read like a list of ways that a recently divorced supervillain would try to kill himself, taking out as many other people as possible, like heat death, hunger, drowning, wildfires, dying oceans, unbreathable air, economic collapse. David Wallace Wells does a meticulous job in bringing together climate data in ways that bring the climate emergency into focus as an overlapping cascade of apocalyptic problems. And at the same time, he explains very well why so many of the warnings that
Why do I know that name? I'm gonna look into this guy real quick. Thought I heard something about him. I don't know.
actually managed to make it into the news are really softening the problem. See, scientists are bound by academic practice not to engage in too much conjecture, and that's why so many of the big, scary, last chance, gotta do something now, or else final warnings that the scientific community are actually comfortable publishing are about what we could avoid if we took drastic
Favorite Foster Wallace. Yep, that's him.
action right now. That doesn't sound that unreasonable, but the actual trend is that the fossil fuel industry keeps growing, keeps finding more sources of fuel, and industrial production powered by the fossil fuel industry keeps putting more CO2 into the atmosphere year on year. That means that at any point, what we could avoid by taking drastic action right now is pretty bad, but any reasonable person's evaluation of the situation would read more like, it looks like you are trying to accelerate towards a world where the topsoil is so scorched and poisoned nothing will ever grow again, and all the oceans are barren. Stop now or we will all die. I am not fucking around. Or, more accurately, any reasonable person's evaluation of the situation would read more like, and fuck, then there's the attempts at trying to tell us it's all gonna be okay. You see Bill Gates and, tragically, the science communicators who've been paid to regurgitate his gibberish, telling us all that we're going to invent our way out of the problem, like we're gonna rely on some gizmo that hasn't even been invented yet, being manufactured on a large enough scale to act.
Capitalism fosters innovation. It will give us at least 6 more types of refined fossil fuel. It's fine.
Actually make a difference. I will become violently ill if I see another cartoon of a little box fan somehow sucking carbon out of the air, narrated by a cheerful liberal telling us that market economics is going to get us out of the problem that market economics got us into.
The more of these technologies we deploy, the cheaper new and better technology gets. The cheaper they get, the more people use them, and so on.
You see liberal politicians.
Fucking Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt is shitty. It's shitty. Yeah, I said it. A brave take, I know.
With a radical plan of action to ensure a just and happy transition to green energy by 2030 or 2050 or 20...
Wait a minute. That's how I know him. He wrote for The Guardian. Why? Why did he do that? That's a wild thing to do. As a climate scientist, writing for The Guardian is like a death sentence. Why would you do that?
2080 or some other date that they've deemed achievable that's way outside of the realm of their own electoral cycle. Like, I'll vote for the better candidate and I'll vote to try and keep them in, but I don't even have a vote in American elections, and those seem to be the ones that, like, matter at all. And even if my candidate gets in and stays in, are we sure the policies will be enacted the way that they want them to? Like, we can only vote, or according to my YouTube analytics, most of you can only vote every few years. How many elections do we even think are left before the literal end of the world? Strapping on my waders and my air filtration mask to swim down to the polling station so I can vote for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party to please make transgenderism illegal next year instead of this year. All of these liberal answers completely disregard the...
Oh! Ah! Why is that such a realistic possibility? Swimming down to the polling station so I can vote. I can't. Oh my god, she's too good. She's too good.
Rapidity of climate change, and none of them take a reasonable look at how we actually got here. As David Wallace Wells puts it,
many perceive global warming as a sort of moral and economic debt accumulated since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and now come due after several centuries. In fact, more than half of the carbon exhaled into the atmosphere by the burning of fossil fuels has been emitted in just the past 3 decades, which means we have done as much damage to the fate of the planet and its ability to sustain human life and civilization since Al Gore published his first book on climate than in all the centuries, all the millennia that came before. The United Nations established its climate change framework in 1992, advertising scientific consensus unmistakably to the world. This means we have now engineered as much ruin knowingly as we ever managed in ignorance.
And somewhat whimsically,
the majority of burning has come since the premiere of Seinfeld.
Jerry! You hear what's going on out there, buddy? Some kind of ecological collapse? Planet's on fire.
Leave me alone, Kramer. I'm going back to bed.
So when I started researching and writing this 2 years ago, I thought that it would be really funny to have...
Have you heard Have you heard about the crisis outside?
Have a joke about Seinfeld in my video about about climate change.
I suppose that brings me to the purpose of this essay. Depression, doomerism. The belief that we are all fucked and there is absolutely nothing we can do to stop climate change. I've noticed a pattern in my offline friends as well as in the online leftist content sphere where we all keep on invoking climate change only in order to say everything's fucked. It's the last on a list of reasons why everything sucks. Fascism and recession and so on, and not even to mention climate change, except the not to mention is actually extreme.
Sophie also streams. She does a podcast called The Red Planet with Bad Bunny, what's her new name? Kira Chats. And DJ Meal.
Extremely real. We are effectively not mentioning climate change. We are just evoking climate change as the idea of a completely insurmountable obstacle. I can't pretend I don't understand the impulse to not look at the problem, of course. I did legitimately make myself deeply miserable by reading more into climate data and the politics surrounding it. The fail-safe mechanisms, as it were, that keep us locked on course for a total climate apocalypse.
David Wallace Wells breaks down the escalating devastation of climate change according to the degrees of warming reached due to carbon emissions.
At 2 degrees, the ice sheets will begin their collapse. 400 million more people will suffer from water scarcity. Major cities in the equatorial band of the planet will become unlivable, and even in northern latitudes, heat waves will kill thousands each summer. There would be 32 times as many extreme heat waves in India, and each would last 5 times as long, exposing 93 times more people. This is our best case scenario. At 3 degrees, southern Europe would be in a permanent drought, and the average drought in Central America would last 19 months longer, and in the Caribbean, 21.
Yeah, we've already surpassed 2 degrees. Wait, or did we just surpass 1.5? I think it's 1.5. So, yeah, it does look dire. I wouldn't look into this too much.
1 month longer. In northern Africa, the figure is 60 months longer, 5 years. The areas burned each year by wildfires would double in the Mediterranean and sextuple or more in the United States. At 4 degrees, there would be 8 million more cases of dengue fever each year in Latin America and close to annual global flood crises. There could be 9% more heat-related deaths.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just for dengue fever. There would be likely many more diseases running rampant in the population. Yeah.
Deaths. Damages from river flooding would grow 30-fold in Bangladesh, 20-fold in India, and as much as 60-fold in the United Kingdom. In certain places, 6 climate-driven natural disasters could strike simultaneously, and globally, damages could pass $600 trillion, more than twice the wealth as exists in the world today. Conflict and warfare could double.
Part of what makes the question of our planetary future feel too bleak to even consider, makes part of our total annihilation feel a certainty to many, is the nature of the problem of climate change as a socio-politico-economic issue.
We live in a world divided by... What? I can't be sad and gorgeous? Grow up! We live in a world divided by global capitalist imperialism. There aren't just poor countries and rich countries, a global north and south, a first and third world. There is an imperial core and an imperial periphery. And the imperial core countries, definitionally, exploit from and steal from the imperial periphery. Okay, a map usually helps people understand things like this a bit better.
Behold the walled world. The most heavily policed and militarized borders in the world, and inside of them only 14% of the population, but 73% of the wealth. This isn't a perfect map. It doesn't show, for instance, the varied relationships between the countries outside those borders, or how they have different relationships to the countries within them. It also paints this as pretty black and white. Countries are either in or out, and that's unhelpful because of the ways that the boundaries and flows of imperialism can shift and change, and also because it can't tell us a very important aspect of its own visualization, that these borders are there to keep people in as well as to keep them out. The imperial periphery is, in a very real sense, thanks to the limits that wealth places on freedom of movement, ghettoized. As David Graeber put it in Direct Action and Ethnography,
a lot of us were already arguing that the whole point of free trade was, in fact, to confine most of the world's population in impoverished global ghettos with heavily militarized borders, in which existing social protections could be removed, and the resulting terror and desperation fully exploited by global capital.
Nonetheless, as a visualization, it does bring together some political truths we're aware of implicitly, that the country is responsible for his...
Yeah, this also doesn't visualize where the wealth is being extracted from, which is everywhere in gray. Pretty much.
Historic imperialism and their white majority offshoots and settler colonial projects continue to benefit from that legacy in a material way. Liberal discussions of who is responsible for climate change and who should fix it treat global politics like an even playing field, as though all countries compete on an even footing in the marketplace of global capitalism. In fact, the richest country in the world and its allies, the other richest countries in the world, are responsible for not only a disproportionate share of emissions, but also responsible through financial mechanisms for a lot of the way that other countries emit too. International bodies like the UN measure the progress and success of countries according to a model based off the countries in the imperial core, not only using wealth, but a specific...
Oh yeah, that's a sexy graph. That's a real sexy graph. I do like a good graph, and that is a good one.
Specific pathway of industrialization and then eventual shift from an industrial sector economy to something else. This framework of human development is ahistorical. Countries in the imperial core underwent industrialization off the back of colonialism, and then the domination of other countries and even chattel slavery. In the US and UK, our economy is deindustrialized, that is, shifted from an industrial sector to service sector economy, because the industrial workers were gaining organized class consciousness, and the government's outsourced industrial manufacture to the imperial periphery to force the working class into jobs without unions. Are imperial periphery countries supposed to follow this same pathway? How?
This is starting to look more and more like America making a selfie video in its garage with its 2 Lamborghinis and its bookshelf and telling all the poor countries they can be just like this if they work hard and subscribe to its private Discord channel. Am I wrong? To describe the scope and nature of the problem of climate change requires these digressions into so much else, because without it we kind of have a nonsense map of countries with huge emissions but not enough resources to deal with those emissions, and the best answer liberals give us is that those countries just need to develop more. They need more time, because using fossil fuels is just a natural part of human development. In reality, there is a system of coercion and incentives here which encourages every nation to be as dependent on oil as possible, because to do so makes America richer. It's not just that the American empire runs on oil, but...
Well, I mean, it's not that it's a natural part of development. I think more often from libs you'll hear that not that it's natural, but that it will take time and money, especially, to switch over infrastructure to electric vehicles, to renewable energy sources. That is a huge project for any nation, especially one that has already been exploited. I mean, I don't know. If, per se, the global north wanted to do reparations for the global south, then I think a lot of that could be ameliorated.
But the concept of value and the primary financial mechanism for structuring the American empire, the dollar, is intrinsically linked to oil. Since the US was historically a net importer of oil, it used to be that the value of oil and the US dollar had an inverse relationship. When the price of oil went up, the value of the dollar would go down, until about 2010, when the US became a net exporter, at which point the relationship reversed. Now, if oil is worth more, the dollar is also worth more. The commonality between these two relationships is the US always gets the best deal on oil sales.
This isn't an informal relationship either. In August 1971, in a deeply jokified move, Richard Nixon depegged the value of the dollar from gold and pegged it to oil instead. This was a response to the enormous debts that America was generating due to, among other things,
yes, liquid gold.
The Vietnam War. As a result, oil is always traded in US dollars, sometimes referred to as petrodollars. Of course, the Seinfeld premiere wasn't until 1989 when Ronald Reagan left office, so we can't pin this all on Nixon. If your currency has more value, it has more power. It's important to understand money as instructional tokens, because the point of money is not to store value, but to convey it from one party to another in exchange for something. So, if you have more money, you have more power. Go figure. So if someone said, why would America invade the Middle East for oil when it's already one of the biggest producers of oil? The answer is actually surprisingly simple. If your currency has a value tied to the value of oil, well, you have a vested interest in firstly controlling the supply of oil, or at least making sure the supply of oil is in the hands of a few.
Yeah, I mean, there is plenty of oil in the US. We do not need to get it from other places. There is a shit ton of oil in Alaska and Texas. A lot. But yeah, like if you have other nations producing oil, then it devalues your own oil. Therefore, the dollar, and it's all bullshit.
Few reliable monopolies, and secondly, in people using oil. But to understand the shape of power isn't enough, because for many the next thought would be, well, the American presidential elections must hold enormous importance in the question of climate, which of course they do, but to vote in a completely green president of the United States is no magic bullet. Franz Kafka has a short story titled An Imperial Message, and it really is very brief, so I'll just read it to you. The Emperor, so they say, has sent a message directly from his deathbed to you alone, his pathetic subject, a tiny shadow. Actually, it's a bit fruity even for me, so I'll just paraphrase. The Emperor is dying, and his last dying act is to give a message for you at the farthest flung reaches of the Empire to his messenger, verified by everyone at his deathbed. The messenger sets off right away, but immediately encounters a problem. The inner chambers are fucking round. There are too many mourners in there, servants and sycophants and so on. But the messenger, he has the imperial crest he can point to say, get out of my way. But even getting out of his way is not so easy because it's just so jam-packed. So the messenger is basically shoving people out of the way, one arm in front of the other, trying to swim through the crowd. But if he ever gets out of the inner chambers, there's still the outer chambers. And outside the outer chambers, there's the inner palace. And outside the inner palace garden. And then the wall. And then the outer palace. And then the outer palace garden. And another wall. And then the imperial city. And guess what? Every single square inch of it is fucking rammed with people here to see the dying emperor. So in effect, the message will never actually reach you. This is how imperialism works. It has to create convoluted systems of power through which to enact the will of the empire, both to distance the people at the top from the imperial subjects and to legitimize the power of the empire through abstraction and esoterica. The flip side of this is that even the power of the most powerful political figure in the world has to work through these convoluted mechanisms, slowing it to a snail's pace. This shows how the nature of global power, while dictating much about the imperial periphery from the core, doesn't actually allow for a change that could tackle the climate emergency through the existing channels of worldwide politics. As is often noted about imperial core-periphery relationships, the superstructure exceeds the infrastructure. The ideology of the free market, the patterns of behavior in service of the idol of capital are rampant and unrestricted and exist far beyond the ability of the imperial project to regulate them. If Joe Biden actually wanted to stop climate change... I know, right? Good stuff. I'm here all week.
As if. Good one. Good one, Sophie.
Folks. If they moved to shut down all fossil fuel extraction within the states and then used their political influence to pressure every other country they could to stop fossil fuel extraction as well, it wouldn't result in the fossil fuel industry being shut down. It would likely either result in Biden being removed from power or the collapse of America's power on the global stage. Most likely, in fact, it would just become a new frontier of imperialism, in which poorer countries would be brutalized and sanctioned, while America promised it was definitely going to move away from fossil fuels, but it's those other countries, you know? It's those other people. They're the ones holding it up. In fact, we can see this is already more or less the case.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of already the Republican talking point. And, you know, I mean, liberals and conservatives are that far apart. So, it is basically the same thing. Not that it's not happening. It can no longer deny that climate change is actually happening. But they will say that it's all like China and India's fault. We have to make them comply before we do any green anything. Insane. Uh-oh, we got an essay. We got an essay, folks. Hang on. Let me... Okay. The argument that the transition to renewables to electric will take time is a deliberate obfuscation of the implications of how the transition is performed. AG migrating as a part of an infrastructure nation-building project. In governments, virtually limitless capital and the ability to socially engineer would avoid the duplications by competitors. For necessary interconnects and overcapacity would appropriately be managed. Remove profit. I feel like that was a little bit of a run-on sentence, but I think I know what you mean. Migrating is part of an infrastructure or nation building project. Interesting. The earlier and more centralized the efforts, including in between countries, the better the outcomes. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But that's like kind of against like everything America has ever done, you know? It's fundamentally un-American to do cooperation. 100% renewables now if they'd not fuck around, yeah. Yeah, and it's not an accident.
Green imperialism is well underway, and while America makes empty gestures towards domestic reform, the focus for many has shifted to what China will do about its emissions. Green energy has been recuperated into one of those never fulfilled and yet never empty threats that makes imperialism work. The way that the system operates is not meaningfully separable from global warming. To put it more plainly, global warming cannot be stopped without ending global imperialist capitalism. So, flooding, droughts, heat waves, extreme and devastating weather events, unbreathable air, and dying oceans are all the endpoint of the normal way of doing business on which all of our political relationships are built. To stop these horrible things happening, we would have to dismantle the power of the most powerful nation on Earth, and probably even more absurdly, we would have to dismantle the framework which gives it its power. Capitalism itself is the thing killing the world. Why do you even watch videos like this? Long as hell video essays?
You know why. You know why, Sophie. We love you. Also, this is interesting.
It's about philosophy and leftist takes on media and communist political theory. I know the answer very clearly for a lot of my audience because I watch long-ass YouTube videos as well, albeit on different topics. I know a lot of people watching this are at their work desk, or in bed, or in some other way consuming this content when you should be working, or eating, or sleeping, or tending to your life.
Don't tell me what I should be doing, Sophie. Don't tell me, okay?
In some way. I know this is a comforting space from people who need to procrastinate away from something. And again, I know because I do this too. I like to watch long as hell videos about how to grow mushrooms at home. I love mushrooms. I've always loved fungus and mosses and molds. I remember being
they're so cool.
Fascinated by, braced for a really gross name here, a type of slime mold that grew outside my bedroom window as a kid called dog vomit mold. I just love the idea of these organisms, neither plant nor animal, down in the dirt, doing amazing things that we don't even know about. Did you know that the mycelial networks beneath forests can attach to the roots of trees and allow forests to basically think? Like, trees can...
They're all connected.
Send messages to each other through the fungus. Anyway, I like to lie in bed and not
Mushrooms are mad cool. It's true.
Not sleep and not eat and not get up to do the day and learn about how I could grow pink oysters or lion's mane at home. Of course, I'm not doing those things. I'm just watching a YouTube video. It's a kind of escapist fantasy for the things I could be doing if I weren't so paralyzingly depressed. And I know lots of other people consume the
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. I'm feeling so called out.
content they consume in the same way. The kind of content I create, even. So I just lie there, not buying a plastic tub or a grow tent or a misting setup, not mixing a bulk substrate or inoculating a grow bag, not growing mushrooms at home, just waiting. Incubating. Other content creators and influencers on the left are very quick to say that nobody should seriously listen to them about what to do politically, because why would you listen to an influencer about something as serious and important as that? And maybe they're right, it does sound pretty fucking silly to get your directions for how to build a better world from a video on the internet, right? I mean, what the fuck can I actually say anyway? I am literally a YouTuber. My qualifications are a gifted and talented program in high school.
Okay, look, Sophie, we don't have time for your existential crisis. We're having our own. Please. I was told the world is not ending. Can we get to that part?
School, a silver plaque that says I got 100,000 subscribers, and reading as many accounts of historical revolutions as I could possibly get my hands on. No one is expecting me to lay out a step-by-step analysis and plan of how not only to ensure that a revolution succeeds, but to shape the character of it to be as loving and kind as possible, as to ensure the most equitable and gentle world we can possibly live in. That would be ridiculous. So I'll just keep on making videos with the phenomenology of Alex Jones's conspiracy theories, and you'll keep on watching them, and I'll keep on watching videos about how to grow mushrooms at home, but not actually do it, and we can all just enjoy the fantasy. But what if we actually did it, though?
There we go.
I started out quite ambitious with my mushroom growing. I skipped over buying grow your own kits and went straight for mixing my own substrate, which is a word which here means expensive dirt, that I could grow my mushrooms on. My substrate was mostly vermiculite, gypsum and cocoa coir with water I had boiled to avoid contamination. I also made a pretty silly mistake and decided to grow pink oysters out of this tub of dirt. Pink oysters grow best out of vertical surfaces, not horizontal ones, so the way my pink oysters grew was extremely wacky and probably could have come out better with a different setup. Nonetheless, they came out really well, which, looking back, was extremely lucky because the whole setup here was full of problems, but maybe that's a testament to how easily pink oysters can fruit. And boy, are they gorgeous. I have footage of these first flush of pink oysters, but I had to travel during the second flush, and that was during the big summer heat wave, and if I'd been there I would have put a lot of work into keeping them temperature regulated and hydrated, but because I was away, the second flush withered and dried up. Later on, I got a grow kit so I could capture a time-lapse of pink oysters actually fruiting, and the footage shows off another big mistake I made starting out. I didn't make a separated sterile space for my mushroom growing, so flies found it pretty fast and it got kind of gross. The reason I'm talking about it and showing it and describing the failures and problems here is I think it's really important to expect that things will go wrong when you decide to actually get out of bed and do something. In fact, it's good to expect everything to go wrong, but it's also worth understanding what that really looks like. I was pretty heartbroken after the heat wave killed my little pink guys, and I really thought that the entire mycelium had died off, but a few weeks later, a third flush started anyway. It turned out they needed to just rest and recuperate for a little bit, and even though at first I thought the lesson here was I needed to be around and put in my caring labor to make my project work at all times, it turned out the real lesson was sometimes you just have to be patient, and when your mycelium gets burned out...
Wait, why are there fruit flies, though?
It just needs to rest a little.
Hog! There's so many! A French press enjoyer? Classic? Based?
Let's start at the worst case scenario and work backwards from there. Now that might seem callous, which is not my intention given the sheer scale of human misery that climate change is about to and already is inflicting upon the world, but discussing this problem involves saying things like, if billions of people die because, well, that's a thing that could actually happen. But sketching out the worst case scenario can be an exercise in reassurance. My mum taught me to do something like this. Talking through the realistic worst case scenario can give us a good baseline for everything else that might happen. If I'm worried that no one will come to my birthday party, I can't say the worst case scenario is I get arrested and sentenced to death for being a Billy No Mates. So, when people talk about the worst case scenario for climate change, they usually say something along the lines of, millions upon millions die directly, millions more are displaced. Far-right politics, seeing an opportunity in the migrant crisis, balloons in the richer nations that the migrants flee to, and neoliberal governments, responding the way they do to, well, everything, become more authoritarian, stripping away people's rights to, say, bodily autonomy, being queer, other lifestyles than 9-to-5 capitalist work. That's where we're at already. And as the warming continues, not only does the migrant crisis and therefore the far-right politics feeding off the migrant crisis worsen, but also some resources become scarce, say clean water, and then wars are fought over previously abundant resources. And after major population centres are nuked to fuck, the stragglers find themselves living in a Mad Max wasteland, permanently sewn into their finest fetish wear and ready to garrote, stab, scam and steal their way through at least a dozen other human beings just to get to the last vegan sausage roll.
Oh my god, there's so many guys that just like cosplay as like living in Mad Max, like already, you know? I hate it.
On the irradiated shelf of the Wrexham Gregs. But how much of that is actually realistic? For one, the reality of mutually assured destruction is that anyone taking steps to launch nuclear weapons in a world so full of nuclear weapons as ours is, would be taking steps to effectively end all life on Earth. And I don't think that's going to happen. Call it misguided optimism in humanity if you will, but if I'm wrong, are you going to say I told you so? I'll be atoms. Good luck. I don't think that nuclear Armageddon is a real possibility, but the fact that it could be should be enough to motivate anybody to campaign to have all nuclear weapons disarmed. For another, there is an assumption in our picture of the end of the world that we will be protected from the worst conditions. When we tell this story, we can't help but place ourselves in it as characters, and therefore as the survivors. We think that if the richer countries we live in were to descend into utter tyrannical chaos, it could only be because the rest of the world had become utterly uninhabitable. The relationship between our safety and comfort and everyone else's will remain the same, but the lowering tide will beach all boats. This is quite a silly approach that I think is born out of the chauvinism of the imperial core. We refuse to contemplate, even in total collapse, that our relationships to the countries that our governments exploit would change. But I think it's actually quite naive to assume that power relationships that exist now would continue to hold firm through such an all-encompassing crisis. We like this phrase about the future, socialism or barbarism, but it isn't really socialism or barbarism. It's that we live under barbarism right now, and until we build socialism. Never think you don't live in a barbaric society just because you can get Deliveroo to your door. If you think we don't live in a cruel and desperate world right now, speak to a homeless person, speak to a refugee, speak to a mother whose children and parents are freezing this winter because the people in charge could give them all access to electricity for free but don't care to do anything about the soaring bills. For that matter, speak to your Deliveroo driver. So I think that imagining that the exploitative relationships will hold out is actually how we construct our picture of the end of the world, but also quite absurd. Like, implicitly, when we're talking about this, we are imagining American imperialism riding out the wave of diminishing human population until President Robo-Trump is the last meta-human alive, and then I guess he dies of quasar variant COVID because he refused to get vaccinated as a political stunt anyway. In fact, let's peel back from the worst case scenario now and look again at David Wallace Wells' projections for 4 degrees of warming. At that dramatic a shift in the Earth's climate, will capitalism still be able to function?
In certain places, 6 climate-driven natural disasters could strike simultaneously, and globally, damages could pass $600 trillion, more than twice the wealth as exists in the world today.
It seems like there is a point at which the damage of climate change will make the normal functioning of capitalism impossible. And since the normal functioning of capitalism is what is driving climate change, that means there is a point at which capitalism will make capitalism impossible. This brings us back to our worst-case scenario exercise. If billions of people die, would the survivors still be practicing capitalism? At what point will people abandon the system that is killing the planet? My argument in what follows is that that point is sooner than we think. This seems at first blush to bring us to a kind of human nature conversation, which is a kind of conversation I personally hate. Do we just love capitalism too much? Will we let billions die? Will we continue producing?
Oh my god, Sophie precogged the Ethan Klein debate. This was from a month ago. It's literally what we were talking about last night. Is it just inherent that people are evil and greedy and love capitalism?
Consuming like we are now until forced not to by powers beyond our control? Are human beings just too greedy? Well, I don't think so, but I'm not going to argue it's because people are fundamentally good. As Wallis tells us, at 4 degrees of warming, climate change will have destroyed more than twice the wealth as exists in the world today. Now, capitalists and much Western culture since the Renaissance wants us to see people, society, progress, and civilization as separate from nature and not dependent on it. But the reality is that climate change diminishing the resources that capitalist production can pull from will diminish the wealth that the ruling class use to instruct the working class. Let me put it like this. If any capitalist state had no money, they wouldn't be able to make people do things, because money is instructional tokens. Yes, they could pay fewer people more, police to terrorize the population and so on, but if the state, and by extension the businesses that step in to fulfill the roles of the state for profit under neoliberalism, doesn't provide ways for people to get what they need to survive, people are going to organize to get it for themselves. And if enough people are in that situation, they will form structures of mutual aid that will constitute a parallel power to the state's diminishing presence. It's not that I'm describing an inevitable tipping point, it's that things will keep getting worse, and the sooner people form those care structures and resist, the better things will be. A calculation that will be more and more readily apparent to everyone as time goes on. And if a state fails, and the structures that step in to take its place aren't oriented around meeting everyone's needs, those new structures will be on a rapid path to collapse, and again, until those care structures are formed. It's all about how quickly people withdraw their dependence on capital and form those care structures instead. This is actually a very worthwhile approach because the damage of climate change is still, despite its suddenness, a sliding scale. As David Wallace Wells puts it,
perhaps because of the exhausting false debate about whether climate change is real, too many of us have developed a misleading impression that its effects are binary. But global warming is not yes or no, nor is it today's weather forever or doomsday tomorrow.
This is what is fundamentally quite unhelpful about a lot of media that talks about climate change, directly or indirectly, only in terms of total annihilation. It lets us think of a big on-off switch for the apocalypse. Currently it's switched on, and it would take quite a lot of work to switch it off, so I guess we'll die. One very popular story tackling a societal approach to climate change is Adam McKay and
Guess we'll die. That sounds like a lot of work. I guess we're dying. So many people feel that way, I think.
David Sorrenta's 2021 film Don't Look Up. It doesn't talk directly about climate change, but rather has an asteroid barreling towards Earth that will destroy the entire planet, and follows the despair and frustration of a pair of scientists who are aware of it and trying to get the government to act, as they are first met by ignorance and then complacency, and then a kaleidoscopic horror of the ultra-wealthy trying to let the asteroid get closer so they can make money off it, cynical right-wing politicians fueling a cult of denialism to maintain political leverage, and the US government actively sabotaging other countries' attempts to stop the asteroid. It's a Duma classic. In its exploration of these things, Don't Look Up remains a quite sophisticated look at the political systems around climate change. It actually really helps explain how and why the American empire has accelerated gleefully towards the end of the world. The problem is, while the film can imagine looting and rioting, as well as last day on Earth drug-fueled orgies and selfish contingency plans by the ultra-wealthy, it is determined to show us how inaction is forced on the population, and then to take us right up to the final moment so we can see total annihilation in clear, absolute terms. Don't get me wrong, this too is a strength of the film in many ways. People need to take it deadly fucking seriously that what is happening now could actually destroy everything. At the same time, it is the film's greatest weakness. It fails to imagine there could be more meaningful resistance both internationally and domestically to how the US government courts apocalypse. It posits the people in America who would riot as separate from the mechanisms of the state. What would the soldiers and aerospace engineers and emergency planners in direct control of the technologies that could stop the asteroid be doing? Well, the film tells us they'll follow all instructions and do their jobs. I'm not sure I believe it. How hostile would the international community become to America as the world plunges towards certain doom in service of American imperialism? The film tells us they wouldn't dare oppose the United States. I'm not so sure. Climate change is necessarily a generational question, and a question of the old and established and of the youth. And a lot of older people writing about climate change have correctly identified that climate change cannot be stopped without dismantling global capitalism, but then whether they like it or not, they have decided that capitalism cannot be toppled. Whereas a lot of younger people, in no small part because they understand it's the only way they can have their future at all, aren't too keen on capitalism sticking around. This is observable in demographic data even. The classic trend is that people get more conservative politically as they age, but for millennials and
Yeah, millennials and younger are not about that shit.
younger generations, that just isn't the case anymore. Our Madawi comments on this very insightfully in, millennials aren't getting more right-wing with age. I suspect I know why. I mean, do we even need to say why? Like, I mean, how would you even say it with the right level?
Millennials have been royally screwed by an inequitable economic system and a runaway climate crisis. Only an idiot with loads of money would be happy with the way things are.
Yep. That's pretty much it. So in very real terms, a lot of younger people are basically on board with having a revolution, or with getting rid of capitalism. Because even if it weren't poised to annihilate their future in a you will literally be dead kind of way, they understand that they can't own homes, or have kids, or retire under the current economic system. It actually seems obvious enough if you think about the problem we're describing here. Currently, the objective of society is to maximize profit for the ruling class. So, if we wanted a society where the objective was to live...
Yeah, we're really just doing feudalism 2.0. That's it.
Sustainably and peacefully, which I think seems to be what we're asking for, it would require a fundamental reorganizing of social relations. Incidentally, David Graeber described a revolution as the fundamental reorganizing of social relations, sometimes with violence. This makes better sense of things like the Industrial Revolution or the free-love sexual revolution of the 60s as revolutions. They changed the fundamental social relations. The way people interacted shifted so radically as to constitute an epistemic jump between one generation and the next. And now, today, we have older generations who are stuck in the logic of capitalism, and younger generations seeking a world where our interactions aren't mediated by capital or enforced social hierarchies. A lot of this conversation is actually about what kind of world those younger generations are going to build. But because it's those older generations, typically richer people, so definitely the ones invested in capitalism sticking around, who get to dictate our mainstream cultural narratives, and they find the idea of a post-capitalist world utterly horrifying, they'd rather we imagine the end of the world instead. But what we should actually be talking about is how we want social relations to change. We need to give ourselves guiding narratives to understand what it is we are aiming for, because it really seems like a deep, large-scale change is coming, whether that change happens sooner because people push for it, or happens later because people form it after the crisis collapses in on itself. We don't need to run around making seditious threats that are going to get us in trouble without helping anyone. What we need to do is take a breath and a step back and look at the bigger picture and understand what the pragmatic next steps are. Part 2. How to blow up a pipeline.
Oh shit! That escalated so fast! God damn it, I love Sophie.
What will we all do about climate change if we accept that our states have failed us? Is the question most central to Andreas Malm's book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline. The influential work, which has been an international hit and even had an adaptation into a narrative fiction movie about activists sabotaging oil infrastructure, is about the inevitability of the population as a whole deciding that the only course of action is the direct destruction of the physical infrastructure of the systems that are killing the planet. In a sense, the book doesn't really advocate for anything. It just explains in simple terms.
Just saying stuff.
They embrace chaos, hence the
Oh
chaos
shit.
stuff.
Oh no, I skipped. Oh, it's these. Oh, okay. That's weird though. Wait, why did it? Was it here? Yeah.
Activists sabotaging oil infrastructure is about the inevitability of the population as a whole deciding that the only course of action is the direct destruction of the physical infrastructure of the systems that are killing the planet. In a sense, the book doesn't really advocate for anything. It just explains in simple terms why people are going to do this. Sabotage in the case of the fossil fuel industry, of course, will mean not just property damage, but massive market dysregulation. Sabotaging oil infrastructure will cause the price of oil to spike enormously, just as the Russian invasion of Ukraine has, and that's kind of the point. This kind of sabotage is meant to put an even more extreme pressure point on fossil fuels by making them literally too expensive to stick with. How to get put on a watch list, how to blow up a pipeline draws parallels to the suffragette movement, which, acting at a time when women had very clearly delineated
I do not support or endorse any of the statements made by this video.
second-class citizenship in the UK, engaged in acts of sabotage and property destruction against the very systems that were oppressing them. Sabotage, Malm makes clear, is simply the option that protest movements must turn to when it's clear they are not being listened to, and giving up is not an option. This gives states a choice. They can either abandon oil or defend oil, start finding other fuel sources, or start militantly defending oil infrastructure, probably with the literal military if the Dakota Keystone Access Pipeline is anything to go by. Mal makes a point of emphasizing how the anti-terrorism laws brought in post 9/11 were used against the climate movement and against the climate activists who are seen as the biggest domestic threat by the state, and how the movement suffered a huge setback because of the wave of extreme arrests and sentencing. But, as the socialists say, you may cut all the flowers, but you cannot stop the spring. On a planet with a collapsing ecology, the collapse of which could at least be halted by drastic action even if reversal is no longer possible, every year we'll only see more and more people politicized by the weather. And you know what they say about the weather? It's fucking everywhere. Malm also points out that no matter how strict the consequences or absurd the legislation of what constitutes an offense to the state, people will keep throwing themselves at this problem because once you recognize how serious the issue is, there isn't really a deterrent that will stop you from fighting against, the end of the fucking world. This means that people fighting back will either get more extreme or more organized, or both. More extreme acts of sabotage are more likely because once you reach a point where you can get 50 years in prison for interrupting an oil executive's speech at a gala, you may as well be getting 50 years in prison for, blowing up a pipeline. More organized actions are more likely because the more people take part in a large-scale action, the more organized power is being demonstrated, and therefore the quicker the state will back down. For instance, when we talk about a revolution, and again, what we mean by that is a fundamental rearrangement of the social relations, one way a revolution against oil could be fairly peaceful is if workers who are concerned with our planetary future organized a general strike and refused to work again until the state abandoned fossil fuels. Malm doesn't actually tell the reader how one would go about blowing up a pipeline until quite deep into the book, at which point it kind of doesn't matter because both the inevitability of such sabotage and the diversity of tactics needed for resistance against the climate apocalypse have become quite clear. Now, I really think the inevitability of extreme and organized resistance is quite absolute. See above, weather fucking everywhere. But I think people have a squeamishness about thinking too hard about this because of the understandable fear of retaliation by the state. If the army are patrolling oil infrastructure and arresting or even shooting people who try to do property damage, how many hops, skips, and or jumps away from out-and-out civil war is that? And if more and more people are going to be politicized by the climate crisis, and at the same time the systems that...
Of course it's not far, because the police and the military are just there to protect capital. That's their primary purpose, right? So, as soon as the population threatens the capital, that's domestic terrorism. Now, the military can attack you. It's quick.
That we depend on are going to be falling apart. Doesn't that just lead to the same Mad Max-esque libertarian backstabbing wasteland situation that most people are thinking of when they talk about the end of the world? The answer is complicated, and I need to give it in two parts. Part one, how far the violence dial cranks up is in the hands of the state, and how they choose to respond to acts of resistance. Let's unpack that. In the novel Blindness, author Jose Saramago explores the nature of crisis and how people react to it. In the book, everyone in the world suddenly can only see blank white. I assume this is to differentiate from the actual disability of blindness and to make the affliction more blindness as metaphor, but the short version is, suddenly nobody can see and society immediately collapses. Horrible things happen. The book includes scenes of violence, rape, exploitation, imprisonment, and so on. As people who see a short-term benefit in this situation form a coalition of the greedy, stupid, and cruel to take advantage of others, then, at the end of the book, the doctor's wife, the first character in the book to go blind, starts to see again. The implication is that everyone else will also shortly be able to see again, and whatever changes society takes on, the people who have done horrible things will have to reckon with everyone else being able to see what they've done. The book is a harrowing read, but its core idea is relatively easy to describe. If some people feel like there will be no consequences for their enacting out their most disgusting impulses, they will carry them out. But the idea of social repercussions, no matter what form they take, are a powerful deterrent because we are social animals. Of course, the book also contains plenty of characters taking care of each other, but the question that hangs over the story the whole way through, whether caring can outdo cruelty, is entirely alleviated by the ending. I felt almost robbed the first time I finished the book because it created such a powerful sense that although the caring characters had done for each other was obviously worthwhile, all the suffering the characters had inflicted upon one another was utterly pointless, and wouldn't have happened if they knew that soon people would see again. It's really important in this analogy I'm making not just to think about the individuals who would do violent and fascist things during a crisis, but the state actors and fossil fuel executives now who, arguably more than anyone, are acting like they won't face any social repercussions for perpetuating climate change. None of them are thinking about what the people of tomorrow will think of what we are doing now. Hang on though, that's kind of a strange concept, isn't it? What the people of tomorrow will think of what we're doing now? And not just because it relies on thinking what people with a completely different culture, socialization, and material circumstance will think and feel, but even just in its premise, right? It all hinges on the idea there will be people here tomorrow. And that's the part we're being actively pushed back on, told not to think about, because it's not that hard to think what they will think of us, but as soon as we think there will be people there tomorrow, we find ourselves saying things like, the enforcement of the legal protection of the fossil fuel industry will be seen in similar moral terms by the people of tomorrow as the legality of colonialism, chattel slavery, and the Holocaust. The sheer scale of human misery will be seen as morally indefensible. And that leads us nicely on to part 2 of my answer. The resultant situation for people whose lives are in opposition to the state is no full-out desert free-for-all. Our picture of the end of the world, culturally, tends to depict people fighting over tiny scraps while bloody tyrants are the only ones able to create bubbles of safety and stability through violent enforcement. But that idea of the world after society collapses actually comes from a specific ideological lineage. This all relates to the work of philosopher Thomas Hobbes, who Andreas Malm and other climate politics writers have spilled a lot of ink discussing and debunking. Hobbes, who lived during the English Civil War, authored a book in 1651 called Leviathan, a seminal piece in social contract theory, and his argument was essentially that only a powerful, undivided body could rule in such a way that would create peace and stability. The first political influencer to have a strong thumbnail game, Hobbes gave Leviathan a frontispiece depicting the king as a giant, made up of people, an enlightening depiction of the nature of sovereignty. It also communicates a core part of Hobbes' thesis on sovereignty, that to act with appropriate and meaningful power, a sovereign needs to have the unanimous support of their subjects. For this same reason, Hobbes also explicitly argued that a sovereign should censor political discourse and tightly control religion within the state. Hobbes sucks, is the thing, and Leviathan is in many ways the ultimate authoritarian text. This guy is a goon, and we shouldn't be taking his ideas about society seriously. Sorry, Tommy. I get why people looked like they would descend into a bloody and violent war of all against all to you. Like, you saw that kinda happen, but the English Civil War isn't what human nature looks like stripped back to its bare essentials. It's a civil war with sides who hate each other. Allow me to just sidestep another conversation about human nature here and simply say, if the issue is security, security doesn't actually come first and foremost from people willing to enact violence, but rather from people enacting systems of care. As unrealistic as it is, if all the systems that keep society ticking over just disappeared tomorrow, the largest social organisms to develop would be systems of people figuring out how to provide for each other sustainably. Hobbes' whole shtick is actually just smoke and mirrors, because what he's positing nominally as why only an all-powerful sovereign can create peace and stability is actually just an argument that the working class can't possibly govern themselves without a ruling class oppressing them. The essentially limitless imagined threats from a lawless, stateless society that Hobbes cooked up in his average telegraph reader brain are always going to be enough to justify the power of the state. He even said that without a sovereign, it would be reasonable for a man to kill his neighbor out of suspicion his neighbor might want to kill him first. How do we not just see this guy as a GB News presenter thrown
I will eat your leftist ass.
400 years back in time through a wormhole? This is reactionary gibberish, and I do not need to make my essay any longer to accommodate it. Oh no, spooky, scary anarchism. Everyone will stab each other if I don't become God Emperor immediately. Shut up! We need to talk about what it looks like, though, if people sabotage oil infrastructure and the state becomes more hostile. We just need to do it without imagining the working class immediately switching on Battle Royale mode. Realistically, as the state's defense gets more extreme and more people are politicized, the people resisting climate change will fall into certain social structures to create sustainability and safety. A lot of climate protesters are currently engaging in the tactic of allowing themselves to get arrested, both in the hopes that juries will acquit them, which they generally tend to do, and as a statement that they view their actions as totally moral. Now, that's a strong stance and probably does a lot for their public image, but as inaction continues and more people resist, the only way the state can really respond is by being tougher on the people who are arrested. And at that point, you aren't getting arrested and putting your faith in humanity and society as much as just allowing yourself to be captured by the systems that solely exist to defend fossil fuels. So when writers like Malm are calling for a plurality of tactics in sabotaging the machinery of ecological destruction, blocking roads, interrupting parliament, and yes, blowing up pipelines, I just want to say that the biggest diversity of tactics needs to come in ways of allowing people to live free from the capitalist system altogether, especially as the capitalist system loses its ability to provide more all the time. Mass politicization cuts two ways. A lot of the people forming systems to take care of people fighting back are just going to be doing it because they care about those people, not because they have the same politics. At the same time, as the mass movement becomes more politically informed, it's likely that more of their attacks will be against the various organs of capitalism, rather than just the parts most directly tied to polluting the atmosphere. We have a lot of climate protesters in the UK, but truly, our role as an international instrument of financial imperialism trumps any of our direct pollution. If protesters in the UK wanted to sabotage the systems of ecocide, the engines of finance capital would be a likely target. Whether it's oil prices or the ripples of a financial shutdown, these forms of sabotage will cause immediately worsened conditions for lots of people, which is why anticipating that people will do this kind of sabotage means we need to organize much larger systems to take care of each other. Capitalist states are frequently hostile to people who are trying to organize to provide for one another outside of capitalism, but just like with predicting that people will engage in this kind of sabotage, we can predict that people will engage in this kind of organized mass mutual aid as well. This is how a mass movement becomes a parallel society to the established order. These people are crushed by the state, or the movement gets bigger.
Yeah, I mean, people are nothing if not resilient, you know? Like, you'll see this, like, in any ecological disaster that we see today. Any of the 400 disasters we've had this year. People in the immediate community are the first to come to their aid. It's not anybody else. Oh god. Oh no, I skipped again. Oh shit. I'm sorry.
Becomes a parallel society to the established order. These people are crushed by the state, or the movement gets bigger by virtue of people taking care of each other, and as that happens, the state is weakened because the state's power comes from people. We can come back to Don't Look Up here, actually, which is in a sense in conversation with how to blow up a pipeline. For the people in the film, as the asteroid approaches, there is nothing they can do but make internal peace with the fact they are doomed, whether they do so indignantly, or out of their head on drugs, and ignoring the problem, or interpreting the asteroid as a biblical apocalypse because there is nothing they can do. It is too late, and the asteroid is too powerful. Climate change isn't like an asteroid, though. An asteroid doesn't get closer to the planet's surface because of a physical set of pipes located in lands accessible to human beings which operate every day. An asteroid doesn't progress towards annihilating all human beings on Earth because people are making money off the asteroid getting closer. Climate change does. That means climate change can be stopped. In less pleasant terms, it means climate change can be stopped from getting worse at an ever-increasing rate. In this way, Don't Look Up takes the position that the force of capital is undefeatable. That the extinction of the human race by climate change is equivalent to an asteroid because capital is just too powerful. How to Blow Up a Pipeline, on the other hand, takes the position that capital's power entirely comes from human beings. And human beings do not want to die. After having some trouble with the big box grows, I got some kits where the seller gives you a block of fully inoculated spawn and the mushrooms just grow out of the block.
Let's go.
There's much less to go wrong with this kind of approach, although it will be harder to keep it going past a few flushes of mushrooms because there's just less material for the fungus to feed on. With the boxes, you can dump waste like spent coffee grounds and keep feeding them, but here, there's just the block. I also cleared all the flies out and set up a mushroom tent in the room I'd been using so I could control the space.
Hi again.
Where they were growing a lot better, with lighting and an automatic misting setup, so
I love these, like, little sections where she's just talking about her mushrooms.
I could just leave a time-lapse camera running over a week and capture the mushrooms growing. I'm not going to attack people who are doom-pilled because
This video's only half done. Yeah. Yeah.
I know they are just depressed. And I don't know about anyone else here, but I've never once found it particularly helpful when I'm depressed to have someone stand in the room with me and yell, "Feel better! Stop being depressed! Feel better!" Instead, I'm going to criticize the people who act as thought leaders in the community, people who drive doomer thought and talking points and show why they are wrong both factually and strategically to say and to repeat that the world is ending and there is nothing we can do. I may as well start with my beloved David Wallace Wells and the Uninhabitable Earth, since I've already used it to scare everyone so much. On the one hand, it might be a little unfair to call Wallace Wells a doomer, and I'll get back to that. But on the other hand, he did publish a book with a dead bee on the cover called The Uninhabitable Earth that starts with the words, "It is worse, much worse, than you think." Wells puts a lot about himself into The Uninhabitable Earth. For instance, at one point he tells the reader,
I bought into Bitcoin at the peak of the market.
Oh no, oh no.
Which is honestly just... Wow, my guy, the CIA would not torture that out of me, and you put it in a best-selling book. Incredible. I bring up...
Yeah, you just admitted that for free.
David's insights into his personal life, not just to roast him for being a crypto rube, but because in discussing the climate movement, a lot of people have commented on what they call the Greta effect. Named after youth activist Greta Thunberg, the Greta effect is the politicization of people who would not normally be expected to be political due to climate change, and the seeming demographiclessness of the climate movement. Everyone has a stake in the survival of the planet, so a lot of people who wouldn't normally get into political discussions are being mobilized by this issue. As David Wallace Wells says about himself,
I am not an environmentalist and don't even think of myself as a nature person.
But there's something about lots of people becoming politicized. They bring a lot to the discussion they aren't necessarily aware of. Now, let's be fair, nobody was born an environmentalist. We all bring our own politics to discussions to some degree, and for example, I'm bringing anarchist, socialist, pinko, commie, radical, free love, legalized, transgender, public joy for everyone politics to the discussion. The crucial difference is, my politics have an answer to climate change. I think that unless another intervention gets there first, and let's be real, I don't think it will, the result of more and more people getting politicized and the state trying to suppress protest will be a revolution, a fundamental change to everyone's social relations. Wells, on the other hand, only uses the word revolution twice, and one of them isn't even in the book proper. From the afterword to the paperback edition.
The likeliest outcome by far is something murkier, achieved not through the single silver bullet policies, or political revolutions, or exclusionary nativism, or the revanchist triumph of corporate self-interest, but some messy mix of all these and more.
Now, I find this a little silly, because while I don't disagree that exclusionary nativism and corporate self-interest are part of the response to climate change and already have been for many years, I struggle to call it the outcome. To me, an outcome is an endpoint of the climate crisis, the resultant politics that end the destruction of the planet. And while both of those things are happening and will keep on happening for the time being, they're also both things that need to be stopped in order for climate change to be ended. I think there's something quite interesting in the other time Wells uses the word revolution.
Practical.
I'll be passing out by the hour, have to do gig work, and I'll be studying software engineering when I wake up. Sag. Well, that's cool though. That's cool. Would prefer consuming leftism. Did she say pinko? I don't know if I know what that is. I think so. I'm not sure if I know what that is either. Pinko is an Italian woman's fashion brand. That could be it. Okay. Okay. Pinko can refer to a lighter form of communism. Interesting. It's a pejorative coined in 1925 in the US to describe a person regarded as a strongly sympathetic or affectionate supporter of communism, though not necessarily a Communist Party member. I kind of love that. It's light red, you know. It's literally just commie light. Yeah, I've probably heard it before too. That's hilarious.
Technocrats of the environmental center left believe that what is needed to avert catastrophic climate change is a global mobilization at the scale of world.
Okay, it was widely used during the Cold War to label individuals accused of supporting the Soviet Union and the Communist China. That's hilarious.
World War II. They are right. That is an entirely sober assessment of the size of the problem.
Oh, Nixon. Nixon liked the term pinkos. Yeah, that adds up.
Problem, which no more alarm.
So I'm a pinko? Yeah, I think me too.
A group than the IPCC endorsed in 2018, but it is also an undertaking of ambition so inconsistent with the present tense of politics in nearly every corner of the world that it is hard not to worry what will happen when that mobilization does not happen. To the planet, yes, but also to the political commitments of those most engaged with the problem. Those calling for mass mobilization starting today and no later, remember they can be counted as environmental technocrats. To their left are those who see no solution short of political revolution, and even those activists are being crowded for space these days by texts of climate alarmism, of which you may even feel the book in your hands is one. That would be fair enough, because I am alarmed.
I agree that the crisis at hand is so vital and so scary that alarm is entirely appropriate. So I don't know if I'm particularly invested in labeling people alarmists. I do think the act of raising alarm, though, is one that implies the actor is without their own solutions. It's calling for help, right? The purpose of the book is to get the reader to take the situation seriously. This makes The Uninhabitable Earth and Don't Look Up excellent bedfellows because they're both trying to get people to understand the full scope of the devastation climate change could actually cause. It may not have solutions to offer, but reading The Uninhabitable Earth does give a great understanding of the science and the political systems around it that will really show just how useless technological conversations about ending climate change really are under capitalism. Not only are the proposed technologies not enough to fight back the emissions, not only are they not being implemented, not only are there no incentives under capitalism to implement them, but the very notion of offsetting the emissions that these only partially helpful, not being implemented, won't be implemented technologies provides is really just a political argument for why we should use even more fossil fuels. We're offsetting the damage, so we can do even more damage. Before my next big box grow, I hit another huge snag, this time so big I had to start over and order a new grain block for my mushroom spores, because I didn't manage to keep the grain spawn sterile enough. It picked up this green mold, which spread through the whole bag more or less. I looked it up
Oh,
in
no.
case it was something toxic, and apparently this is a parasitic mold that eats fungus that's incredibly commonplace. Like, it's probably already in your house, which is why you have to do what everyone's been telling you to do and keep the mycelium sterile, Sophie. There's another lesson from failure here, I think.
Yeah. You have to keep it very sterile. It has to be incredibly sterile. That's true. Such a cute term. Wouldn't scare Normie saying that, yeah.
Your mushroom spawn needs to be kept safe from internal parasites that can cannibalize it and completely stop it growing. So, I set up another bulk substrate box, and this time, between the mold and the flies, I was feeling extra hygiene conscious, so I actually used boiling water on the cocoa coir so it would also sterilize the mixture at the same time. Then I broke up a big block of grain into it, which was so inoculated with mycelium it was like a piece of polystyrene. I ordered this block on eBay, and it was supposed to be wine caps, which, funny story, are illegal in Louisiana because of a mycological mix-up. Apparently, when magic mushrooms used to be classified as Amanita mushrooms alongside Amanita muscaria, another well-known hallucinogenic mushroom, so Louisiana banned all Amanita mushrooms, which includes wine caps, even though they're just a normal edible mushroom. The law is kind of silly sometimes, but sadly, it is the—
That's so dumb. What? That's so lame.
the arbiter of all morality, so I would never encourage anyone to break the law under any circumstances, because that would be wrong. Anyway, I ordered wine caps, but when I started recording the time-lapse, these funny little yellow guys started fruiting, which were definitely not wine caps. I couldn't quite identify them for a while. They're golden oysters, I think. It still ended up being the best time-lapse I had so far, even if we couldn't be sure what we were growing. Mushroom lessons number whatever we're up to now. Sometimes what you're growing doesn't turn out to be what you expected, but that's okay. Another source of doomerism I want to address comes from the works of communist writer Mark Fisher. In his most famous work, Capitalist Realism, Fisher describes the way that capitalism has eclipsed our imaginative landscape so that the majority of us can't even imagine a world beyond capitalism. In short, we find it easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. This was, of course, supposed to describe an imaginative trap we've fallen into, but lots of leftists have taken pessimism from this because they can recognize the capitalist realism in themselves, and they don't know how to get out of the trap. A lot of Fisher's writing contains essentially half-completed thoughts that I think leads to a lot of ambiguity in his work, which in turn leads to a certain kind of Fisher stan being the absolute dead-cold worst kind of person in leftist discourse. Now, arguably, this is because most sentences of Fisher's would end the same way, therefore we should revolt and have communism. And even if you fear no censor or no consequence for sedition, ending every sentence like that would make your writing just deadly boring. So, while Fisher remains a very incisive critic of modern capitalism and arguably unparalleled in his discussion of its psychic effects on our lives, he does often just leave the reader hanging. Capitalist realism is an all-pervasive mode which dominates our imaginative landscapes and recuperates every rebellious impulse into itself, therefore we should just revolt and have communism becomes... yeah. We're fucked. A good example of what I'm talking about would be Fisher's well-known discussion of Tory grifter Louise Mensch and her comment about leftists who are at once outraged about capitalism and also enjoy Starbucks, Apple products, etc. This gotcha against leftists has become incredibly commonplace to the point of having an arguably even more well-known meme popularized to dispel it. Fisher's comment about Mensch's comment was essentially the more well-known.
Oh, I'm just familiar with the last panel of this. Gotcha. Owned. Okay, yeah, it's all the same.
Meme popularized to dispel it. Fisher's comment about Mensch's comment was essentially that she, no matter how flippantly and disingenuously, was highlighting something real. Seemingly everything is mediated by capital, so the lives and habits and pleasures and desires of anti-capitalists still reside within capitalism. This is perhaps where Fisher thought it was redundant to say, so we should revolt and have communism, and as a result, the Duma strain of Fisher enthusiasts took to just repeating Mensch's point, albeit with more layers of self-congratulatory theory posturing. For this reason, not Fisher nor his writing, but an eerie presence born out of his legacy, a parasocial poltergeist, haunts leftist discourse. Let's see if we can't just perform an exorcism. One very important half-finished thought in Fisher's work relates to the state of the modern left in the imperial core. Fisher essentially said that the modern left views power as something that bad people have and use, and therefore to seize any amount of power would immediately violate their morality. So rather, they focus on their own oppression and defeat without any concrete plans to actually change anything. Now, as much as I want to finish that sentence with, so we should revolt and have communism, I do think it's worth pointing out that Fisher's own work contains an answer to this conundrum. And if the Fisher doomers who go around repeating this criticism were real fans like me, then because Mark Fisher put a big emphasis on the development of group consciousness, the overcoming of what Nietzsche would call ressentiment, the development of systemic understanding of oppression as the earliest and perhaps most important step in overcoming oppression. With that in mind, this criticism of the modern left is really just an evaluation of the early stage at which it currently sits. It isn't some impenetrable mind prison, but rather just a somewhat depressive first step towards actual revolutionary thought and praxis. In exactly the same way, Fisher's most famous line, "It is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism," is perhaps his most famous half-finished thought. If we are trapped by the conviction that we cannot possibly win, imagining others remaining idle is the thing keeping us stuck. If we want to come unstuck, we need to have confidence in each other. For what it's worth, everyone I've spoken to about the end of the world has come to see the future in these terms.
Yeah, it's like two sides to that coin, right? Like, if it's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism, then oh well, I guess we can't defeat it. You know, might as well just prepare for the end of the world. But like, the other side of that is that like, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's impossible. You know, I love capitalist realism. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Might not fit into the stream's usual content, but it could be fun. I'm always down to look at new content.
The sooner we fight back, the better the world gets to be as a result. I've come to view doomerism as an interstitial step, just like what Fisher described. First, people think that climate change isn't that big a deal because the state and the liberal establishment will deal with it. Then they realize the full scope of the problem and they become doomers. And then they realize that if there is going to be a solution to the problem, they have to be part of that solution. Fisher's less known but excellent work post-capitalist
Hi, Panda, what's up?
Desire, a transcript of his final lecture series, focuses on the ways that capitalism has shaped our imaginations, just like capitalist realism. Here, however, Fisher focuses on our desires, the way we can't imagine anything we want as anything other than consumer goods, or provided to us through the medium of capital, the way that capitalism has shaped our desires into a desire for more of capitalism itself. To complete the thought here, and I really could give this a whole separate essay just as long as this one, I think Fisher was asking us to imagine how we can find post-capitalist desire, and how, more importantly, we can capture human desire back from capitalism. But is there a post-capitalist desire present in our culture already?
This is The World Is Not Ending by Sophie from Mars. She's been going into like doomerism and blowing up pipelines. It's been a very good watch. I pinned the video if you want to check out the beginning. It's so good.
I think there is. Let me talk about my two favorite nouns in the British press right now. Wokery, which is evidently some kind of troublesome pixie dust sprinkled into educational institutions by mischievous elves, and woke, as in what woke wants, and capitulating to woke, and brave GigaChad PM Rishi Sunak uses his rippling muscles to wrestle woke into submission. Woke is a word with a very storied political history, from AAVE slang to left liberal adoption to insult that right-wingers use for anything they don't like. But I think that woke beliefs, broadly speaking the political position that supports human liberation across various axes of oppression, is actually a form of post-capitalist desire. As young people have come to realize that they won't be able to own homes, have kids, and so on, they've started to imagine the kind of society in which they could, and therefore reimagined how society could work. While the desires that they're driving at are broadly just very simple things that our ancestors could take for granted, I think there is a tangible political consciousness that to get those things is going to require a fundamental reorganization of social relation.
I think even people who aren't that politically aware are coming to terms with the fact that, like, they don't have the very basic things that they should have. good infrastructure, healthcare, access to education. These are all things that, like, we come to expect in, like, the so-called developed world, and, like, it's just not that accessible at all for most people.
I think there are lots of desires still captured by capitalism, but I think a lot of those could easily become uncaptured, and I think a lot of the core desires that people seek in living in society.
Labor action is extremely important. Yeah, and that's where it all starts, you know?
At all are currently disappearing over the horizon of the climate crisis. Now seems like as good a time as any to take a digression and talk about anarcho-nihilism. I really don't want to come across as hostile to anarcho-nihilists, so I should approach this section carefully. If I start my discussion of anarcho-nihilism by saying how much the Chaos Star reminds me of the Greendale Community College logo...
Wait, I was gonna say it reminds me of the Black Sun. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that looks at this and sees the Black Sun right away? Maybe I'm just brain rot, but...
It will seem like I'm setting out to start beef. The anarcho-nihilist position is that with no hope for actually saving the world or changing the future for the better, people should still sabotage systems of oppression and fight for moments and spaces of human joy and freedom. The position rejects the possibility of large-scale organized revolt because of the tendency for authoritarianism in the aftermath or even sooner. Rather, they embrace chaos, hence the Chaos Star, because anarcho-nihilists take something of the exact opposite position to Hobbes, that the oppression of the state Leviathan is the font of all misery, and that the disorganized mess of human chaotic association will necessarily be...
Oh yeah, there were those, there was like a small group of anarcho-nihilists in Mexico recently that were doing like eco-terrorism. Is that right? Is that the same? Am I thinking of the same thing?
Kinder and better.
Actually, you know what? Pause. I'll be right back.
Do you really think I'm hot enough to be a slut? Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. Threesome, foursome or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
She called me a slut cause she put it in my butt. I felt it in my guts, feels so good when she nut. Don't be mad cause I'm a hoe, I'm just trying to get some dough. Pussy wet and yes it flows, sex
body and to go to Zoom. And so they think you don't know. I'll say you know, I'll say you know. You think I need a wiggle room to move my body, go to Zoom. I go to space and then you go to Waka. I think I forget it, got it, and when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the match lit, it goes on fire. And the way it goes, it goes. And the way
Oh, it's going so hard.
And the way it goes, it goes. And the way it goes, it goes. And then the way it goes, it goes. And then the way it goes, it goes.
Thank you.
And then the way it goes, it goes. And then the way it goes, it goes. I need a little wiggle room to move my body and to go to Zoom. So they think you don't know, I'll say you know, I'll say you know.
Shorty can't land. Doing tricks, now he's breaking on his hand. Playing tech deck like a little skateboard. Take me to a skate park, let me show off my moves. I can ollie, I can do a 180. Take me to the streets and I'll show you I'm pretty. I'll wear my hot dress tonight and I'm gonna look tight cause the boys alright, yeah. The boys all in the room, yeah. Shake your body, get to the groove, yeah. Goes trouble, I feel it in the room. Trouble, the way it goes, the way it goes.
So good.
And when the match lit, it goes on.
I have to say, like, half this music is from other streamers. Like, I think I found this from USA Hole. They have the best music. The best. Rotted Ranch also has a lot of good music, and Tofu. That's like most of where I find shit. Good.
Than any hierarchical central power structure. A lot of anarcho-nihilist thought is informed by a text called Blessed is the Flame, which examines and celebrates the history of resistances and revolts within Nazi concentration camps. This is sort of the same worst-case scenario exercise I talked about before. Even in the worst possible circumstances where the outcome will almost certainly be execution, people still fight back. Now, I don't want to belabor an allegory between concentration camps and climate apocalypse, because I do find it personally distasteful. It's something in David Wallace Wells' writing that I particularly don't enjoy, when he measures the scale of oncoming deaths in numbers of holocausts. So instead, I'll say the similarities are thus: the very little hopes in anyone surviving, the total control of the enemy who is the same enemy feeding us into the machinery of death, the suppression of solidarity and morale by the conditions in which we find ourselves, the active sabotage of any organized resistance by bribery, inside agents, and so on. And I think that an anarchist nihilist framework in response to these conditions is very appropriate. To quote Blessed is the Flame,
"The myth that we are somehow moving forward forms the backbone of the socialist tradition. Like the trains bound for Auschwitz, the movement of history is heading nowhere good and needs to be sabotaged at every possible turn."
I genuinely worry about my points in this essay coming across as cold and flippant, like, no, the world isn't technically ending, there'll still be mushrooms, so what are we complaining about? Which, of course, isn't what I'm saying at all. Nonetheless, I want to allow a little space for people who might find my position silly, because
Wait, I thought that was what you were saying. Wait, have I misunderstood? I thought that's why you were intersplicing the mycelium. Because life will survive underneath the soil. Is that not it?
If I couldn't tolerate being silly at all, I would be endlessly tilting at windmills, and be all the sillier for it. As one modern anarchist writer has it, nihilism allows for the possibility that there is no future. And this is the reason that I don't feel the need to oppose anarcho-nihilists or include them in my critique of doomers. With nihilism, these anarchists have found a freedom to resist for the sake of resisting, for the sake of declaring their own humanity in the face of annihilation, and I find that beautiful. I'm sure that some of us with more of a tendency towards schismogenesis, more of a tendency to make enemies than friends with our fellow socialists, might think anarcho-nihilists, by rejecting the possibility of large-scale organized collective revolt, are making such resistance impossible. I think they're just waiting to see if it will work. To borrow a slogan from a movie I've never seen about a sport I've never played, if you build it, they will come. What I mean by that is that anarcho-nihilism is at once a nihilist position.
Yes, make anarcho-nihilists come. Yes. Yes, the anarchists should all come. It's true. I think that would solve everything.
That doesn't expect to defeat capitalism, and an expression of post-capitalist desire, and that it works in concert with larger organized resistance, not against it. Even if we anarchists won't join any ascendant communist party, we'll be fighting the same fight on our own terms. If we only pay attention to bourgeois electoralism, the picture is unbelievably bleak. The far right has stormed onto the scene and has a growing share of the vote across a wide range of not only the most powerful countries on earth, but many others besides. Right-wing governments work with, enable, and encourage right-wing militants and militias to act as a paramilitary wing of their neo-fascist project. The corrupt and gerrymandered pre-existing power structures enable them to easily capture vital political organs and make long-lasting, meaningful changes that will negatively impact the lives of millions of people, and we can do little but vote for liberal politicians who offer progressive platitudes with a practiced smile while taking enormous checks from the wealthy.
Wait, is this the right? No, it's true. Is this the right one?
People in our society to protect their interests first and foremost. Shit is, in a word, bleak. Electoral politics, it seems, offers no solutions to climate change and only generates more social ills by the day, wasting everyone's energy and effort in defending the rights we're used to taking for granted. So that's the bourgeois political system, the spectacle we have all been trained to see as the only game in town. But what's going on down in the dirt, huh? What about the fungus? After all, you can cut all the flowers, but the weather is fucking everywhere. Climate change is so many little problems. The climate crisis is an ecological...
Stop saying that. The climate is not weather. Please stop.
Crisis and a food crisis, a migrant crisis, a housing crisis, a human rights crisis, and more besides. They may not realize it yet, but there are people fighting in a political coalition of people who assume there will be people there tomorrow, and their enemies are in a political coalition of people who assume that there won't. This kind of action based on a measurable belief that is not stated explicitly actually perfectly aligns with Marx's definition of ideology. Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es, which means they don't know what...
Man. Marx kind of nasty in German. Marx be hitting different in German.
It is, nonetheless...
I don't have BTTV on mobile, I always just go off the words and vibes. That's fair, that's fair. Oh no. I will chat.
Yes, they are doing it. In other words, someone doesn't need to say, I am a liberal capitalist, I believe in free market trade, in order to be participating in and upholding liberal capitalism. They don't need to believe in it, or like it, or even understand it, to be doing it. They sure don't be wissen, but I'll be damned if they aren't tuned. And I have a little wordplay on this definition, so put
Oh, that's fast, that's good.
a pin in Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es for a second, and check this out. Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Yeah, I know. Pretty good, right? Okay, I know.
Okay, no, her German is good, but it makes me like Marx a whole lot less. Maybe everyone should read Marx in German so that you have the critical eye. Because this sounds... It just sounds mean.
Das nicht, aber sie tun es for a second, and check this out. Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Yeah, I know. Pretty good, right? Okay, I know most of you probably didn't catch that.
Classic German.
But according to our analytics, I'm not being exclusionary of my English speakers.
No, I actually love German. But sometimes it be do sounding kind of harsh. And there are different dialects. I think it's like the northern dialect that is like less harsh, where like you'll hear sounds like ich rather than ik. Things like that.
I'm being especially inclusive of my 3.2% German audience. Yeah, that's right, sponsors. 3.2%. Bear that in mind next time you need an influencer to advertise your new Fritz Cola flavor. I've never been someone who particularly minds explaining my own jokes to the point of utterly killing them, so let me unpack my wordplay a little bit here. Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Unlike they don't know what it is, but they are doing it, means they...
To try Chatsen, I think only the Twitch apps allows me to do something else at the time. Yeah, the picture-in-picture with Twitch can be weird, but if you turn off the, like, reduce stream lag or reduce stream delay, whatever that option is. God, it's been so long since I really watched it on mobile. But yeah, if you and audio only is good, yeah. Yeah, so you can do the picture-in-picture with the Twitch app and then open Chatsen, but you will have to hit play probably at least once. At least for me, like on my Apple, like even if I turn off like the stream delay thing, it still pauses. I don't know why.
know that it is nothing, and still they do it. Because I find those to be the places where ideology is most haunting. Imagine a Canary Wharf finance pervert, someone who works in the financial sector in London. She goes to work spinning the big wheels of the nonsense machine, not even working with money she can actually touch and hold, but rather making bets on whether companies succeed or
Oh, one of my good friends is German. Every time he speaks with his parents, it sounds angry, yeah.
fail to make lime go up. Two huge investment sectors are construction and fossil fuels, meaning that our finance perverts work contributes both to climate change and the construction of shoddy, overpriced, and personal gripe, ugly new build apartment blocks that are going up all over London. Huge numbers of these new builds are being constructed on London's floodplains, too expensive for most people to buy, but perfect for developers to rent out at
and also hideous
extortionate rates to people with well-paying office jobs, for example. You know, Canary Wharf finance perverts. So our pervert gets up every day and goes to work on the big nonsense machine, which is going to flood her ugly house. It's not that she doesn't know what she is doing, though the knowing is not directly connected to the doing, hence sie wissen das nicht, but rather she believes what she is doing is abstract and disconnected from consequence, hence sie wissen dass es nichts ist. Capitalist realism, the imagining of the end of the world more easily than the end of capitalism, is a perfect example of sie wissen dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. We are all, to one degree or another, the Canary Wharf finance pervert spinning the big wheel that's going to flood her ugly house. We are all, to one degree or another, the guy from the meme where the survivors of the collapse are huddled around a campfire saying, yes, the world ended, but for one glorious moment we made a lot of profits. But the people who are fighting the war on woke, on the side of woke, are, whether they wissen it or not, fighting as if there will be people here tomorrow. Capitalists are
whether they wissen it or not.
Convinced that it's gross.
A lot of languages are a bit like that. Yeah, when I speak Mandarin or Cantonese, I've been told I sound mean or loud. Same goes with my Muslim friend when she speaks Arabic. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think, especially for, like, English speakers, it's, like, just kind of, like, lazy and, like, lilting as a language. It's just, like, it just kind of drones on and on and on. Yeah. That's true. And, like, certain times, like, Russian can sound really harsh, but it's also, like, actually just very beautiful. I think it's just, like, what you're used to hearing.
Grown-up talk to dismiss all possibility of socialism and all talk of class struggle, but in a crisis, a state can't survive without policies that take the reins and provide for people. Because if people can't survive, the state can't either. This mobilization on the scale of World War II I hear about isn't happening on the state level, and emissions are increasing at an increasing rate. In other words, capitalists convinced themselves socialism was impossible, and then they found out capitalism was the thing killing the planet. So they started killing the planet much, much faster. Okay, we've covered a lot of ground. Now,
Great.
just as many great thinkers and philosophers of the past before me, I feel the need to talk about a tweet. Just as Musk's purchase of Twitter was being finalized, Eva Wiseman tweeted, "I feel like, in these last days of Twitter, we should all be just fucking asking for what we want. Like love, or work, or cash, or attention. No time for jokes or memes or whatever, just like, say it, loudly and quickly." This tweet is fascinating as well as just very funny to me, and not just because Twitter did not die shortly afterwards, but also because you can just do those things at any time. Eva here is mourning Twitter changing into something else, and that's fair because Twitter, X, does objectively suck now, even...
It is funny though, like, likening the end of Twitter to the end of the world. For some people it was.
more than before. I just find this kind of mourning, this discussion of the rapidly approaching end times, really reminiscent.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, it's almost been, it's almost been a year since Musk acquired Twitter. So I was thinking of doing like some sort of like panel to discuss people's experience since that happened, whether or not they're on Twitter still, how it affected them and their communities and their mental health, and like if they found other avenues for their community, or if they're just, you know, getting by as is, or stuff like that. I don't know if that would be interesting. Feels like yesterday. I know. Stupid ass sink. I know. I can't believe it either. It's kind of wild. It's been a fucking whirlwind. Would be interesting? Okay. Yeah, I'm like nervous. Like I don't know even where to start. Like I'm no on your leftist. But I can try. I do want to do it like before next month. So I'm gonna try.
Of our discussion of doomerism. A big enough change, or even the uncertainty of what will come next, is being treated like a total ending. You're mourning how life has been, knowing that it will end, and with that comes a mourning of what could have been, but never was. What you could have had, what you could have done, or been, or seen. And that's okay. It sucks that all the stories we were told about how society was supposed to work for us were lies. And it sucks even worse that the people who lied to us didn't even know they were lying. As much as the next person, I am struggling constantly with terror and fear and feelings of hopelessness that nothing is being done and push is coming to shove and we're all going to suffer and die waiting for someone to, for God's
I've got lots to say. Alright, keepers.
sake, do something, but...
Ooh, ex-Twitter employees too? I mean, that would be cool. I don't know if they would bother talking to me, but if I could get someone bigger on board, maybe. Emma is awesome. Yeah, they're great. The best at organizing, truly. Yeah. I could probably do it. We can probably do it. I just need to start reaching out to people.
Even saying that feels ridiculous on the face of it. Not because I have some unshakable belief that everything will be okay. It's not because I believe something that other people don't, but because I think about other people when I say, I am just as paralyzed as other people are. What a ridiculous thing to say. There are plenty of people more paralyzed than me, and I am nowhere near naive enough to imagine I am the person most affected by climate change. There are so many people dealing with the effects right now, uprooting everything they have, moving away from tons of people they know and care about. They don't just say, there's nothing I can do, we'll all just die. No, climate doomerism is absolutely born out first and foremost from a level of assumed security. We, living in the imperial core, benefiting from the shape that power takes in the world today, as well as the shape that it has taken for hundreds of years, are really used to at least the idea that our voices really matter. Our votes,
oh, thanks, Chase.
we are told, have the power to not only shape the political landscape around us, but the lives of millions, billions of people far away who we can't even see. But now, with the growing trend of
wow, that tone. I just assume you were being facetious, but I'm sure you do. I believe you. reliable place to find me. Oh my god.
Authoritarianism, with the resurgent wave of fascism, we are finally seeing that our votes mean absolutely nothing. We're really trying to deal with an emotional and imaginative problem, because we're looking at how much work would need to be done to really change things and getting exhausted before we even start. A big part of that, I think, is that we don't really have a picture of what the world will look like after all the work is done. But we can actually define our post-capitalist desire in the negative. Because if the work is to defeat and dismantle things that are harming us now and the rest of the work is just taking care of each other, that will give us a picture of everything we want. If we say that people are going to fight the fossil fuel industry because it's killing the planet, and fight capitalism because it will always find new ways to kill the planet, and fight borders and prisons and fascism, and take care of each other, we actually just described a future, even if we did it in pretty vague terms. In that case, I only need to rethink how I approach the idea of doing the work. And if that's true, I'm going to just tell myself this. Every time I feel like this, I have to look at what needs to be done for me to not feel like this. And I have to decide I, and as many other people as it takes to do it, am going to do it. I am not trying to give you hope. The purpose of this essay, despite my antagonism to pessimistic politics, is not to inspire hope. If you're drawing hope for the future from what I'm saying, that's fantastic, but I'm just trying to explain in logical terms why doomerism is both paralyzing us and also an unrealistic approach to the politics of the future. The politics of the future cannot be written off with such simple summations as things are going to get bad. In fact, for a lot of people, the best way to describe the shift that is beginning now is a change.
Yeah, and like everything is always dynamic. The only constant in the world is that everything is always changing. So as much as we can influence those changes for the positive, you know, we should try to do that.
From a certain amount of dependability and security to a lot more precarity. We don't want or like to interrogate what it means when we say things are going to get bad, but the underlying analysis of that statement is that for a lot more people, life is going to be a lot more precarious. So, to move from an immediate reaction to ecological violence to a model of what it might look like for us to live on this planet for the next 100 years really means a better understanding of what it means to live precariously. Part 3. The mushroom at the end of the world.
Whoa, those are such cool colors. What is that? Oh, mushrooms are so cool.
In Growing Gourmet and Medicinal Mushrooms, Paul Stamets writes, "A mushroom of many names, Ganoderma lucidum has been used medicinally by diverse peoples for centuries. The Japanese call this mushroom reishi or manentake, 10,000-year mushroom, whereas the Chinese and Koreans know it as lingqi, lingqi, or lingji, mushroom or herb of immortality. Renowned for its health-stimulating properties, this mushroom is..."
It looks so cool. It's like a little mushroom. I want to eat it.
"More often depicted in ancient Chinese, Korean, and Japanese art than any other." Going on to say, "A satisfying mushroom to grow and consume, Ganoderma lucidum, is a mushroom whose transformations are mesmerizing.
Look at how red it is. That's so cool.
Responsive to the slightest changes in environment, its unique growth habits have undoubtedly enchanted humans for centuries. Reishi are really woody, sturdy mushrooms, which means they grow very slowly over a few weeks, but they can get really big, and the caps are just stunning to see, and even more wonderful to watch evolve over time. The thing I really deeply love about mushrooms is the unavoidable way they remind us how entangled we are with other forms of life on the planet. There are mycorrhizal connections that some fungi form with plants, but there are many species of mushroom that can't even survive if they aren't connected into a mycorrhizal network, which means you can't grow them from scratch at home. But it also means you can only really find them out in a forest.
What do you do when your world starts to fall apart? I go for a walk, and if I'm really lucky, I find mushrooms. Mushrooms pull me back into my senses, not just like flowers through their riotous colors and smells, but because they pop up unexpectedly, reminding me of the good fortune of just happening to be there. Then I know that there are still pleasures amidst the terrors of indeterminacy. Terrors, of course, there are plenty, and not just for me. The world's climate is going haywire, and industrial progress has proved much more deadly to life on Earth than anyone imagined a century ago. The economy is no longer a source of growth or optimism. Any of our jobs could disappear with the next economic crisis. And it's not just that I might fear a spurt of new disasters. I find myself without the handrails of stories that tell where everyone is going, and also why. Precarity once seemed the fate of the less fortunate. Now it seems that all of our lives are precarious, even when, for the moment, our pockets are lined. In contrast to the mid-20th century, when poets and philosophers of the global north felt caged by too much stability, now many of us, north and south, confront the condition of trouble without end.
This is how Anna Lowenhaupt Singh's book, The Mushroom at the End of the World, begins. But to present this quote on its own really does a disservice to the text. The book is written with this pervasive contextuality that makes it almost mossy. You try and pull any part out to look at on its own, and it feels wrong without the succeeding and preceding sentences, and then it feels wrong to talk about those without the sentence before the sentence before, and the sentence after the sentence after. Let me offer this second clipping alongside the opening.
The uncontrolled lives of mushrooms are a gift and a guide when the controlled world we thought we had fails.
The Mushroom at the End of the World is about the matsutake mushroom, an edible species that grows in parts of Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Pacific coast of the United States. It's also about the people who pick the mushrooms. It's also about a lot of things. Matsutake are mycorrhizal, so they can't be cultivated in a controlled environment. They have to grow in a larger organic context. As Anna Lowenhaupt Singh points out, they grow best in disturbed forests, places where wildfires or logging or storms have caused some amount of devastation to the ecosystem. Yes, the mushroom pick.
Holy! Look at that mushroom. That's a big mushroom.
Or storms have caused some amount of.
I want to eat it. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, that's a nice mushroom. Oh yeah, nice.
To the ecosystem. Yes, the mushroom pickers are selling their matsutake to capitalists as commodities. Yes, the money they receive fluctuates depending on market conditions. And yes, of course, the people doing this spend that money to get things under capitalist systems, but the work they're doing exists at a certain economic periphery. The pickers are participating in what Singh calls salvage accumulation, taking advantage of value produced without capitalist control, or more precisely, the ability to create capitalist value from non-scalable value regimes. A capitalist who makes money on the collection and sale of matsutake mushrooms cannot reinvest their capital to expand the amount of matsutake grown.
The privately owned mushroom is an offshoot from a community living underground body, a body forged through the possibilities of latent commons, human and not human. Humans cannot control matsutake. Waiting to see if mushrooms might emerge is thus an existential problem. The mushrooms remind us of our dependence on more than human natural processes. We can't fix anything, even what we have broken, by ourselves.
A lot of the mushroom pickers that Singh writes about are economically precarious because they're immigrants to America or live in similarly economically precarious communities. For example, she also writes about military veterans who do the same thing. We need stories to be able to understand what is happening to our planet and what our lives are going to look like in the future. So I'd like to spend this last section considering what we can actually answer of the question of what the next 100 years will look like. It's important to remember that the effects of emissions being put into the atmosphere now
will it be full of mushrooms? I hope so.
Won't stop being felt for at least another 100 years. So straight up, we have one very easy, if unpleasant and upsetting prediction. The planet will keep warming. The rest is harder at first glance to piece together. To understand what shape our lives are going to take is going to take some political intuition. So let's get a framework together to start to understand some possibilities. First up is the idea of progress. Before he wrote How to Blow Up a Pipeline, Andreas Malm researched and wrote a book called Fossil Capital, a deep look at the systems that created the climate crisis historically, just really rolling for sanity damage against the eldritch systems of finance and fuel capital, understandably the kind of book you do research for just before you decide to write another book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline. The focus of Fossil Capital is largely about the modern notion of societal progress and how intrinsically it ties together
the way she just keeps saying the title. I love her.
With getting more fuel to power more machines to defeat worker power. Malm points out how some of the first capitalist automation in history was the replacement of unionized cotton spinners with machines. The cotton industry, of course, was an industry that was booming because it relied on slave labor, a kind of labor that is completely subjugated. So as little sympathy as any capitalist boss might have for replaceable workers, a cotton boss would have even less. The linear notion of progress that capitalists have been selling us is dependent on fossil fuels, because it is dependent on automation, because it is dependent on the most effective control of the working class. More fuel means more power, means more industry, means more, and of course more progress. There are also advancements that human beings have taken in the course of our history that are hugely meaningful to the lives of many people, and I in no way endorse a model of the future where we lose, say, the advancements of modern medicine, the internet, modern water, electricity, and food infrastructure. The idea, however, that forever finding more fossil fuels is the only way to prevent backsliding into a world without these things isn't true. Progress isn't going to disappear because we get rid of fossil fuels or capitalism. Neither social progress...
It should only accelerate. You know? Like, advancements should just keep getting better and better. And have less and less waste. You know? Like, there's an enormous opportunity for innovation, which capitalism is supposed to be best at, right? Right?
No technological progress are inherently dependent on the devastation of the planetary ecology, and it should be obvious enough to say that, in a lot of cases, it's quite the opposite. The politics created by climate change are a politics unmoored from the comforting myth of capitalist progress. More fossil fuel extraction, more GDP, and higher quality of life will no longer cleanly map together, and less so year by year. I mean, think about how capitalist states handled COVID. They had to slow down or shut down business as usual, and climate scientists immediately noticed...
Pepe Law, I would rather not. I would rather not think about that, actually. I get very doomer when I think about that. Sophie, you told me the world isn't ending. Stop.
...just a dip in emissions, and they had to give cost of living payments to all the people who couldn't go to work. Then, when vaccines started to appear, they pushed as hard as they could to get the workforce back into public. That is, of course, if they were ever not in public to begin with, so they could get profits back up, resulting in COVID being still a serious public health issue now. That's pretty much what we can expect from neoliberal states handling crises, the absolute minimum possible, followed by actively harmful drives to put the workforce in more danger. So what do our immediate climate politics look like? Climate Leviathan by Joel Wainwright and Jeff Mann aims to lay out 4 possible planetary futures and succeeds at laying out kinda 2, I guess. I think this book is very foundational in thinking about climate politics, but I also think there's a lot to critique in it. In that way, I find it inspiring because I think it's provided a platform for people to question and develop ideas about our political future in a way that I truly hope this essay can be. The book takes its name from Hobbes's Leviathan because its basic premise is that climate change is essentially a struggle of sovereignty. The first future discussed in the book is the titular Climate Leviathan.
Every time I hear sovereignty now, I think of sovereign citizens, which I know is not like, that's not what she's talking about, but I just always think of them yelling at cops and shit.
A political project to create sustainable, even carbon neutral or negative capitalism. 2 crucial requirements for this are unipolar capitalist imperialism of the kind we mostly have now, and cooperation between capitalist nations into bodies that have planetary sovereignty and are capable of controlling the constituent countries' right to emit. This future shouldn't be mistaken for a one-world government conspiracy theory, although because conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts, you could make a strong argument that the real moves towards this future have something to do with those conspiracy theories existing. Anyway, when I say real moves towards this, see my entire discussion of imperialism above. The feeble moves that the American empire has made to stop climate change have all been through these kinds of bodies, and they have been utterly feeble because, as I have hopefully explained by now, capitalism cannot stop climate change. The right to emit is a central question of the book, and of this future in particular, since the nature of this global sustainable capitalism that constitutes Climate Leviathan is imperialist, and the capitalists in the imperial core are going to want to keep the frontiers of potential profit as far from the effects of climate change as possible. This is a basic economic function of how a Climate Leviathan is fundamentally impossible. The damage of climate change is focused onto the imperial periphery, harming
the right to emit. I hate it. The right to emit these nuts. Ayo.
Not only potential product, but also damaging supply chains and the human capital, labor, on which imperialism depends most vitally. But though the people in the periphery are immediately supplied with the worst damage, the people up the chain of extraction are going to be accountable for all the failure beneath them. Around the world, droughts and floods and storms kill crops and delay construction and evict millions of people from their homes, and on Wall Street, a financial cataclysm unlike anything ever seen before turns the stock market inside out. To put it another way, the climate crisis will put the crisis of capitalism on meth. The important thing to grasp about Climate Leviathan, as well as the other futures discussed in the book though, is that it doesn't have to be viable to be politically poignant, because the people who do believe in that future will have politics informed by it. So for all the political futures informed by climate change that we can consider, there are essentially three questions.
Territorian noises.
Can it save the world? Can it actually be built? And do people believe in it? And of course for Climate Leviathan the answers are no, probably not, and unfortunately, yes. The next future is distinct from the first primarily because of the size of the political project. Because of its sovereignty, Climate Behemoth, named after the smaller, enormous monster from Hebrew legend, is not really about stopping climate change, but it is still about the right to emit. Climate Behemoth is a capitalist political system in which the right to emit is reserved for citizens, subjects of the sovereignty. Being necessarily a smaller project, a breakaway faction or nation-state from the global Leviathan, Behemoth is necessarily undemocratic and a step towards the divine right of kings. The right to emit is defended by whatever sovereign the subjects live under, and that sovereign gets the rights of sovereignty as Hobbes described them, like deciding all the laws and how justice works, censoring anyone who disagrees with it, and declaring wars and so on. So it's pretty easy to understand, I think, that any climate behemoth has a tendency towards being a reactionary nightmare, where different minorities are scapegoated to distract from the general injustices and abuses of the ruling class. In other words, living in climate behemoth gives you British brain. Next, Wainwright and Mann take a step I will have to spend a moment critiquing. In looking at planetary futures, they start with Climate Leviathan and then...
Not the British brain, anything but that. Not the three-head disease. Three-head.
and imagine a similar scale of project but socialist. Why? Because socialism can actually stop further damage to the environment and even deploy technologies to heal it, and capitalism can't. Here's the formulation. As a method of organizing ecology, a capitalist economy requires infinite growth and therefore ever-increasing emissions. This means ecological collapse and necessarily also economic collapse. Next, in their logical steps towards most plausible outcomes, Wainwright and Mann argue that since the most workers in the world who will be the most impacted by climate change live in India and China, and since China has a recent revolutionary communist history, if a new world order of socialism were to emerge, it may well be from China. Therefore, they name this third alternative Climate Mao. This name is unhelpful both to their analysis and the communication of it, in my opinion, since it comes off as distractingly xenophobic, but also since it muddies how the authors would feel about, say, an American global hegemonic socialism. But we're not going to start calling it Climate Morpin, so never mind. The crucial characteristics in this alternative, as laid out in the book, are the non-capitalist nature of the international governing bodies and the presence of socialism. The international governing schema in Wainwright and Mann's model here would have control of the right to emit for the same reason, albeit more plausible this time, as Leviathan. It would be the perceived bulwark against further climate change. We have to play with the space of what is plausible a little here, because Climate Mao is in the very strange space where, although can it exist being answered no should preclude us from answering can it save the world differently, in the highly theoretical space they've constructed, were a new communist superpower to barge onto the world stage, grab up the disparate pieces of collapsing American imperialism and form a communist Leviathan, it probably could stop climate change. But could it exist? Maybe if these supposed Chinese revolutionaries emerge tomorrow and then roll Nat 20 after Nat 20 all the way to a unified communist China, sure. If we're thinking about the more plausible coalition of existing powers in the imperial periphery building a new world order, we could call it Climate Chimera, and it would fit the mythical monster naming scheme. We could also call it Climate Theseus, since every part of the ramshackle project is liable to be swapped out over time and become something utterly new and quite unpredictable, while maintaining the appearance of being the same entity in order to hold on to its sovereignty. It's also important to consider the way that a world power like this could influence world politics even from the position as a smaller power in a divided world. if it were one of the poles, so to speak, in a multipolar world. For example, the question of geoengineering. We're experiencing a termination shock from ceasing the use of sulfurous shipping fuels at the moment, the emissions from which were cooling large stretches of northern oceans by about 0.5 degrees C. This opens up the possibility that someone, somewhere, will start creating their own localized cooling by polluting the air on purpose. Even if the smaller global power were to start doing this, both it and the American Empire could get into a geoengineering arms race, although I do have some restraint, and I'll save my thoughts on how badly that would go.
A geoengineering arms race. That's crazy. I haven't even thought about that. I guess. That might be a thing. I mean, I guess everyone's trying to mitigate, but like, I feel like that's a little extreme.
For another time. But now that we've played with the plausible a little, I think it's more productive for us to understand the nature of the framework that Wainwright and Mann were laying out. Climate Mao is an extreme for the purposes of ideological discussion, as are Leviathan and Behemoth. Everything that is wrong with laying out a simplistic political compass is wrong here too, but I think it's important for us to understand it not as a possible or particularly plausible reality, rather as an ideological negative space to arrive at their final point of discussion. Except their final point of discussion never comes. Wainwright and Mann have spent all this time laying out their visions for a global capitalist sovereignty, a global communist sovereignty, a non-planetary capitalist sovereignty, and then in the last square they leave it to the reader to imagine how the world might look without a global sovereignty or capitalism. Wainwright and Mann's so-called Climate X is left deliberately vague, and in my opinion, this is a bit silly. I understand them not wanting to put themselves in the position where they stand up on their soapbox and say, this is how the world should be, and risk critique, or losing the interest and support of their reader. And I understand that in what they see as a very academic framework, making prescriptive statements feels ill-fitting, but why not even just describe the political future as imagined by the most radical eco-anarchists? You don't have to believe in any of these futures per se, but the 2x2 grid of political sovereignty and political economy that they form is a map for the future of our politics, and as fantasy fiction enjoyers can tell you, a map can actually make a really good start for telling a story. The framework that Wainwright and Mann laid out has provided a basis for a lot of climate politics. For example, some people calling for what they name Climate Lenin, a reappearance of Leninist revolutionary strategy in the specific context of climate collapse. In that way, both their Climate Mao and what they haven't said about Climate X represent corners of a theoretical framework that it's useful to examine even without a practicable reality, because it shows us the dimensions of climate-driven political thought. What I think is most missing from all their possibilities, however, is precarity. The material reality for more and more people is going to be that the hegemonic political framework simply isn't taking care of them. And therefore, the reality of our next 100 years hinges far more on precarity than anything else. If we're going to figure out what a more precarious future looks like, a great place to start is this.
The only real projection for like the next 100 years is that we don't fucking know. It could go very badly, very poorly. We could be at the beginning of a runaway climate scenario, or maybe it'll be fine and we'll save it all. You know, I don't know.
What will the capitalists do when there is nothing left to invest in except each other?
To walk attentively through a forest, even a damaged one, is to be caught by the abundance of life. Ancient and new, underfoot and reaching into the light. But how does one tell the life of the forest? We might begin by looking for drama and adventure beyond the activities of humans, yet we are not used to reading stories without human heroes. This is the puzzle that informs this section of the book. Can I show landscape as the protagonist of an adventure in which humans are only one kind of participant? Over the past few decades, many kinds of scholars have shown that allowing only human protagonists into our stories is not just ordinary human bias, it is a cultural agenda tied to dreams of progress through modernization. There are other ways of making worlds. Anthropologists have become interested, for example, in how subsistence hunters recognize other living beings as persons, that is, protagonists of stories. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Yet expectations of progress block this insight. Talking animals are for children and primitives, their voices silent, We imagine well-being without them. We trample over them for our advancement. We forget that collaborative survival requires cross-species coordination. To enlarge what is possible, we need...
Yeah, like, we can't keep, like, imagining ourselves as separate from nature. We are, like, spicy monkeys. Monkeys with a few more brain cells. It's not... We're not, like, divine beings. There's no, like, reason that we should dominate. Like, I hate it.
Other kinds of stories, including adventures of landscapes.
A broad critique you could make of Wainwright and Mann is not too far from Fisher's points in capitalist realism. Their projections of future politics go so far off the rails when they step outside of capitalism, in part because their analysis is very much rooted in the world order as it exists, and this means their ideas of non-capitalist futures don't feel situated in the real world. They don't emerge from our material conditions, but rather from the framework set out. For example, their idea of global communist sovereignty is centered around China because of the mass of workers who will be most affected by climate change, but their analysis has nothing to say about the total mass of people who will be unemployed, displaced, disregarded, and shut out of capitalism by climate change. They tell us that stopping climate change at this point would require a revolution of mythic proportions. While it isn't an implicitly defeatist statement, it does take the political framework as is and imagine it turning red. Rather than walking through the more realistic
Wait, how is that not defeatist?
possibility that the existing framework is crumbling to pieces, some of
Ape together strong stuff.
which may turn red, but most of which will perish. The collective agency of the dispossessed doesn't figure very strongly in their discussion. They say a revolution of mythic proportions is required to get us out of this. I say one already got us into this. The shift to neoliberal capitalism was, despite being done at the administrative, state, and electoral levels, a revolution of the corporate bourgeoisie. It changed social relations on a fundamental level. The revolution to a political framework that can stop climate change will happen because it must, and it will happen for some countries in their elections and others in their streets. Not to say that radical electoral shift to social democracies worldwide is a workable vision for this politics, but rather that some countries will shift to eco-socialist politics without overwhelming immediate precarity. As I said earlier, it depends how hard each state tries to cut all the flowers in order to stop the spring. How soon this happens, depending on which states and therefore emitters we're talking about, will ultimately depend on how long the sabotage of the environment is allowed to go on. The ruling class are making bets on this premise, survival bunkers in New Zealand and so on. They see everything that gives them power as coming to an end, and
Yeah, motherfuckers are literally betting on the futures of water. The stock futures of water. Drinkable water. That's where we're at. So, prime time for a revolution.
and want to escape whatever comes next because there is no future for kings. But that doesn't mean there's no future for us. Climate Leviathan, the political tendency, not the book, already isn't a workable, realistic project, but the apparency of how unworkable it is going to drive people to doubt it faster and faster. Climate Behemoth will first reject Climate Leviathan on the terms that any sharing, even within a hyper-capitalist framework to fuck over the poor and make the ultra-wealthy near godlike in power, is still too much sharing. Trump's administration and post-Brexit Britain are perfect examples. Wainwright and Mann's futures are compelling and they can help us map out a new political landscape, but it is the uncertain, dispossessed, and precarious that will shape the future.
Ever since the Enlightenment, Western philosophers have shown us a nature that is grand and universal, but also passive and mechanical. Nature was a backdrop and resource for the moral intentionality of man, which could tame and master nature. It was left to fabulists, including non-Western, non-civilizational storytellers, to remind us of the lively activities of all beings, human and not human. Several things have happened to undermine this division of labor. First, all that taming and mastering has made such a mess that it is unclear whether life on Earth can continue. Second, interspecies entanglements that once seemed the stuff of fables are now materials for serious discussion.
It really is, like, it's so narcissistic and, honestly just dumb. It's a dumb idea to make a field of one crop. Why would you demolish a field full of hundreds of species of plants and insects just to put one plant? in all of it. That's obviously just a stupid and bad for everything. Like, everything, it plays together, you know? Like, obviously that's just gonna leach the soil, and there's nothing replacing it, and there's no, like, ecological, like, microbiological organisms. Like, I just, why are we doing that? Why do?
Discussion among biologists and ecologists who show how life requires the interplay of many kinds of beings. Humans cannot survive by stumping on all the others. Third, women and men from around the world have clamored to be included in the status once given to man. Our riotous presence undermines the moral intentionality of man's Christian masculinity, which separated man from nature.
In telling the story of our planetary future, it might help to get a clearer focus on the threat, the monster, the antagonist driving the plot. In We Are Nature Defending Itself, Jay Jordan and Issa Fremeau point out that some biologists have been calling human beings the future eaters. But of course, it is not all human beings who are engaging in the process of eating up our planetary future. They are pointing out, as I hope I have pointed out in the essay so far, that the struggle for a planetary future is a class struggle. It's important, though, to balance our antagonism for the ruling class with a systemic
No war but class war.
awareness, because without everyone's complicity in capitalism, the ruling class wouldn't have been able to do all the damage they have done and continue to do to the ecology. When we say that capitalism and climate change are inseparable, that to stop climate change you have to stop capitalism, that they are both facets of the same thing, I think it's important to acknowledge the other elements or facets that had to be present in order for this thing to exist. White supremacy, patriarchy, queerphobia, the lens in common between capitalism and the divine right of kings that treats abled bodies as valuable units of labor and disabled ones as a burden. This many-faceted thing is the future eater, a Frankenstein's monster of our collective social imagination.
Real.
Giving what I hope is the appropriate level of respect to both Leviathan and the sovereignty of capital, I think of this thing as the worm. The worm cannot live one day without us, and by our manufactured consent it is eating our planetary future. The worm, however, needs to always grow. It must dominate every conceivable horizon, and because of this it will eventually choke on its own tail. Capitalism, or if you like, the worm, is killing huge numbers of us every day, and it will kill more and more of us. Mass death due to climate change has become inevitable. As the collapse of the systems we are used to progresses and people fall into precarity, society will have an ever-growing precarious fringe, which is also what I call the haircut I gave myself during the pandemic. Sorry, Americans, that doesn't translate. Ever-growing precarious bangs, I guess?
Sometimes common entanglements emerge not from human plans, but despite them.
So what kind of world will the precarious be living in? To talk about how people take care of each other, we need to talk about reproductive labor. Reproductive labor is all the work that goes into reproducing the society in which that labor takes place. Primarily, this means reproducing the workforce, so having and raising kids, but specifically raising those kids to perform productive or reproductive labor in society. It's worth noting that the majority of reproductive labor, unlike practically all productive labor, is unpaid. It's also worth noting that the majority of reproductive labor is performed by women. So when I say raising those children to perform productive or reproductive labor in society, we're aware that in many cases, which way that goes depends on gender. Lots of people aware of the struggle for women's liberation in the modern era still conceive of the patriarchal enslavement of women for reproductive labor as a natural state. In reality, different cultures and societies throughout history have organized reproductive labor in all sorts of different ways, and the enslavement of women in European history that was then carried as a societal template all around the world by colonialism emerged from a specific historic moment that we don't really like to think about, because the idea of women being relatively free and then being enslaved is unspeakably horrible. It took centuries of genocidal all-out war on women to enact the enclosures in Europe and to force women into the submission and dependence from which we are still trying to free ourselves. If we're shit-talking human beings, I won't call...
Yeah, and capitalism, it thrived best when the women were at home. Period. Doing unpaid labor. Like, these things are intrinsically linked. The nuclear family is a fabrication of capitalism. Before that, the most common family structure was the extended family structure, which simply makes more sense.
Us the future eaters, but I will say we're the only species who've invented a socio-political panopticon to enslave half of our own population. Frogs and fungus don't have misogyny, and they are better for it. I don't see enough people talk about the massive women workers' strike that started the Russian Revolution, or the fact it started on International Women's Day. This isn't the place, but I think sooner or later we're going to have a conversation about how successful revolutions need reproductive labor, and in the case of socialist revolutions, that means having half your comrades be women. Marxism without feminism is like a handle without a cup. For people who are living precariously, the security of a roof over your head, your next meal, warm, clean and dry clothes and so on is not a sure thing. This is why they form what I'm calling communities of care, where the reproductive labor is in a highly fungible arrangement to afford stability and mitigate harm. In, say, the US military, the reproductive labor remains in rigid structures designed to maximize its potency as a fighting force. By contrast, in communities of care, the fight is against precarity, and the front line is care labor. To give more insight into communities of care, I think it makes sense for me to talk about the one with which I'm most familiar, the London trans community. Silvia Federici is a Marxist feminist most famous for her seminal work Caliban and the Witch, which describes the enclosures and the enslavement of women and the emergence of capitalism in medieval Europe as discussed above. In Wages Against Housework, describing the traditional household as a workplace where the man is the boss and the woman the employee, Federici says,
"Homosexuality and heterosexuality are both working conditions, but homosexuality is workers' control of production, not the end of work.
In a typical heterosexual household, who does
control of production?"
Wait, what? Wait, what? Homosexuality is workers' control of production, not the end of work. Interesting.
Not the end of work.
In a typical heterosexual household, who does the dishes would be an assumption. In a homosexual one, it would require a conversation, but as Federici is pointing out, the dishes would still need doing. In my household, all the workers are on strike until negotiations have been resolved. I bring this up because the households and social relations in the community I'm talking about are neither typical nor typically heterosexual. This community helps people find housing and employment and other things that can be especially precarious for people like us. It helps people navigate Britain's utterly impossible healthcare system, get through trauma and big life changes, and build relationships of found family. It also creates events and spaces where people can go to and be themselves, and crucially, none of the reason that anyone does any of it has anything to do with profit or capital. My friend doesn't practice all week for the gig at the warehouse flats because it's a big gig, an opportunity to get eyes on her work, to get scouted by an industry executive. It's none of those things. She does it because she cares about her art, about her music, and about sharing it with people she cares about. She does it because she loves her community, and that has nothing to do with making money. Sometimes we sing songs just for each other.
What do you mean? People would still do things without the incentive of profit? Wow. Wow. I mean, people just they just like doing things? Incredible.
I wouldn't want to paint a picture that pretends that reproductive labor is never contentious. One woman I know has spent weeks working on a shared space that's also a community hub, that's also where some of her friends and partners live. Partly, she wants to spend her time, a lot of which she spends there, in a nicer space, but moreover, she wants the people she cares about to live in a nicer space. Rigidly designated roles in this kind of community would imply a kind of formalized structure that doesn't exist in this kind of community because of the way that it organically responds
Wow, who would have guessed people want to do things? Yeah.
to precarity. But obviously, people can still slide into de facto roles, and for her, being the de facto cleaner of this space wasn't what she signed up for. She wants to do the work to improve the space, as long as it isn't her job to do it. These community roles also, in their non-description, are reached through a kind of balancing act of personal capacity, and, naturally enough, don't have names. I couldn't possibly give a name to the role that another friend of mine plays in the community. She runs a regular sports group with a fund donated to by members for other members who can't afford the related fees. Lots of queer events are run at cost or by community donations. She also uses her flat as a social space after the group, a place for her friends when they're feeling overwhelmed, and a place for people to gather before big parties, which she likes to help people get to and from in large groups. You know, because transgender in public and so on. She also uses these same skills in organising people to go to protests, or facilitating people to do things like share medicine if their doctor's fucking them around, find a place to live, or even organise their own social events. She also constantly lends people books, apparently for no other reason than a passion for the things she has read and a desire to offer people chances to learn. All that is
a real comrade. That's what you call them, a comrade.
Voluntary reproductive labour, and not only can I not name it, but if I did, it would imply too much of a transactional obligation. So I'll just say, if you ask me what kind of people we need to live in a better world, I'd say more people like her. All the individual people in our community are also doing so-called productive labour in exchange for money, of course. It's undeniably contained within capitalism, though the social relations are themselves not capitalistic. It's less perfectly utopian and more from each according their ability to each according their need plus rent and bills.
There are no matsutake mushrooms without such evanescent mutualities. There are no assets at all without them. Even as entrepreneurs concentrate their private wealth through building alienation into commodities, they continue to draw from unrecognized entanglements. The thrill of private ownership is the fruit of an underground common. Foragers have their own way of knowing the matsutake forests. They look for the lines of mushroom lives. Being in the forest this way might be considered dance lines of life pursued through senses, movements, and orientations. This dance is a form of forest knowledge, but not all the dances are alike. Each dance is shaped by communal histories with their disparate aesthetics and orientations.
In The Mushroom at the End of the World, Singh describes a forager she met at one point who goes by the moniker of Matsi Man. By her account, Matsi Man, as in Matsutake Man, if that wasn't clear, is quite a character. He forages for mushrooms primarily by feeling the forest floor for textures and shapes that feel like the mushrooms, and his self-styling, or brand as you might think of it, comes from his passion for foraging for Matsutake. On his website, Singh tells
like Salt Bay, but he's Mushroom Bay.
Tells us he has a section which asks this seemingly autobiographical question, who is Matsi Man? To which he answers, anyone who loves hunting, learning, understanding, protecting, educating others, and respects Matsutake mushrooms and its habitat is Matsi Man. And I just found that delightful, so now it's in the essay. You're welcome. Sing on Matsi Man's method.
But he showed me how to get down
Oh, this painting time lapse is so cool. I love this.
On the ground and feel the leaves with my hands until I found a promising texture, a lump. We were looking for mushrooms by feel alone. For me, a new way to learn the forest. We trust our eyes too much. I looked at the ground and thought, there's nothing there. But there was, as Matsi Man found with his hands. Getting by without progress requires a good deal of feeling around with our hands.
Stories are incredible guidelines in order to be able to imagine the future, in order to be able to imagine the end of capitalism more easily than the end of the world, but feeling around with our hands is important too. At risk of mixing my metaphors, here's what John Berger has to say about feeling in ways of seeing.
To touch something is to situate oneself in relation to it. Close your eyes, move around the room, and notice how the faculty of touch is like a static, limited form of sight.
And to me that's what this means. We have to reach out and touch what we can of the future in order to situate ourselves in relation to it. Now, more than ever in our lifetimes, the future is hard to see, and tomorrow it'll be even.
Yeah, it's like the classic adage, you should think globally and act locally. You should be aware of all these massive structures like capitalism and patriarchy and racism, of course. Stay aware, stay woke to those forces. But what you should focus on, I think, more than that is what you can reach out and touch immediately right now. Like, what can you help or fix right now? What relationships can you build with the people in your community to make everyone's lives better as much as you can, you know? I think that's like so invaluable.
Even harder than today, but maybe if we can reach out and touch the future, we can still see it in a static, limited sense. One thing we can say about the next 100 years is, it's certainly going to be interesting. Or, as Anna Lowenhaupt Singh puts it,
precarious living is always an adventure.
Blue oysters are a strain of oyster mushrooms, Pleurotus austriatus, which, at least for me, were only ever blue at the start of each flush, with the colour getting softer and paler as the caps grew bigger. As with the pink oysters, these blue fellas required next to no maintenance. As Paul Stamets says in Growing Gourmet and Medicinal Mushrooms, the oyster mushrooms are easiest to grow. Pleurotus austriatus is an extraordinarily interesting mushroom from many viewpoints. It is highly tolerant and responsive to carbon dioxide levels. In fact, the cap-to-stem ratio is an accurate measurement of carbon dioxide levels in the growing room and is used as a visual cue by oyster cultivators for increasing air exchange. This mushroom species is also super sensitive to light levels. When the mushroom is exposed to high light levels, pigmentation of the cap is usually enhanced. Blue strains become bluer, brown cap strains become a richer brown. Similar results are also seen at lower end temperatures given constant light conditions. Here are my opinions. I'm going to take the step to say what I think will actually happen, and I welcome discussion and criticism of it, because I recognize that I know far from everything, even as I'm taking my best shot at saying where I really think the climate crisis will take us. I'll start with what there is to actually do, because I don't want anyone to mistake any of this for what I would do if I was in charge. We should never be asking ourselves this, because we never will be, and it's the most basic way that the ruling class keeps us locked into a perpetual capitalist realism and manufactures our consent for their utterly inhuman decisions. The only way we could even vote to stop climate change would be if there was enough organized worker power that there were a possibility of a party getting in whose platform were to stop capitalism. So even the question of voting becomes a somewhat trivial matter of harm reduction until we do the things to take care of each other first. We can't dictate policy without first changing the nature of society to be more democratic. We can't get world leaders to listen to what is moral rather than the interests of the ultra-wealthy. What we can do is build structures and communities of care beyond capitalism while even within it. Workers' unions, yes, but tenants' unions, mutual aid networks, and feminist collectives too. Organizations that help people manufacture the supplies they need for crises, like the Common Humanity Collective does with face masks and air purifiers. Collectives that take care of the needs of minorities in ways that majorities will ignore, like so many in queer communities the world over, or the way the Black Panthers worked to provide free meals and education to children. Moreover, we need to reach out to our neighbours in ways that are flexible, acephalous, and forward-thinking, so that even the unexpected can be mitigated. Beyond that, we should be
acephalous.
Ready for our communities to work together with others to build something bigger and better than the sum of its parts. If people do the things they can to prepare for what climate
Acephalous. Lacking a head or having the head reduced. Lacking a governing head or chief. Oh, like, decentralized leadership? Yes.
Climate change is doing to the planet, organize in ways that withdraw from the sovereignty of capital and take care of each other instead, bring together and unite the fronts on which we are fighting, show enough people that the solidarity we can have for each other is also a platform on which to build a better world, then together we could have socialism on a planet with a wounded ecology, but with the supply chains and technologies to both provide for everyone and start to stabilize the damage capitalism has done to the planet. If that doesn't happen soon, then conditions are going to get much, much worse. More and more people are going to become precarious, and I honestly think the most likely outcome of that is also socialism. It obviously doesn't look like the world that we could build right now. I'd call it salvage communism.
Yeah.
After Singh's salvage
It's really like the most natural outcome.
accumulation. The communities of care that are already emerging and will continue to emerge as a result of precarity have the power to knit together people into a stable and secure society. Any states that first reckon with capitalism's inability to deal with crisis and then undergo radical reform towards socialism will become a part of this that in some ways carries on the forms and structures of the world today. The states that try to protect the sovereignty of capital will be left behind by their own collapse as more of their population find themselves on the short end of the ever-increasing gap between the ultra-wealthy and the working class. As for states that resort to reaction and fascism, while it may not be a pleasing or reassuring answer, they have no endgame. Fascism is a death cult. The overall emergent social relations of the next 100 years are going to be socialist, whether it means an abundant socialism now or salvage communism in the decades to come. It's a sliding scale. The reason I say that I'm not here to provide hope is that I think hope has a lot to do with what you're hoping for. If you're hoping for the world to stay the same and not change, I can't offer that. My perspective doesn't preclude all melancholia. I walked through London and I burst into tears because I saw a cherry tree and the thought hit me like a bus. I really hope we save cherry trees. I soberly wonder if our sky will remain blue or be blue more often than not. But as for human beings surviving, taking care of each other, living rich and meaningful lives, we've been doing it the whole time so far. I can't imagine why we would stop now.
I mean, shit, do you ever see the blue sky in London? I mean, I'm sure that's a stereotype, but I don't know how many blue skies you get.
We need to consider for a minute what the end of the world actually means culturally, historically, philosophically. The end of the world means the final tally of the struggles that have shaped our lives. If the world ends, the worm wins. I don't think you're sad. I think you're angry. I think this kind of depressive pessimism comes out of being mad as fuck and feeling like there isn't anything you can do about it. I'm angry too, and I know that my anger sometimes comes from looking at how much we would have to do to make a difference, and then it extends out to other people who are looking at the task ahead with tired eyes. I've gotten angry looking at Doomers talk because I think if they just stop believing the world would end, then they could actually stop the world from ending. It's all their fault! But it's not their fault. And it's not them who deserve my anger, it's the parliaments of the world who act as a special organ of the greater parasite, the worm, shutting down all radical thought as a self-preservation mechanism. They're doomers because they're invested in electoral politics, a purposely distracting bullshit machine that eats all your time and energy and will never bear fruit. I'm actually writing this because I want people to be angry. I want people to be as angry as I am when I hear people defeatedly declare, "We're all going to die." I want you to hate the Future Eater, and to understand that when we say we're all going to die, what we're actually saying is that capitalism is going to win and humanity is going to lose. I can't stomach saying that anymore. I can barely even stomach hearing that anymore because I think humanity is going to win, and humanity winning means there is no end, no final judgment, no closing score. I know there will be more after capitalism chokes to death on its own excretions and exhaust fumes, and after it takes millions, perhaps billions of us with it, and all we have to do to make what comes next beautiful and loving and kind is start now to imagine the end of capitalism and not the end of the world. For people like me who others look to as some kind of thought leader in leftist politics, our job doesn't have to be to lead anything. Just talk about it. Because
Man, that's like really like struck to the core of it, right? Like it is in general much harder to be optimistic. It requires you to like have trust and like just hope in general, faith. It's literally a leap of faith. But in some ways, I do think it's better to be disappointed by being too optimistic than to have your pessimism realized by your own inaction. It's tough.
mass unrest is coming. Our job is to imagine a better world together and wholeheartedly reject the idea that the world is going to end because we believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Our job as influencers, leftist content creators, political educators, philosophers, is to talk about how we can do things differently, and always to remember that the future is unknowable and determined by how hard we fight now for a...
Hope and trust is hard to have when you keep getting fucked over by the system. But it's something we need to do. Right. Yeah. Like, obviously, like, don't have hope in the system. But hopefully we can salvage hope in each other. You know? I do think there's a lot of good people out there that, like, mean well.
A loving world. The only people who think that influencers have the kind of social capital to actually meaningfully lead something politically don't really understand how being an influencer works. I'm not rich or particularly well connected, and I can't be involved in particularly radical stuff because my face and name are all over online. Like, if dick pics were dollars, I'd be able to afford my prescriptions. Hope this clears things up. For my part, I've been making a weekly show for over a year now called Red Planet. The tagline is, capitalism has failed, communism is coming, let's talk about how we get there. And that's what we do. We hold discussions about
Believing people in their ability to overcome and change. Yeah, exactly.
how to live in a better world and how to take care of each other. We cover protest and resistance news, and we interview activists and organizers from around the world about what they do and how they do it and how our audience can do it as well.
In our work, we have one foot in the activist world and one foot in the art kind of world, or the art space,
Yes.
active space. And in art space, you can spend 3 years rehearsing, finalizing a performance that lasts 3 minutes, and where you pull a tulip out of your arse and everyone's happy. If in the activist world, you're in emergency all the time. There are people dying in the Mediterranean. The sea levels are rising, temperatures rising, the droughts are coming. You've got to act now.
For just a little bit of what we've done so far, we interviewed one of the founders of Just Stop Oil, we talked to some people in prisoner solidarity networks, and we interviewed an anarchist chemist who gives people the instructions on how to make abortion medications in places where they're illegal.
You see it starting in the diabetic communities now, because it's been so critical that people are dying in ways that are more visible.
But a lot of people, I think, haven't really thought more about our relationship to land as not just some, I guess like the decommodification of land, and it's like that's like the next step, and is like, it's crucial to, I would say, any kind of like larger long-term leftist project.
It feels like an up-close look at those fronts we're all fighting on: mutual aid, anti-fascism, fossil fuels, finance capital, border abolition, justice, and I feel really lucky to be a part of it. We're just reporting on what seems obvious and inevitable to us. We're not advocating for anything other than people to take care of themselves and each other. Obviously, I'm just plugging my show right now, but also I think there's a really good reason to talk about it in this essay.
It's a good show.
Because I think this is what the online left really needs more of: a real and meaningful connection to the offline left, to the real world, and to direct action, not just a space for abstract ideological discussion. For that reason, please also check out It Could Happen Here and everything made on Cool Zone Media and Popular Front. They seem to be the other main people doing this. The vast majority of work to be done is in taking care of each other. The other fronts of leftist politics will keep on drawing attention because of their urgency and danger, like the climate, like the threat of fascism, but it's reproductive labor that keeps a society ticking over. The real work in defeating the sovereignty of capital, whether because we are pushed into precarity or because we start preparing against it now, is in refusing to let it dictate our lives, refusing to delegate our power and responsibility to each other to capitalist states. We must care for each other like nodes in a mycelium, and then we could see what wonderful fruits could be born out. Does the wheat move from the field to the mill, to the baker's oven, to the plate, to the mouth because of money? No. The infrastructure we have right now is enough to feed all of us already. Is a crying baby comforted, swaddled, and fed because it pays its family? Okay. Does a parent see nothing in their child's eyes except a future return on investment the way a banker looks at a stock? No. Money is a system of instructional tokens we don't actually need in order to act like human beings normally act towards each other. A metaphysician might tell us nothing is as desirous as desire itself, nothing as beautiful as the platonic ideal of beauty. Along similar lines, it makes some sense that money, the real abstraction of the concept of instruction and obedience, would be so able to reshape the world around it. In short, cash rules everything around me. Nonetheless, we are the ones who carry out the instructions, and money may be instructional, but we could refuse those instructions. Money means nothing if we can feed each other for free. For something to be free, we understand, it means that it doesn't cost anything, but to put it a different way, you could say it's free of money. And when you think about it like that, doesn't it sound nice to be free of money? Well, if we had everything we needed for free, we ourselves could be free too. The reality of our world is that one class in society has all the money, and so all the ability to instruct. And by giving the subjugated class just enough to get by, but never enough to do more than instruct others to give them their essentials for survival, they are telling us to perform society the way they like it. And we do it because they tell us to, and because they give us a little token that says we must, but we could just as easily not. Ours is the class that makes everything happen. When the choice is between obedience and extinction, and survival and freedom, I'm willing to bet that humanity will choose to free itself. Are you? After all my grows, after my successes and failures, my complications and discoveries, I realized something was still missing, growing mushrooms at home. It's deeply special to be able to nurture them to grow in these controlled conditions, and they still come out beautiful, but what makes mushrooms special, the reason I fell in love with funguses, mosses, and molds in the first place, wasn't there. Because I was trying to take the mushrooms out of their context, out of their community.
Bring them home!
What do you do when your world starts to fall apart? I go for a walk. And if I'm really lucky, I find mushrooms. When you go foraging, always go with friends. Make sure to be with someone who's been before so they can show you how, and then when you've been enough times, you can show other people. Each one teach one. Pack smart, not heavy. Bring just the right things you need to get the job done. And remember, there are things out there that look like what you want but aren't. And they can get you sick, so it's really important to know the difference. Because the smart forager doesn't necessarily come home with lots of what they want, but none of what they don't. The world is not ending, it's changing. And a better world is not only possible, it is already out there, waiting for us to find in each other.
Oh, I want to learn foraging now. I never really cared that much about mushrooms like this kind, but now I want to learn. So pretty. The ultimate hidden truth of the world is that it is something that we make and could just as easily make differently. True. That was very good. I am glad, I'm actually glad it wasn't like your classic, like hopium content.
For watching. I'd really like to start by thanking everyone who gave their voices for quotes in this video.
You know, it can get a little cheesy, a little preachy, but no, this was perfect. Brilliant. Delightful. And I want to grow mushrooms and or learn how to forage. Hell yeah. All right. I'll be back in a minute.
Anyway.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. Somewhere we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, a few years flew past you, and you worried, didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described them. And now that another bird is past, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Right. Now we can do a practical guide to systemic change.
Hey, don't move on my toe.
It is getting kind of late. Sheesh. Damn, that took me so long. Wait, did that really take me like 4 hours? Dead ass? Oh my god. Damn, I do be talking though. Well. Yeah, this one's an hour and a half. Oh, I know it's gonna be good though. Let's do what we can. Dr. Fatima is great. Pasolini.
What does it mean for a thing to be systemic? If you asked an astrophysicist, they might tell you that it's something that describes a whole system. The systemic velocity of a galaxy, for example, describes how the center of mass of a galaxy is moving, as opposed to the orbital motions of its stars or the infalling movement of its gases. Trust me, I used to be one. That's exactly what we would say. However, as is usually the case, the astrophysical take is not particularly useful to most people here. I think most of the time when people say something systemic, they...
Is it ever a useful thing to do an astrophysical explanation for the average person? Probably not.
mean in the socio-political way, right? Systems of oppression or systemic change, dismantling systems. Like the kinds of things I talk about in my other videos where I read scientific institutions for filth. But here's the thing with talking about systemic issues on the internet. Everybody's gonna ask you how to fix it. Like just casually, cool talk, so how do we change the system? What are your like top 10 tips for radically restructuring this centuries-old international, driven by political, military, economic, social interests thing that is science? First off, flattered. The amount some people overestimate my knowledge will never cease to amaze me. But eventually, when the
please save everyone. Thanks.
Internet stranger validation fades, I'm left with the hugeness and impossibility of that question. How are we supposed to change anything? The systemic issues that hurt most people in society, they're massive, they're historic, they're powerful, they're far-reaching, ever-evolving, unfathomably complicated. And I'm just one individual. Like, what am I supposed to do about anything? How can an individual even affect systemic change? Like, what would that even mean? I don't even know if I know what that means anymore. Like, what does it mean to change a system? How am I supposed to do a thing where I don't even understand?
Real.
All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth is change. God is change.
Let's go. All the homies. Let's go. Everybody.
So why am I making a video about this instead of dark matter or whatever other imaginary thing people like to hear astronomers talk about? I want to address 2 points that come up in my comments a lot.
Okay, dark matter is interesting though.
And are fair, but not necessarily practical to engage with in every single discussion of any social influence in science. First is the person who just doesn't believe systemic oppression is a thing. I've sometimes started from the premise that systems like patriarchy or white supremacy exist, and some people apparently take issue with these premises. So today, I will humor that response.
The very basic facts about reality. They just outright dismiss them. Classic. I love starting there. That's so fun.
Really break down the starting assumption that systems of oppression are a thing that exists and have the capacity to affect, for example, who become scientists. And hopefully, I won't have to justify this point again, meaning I just won't. But I imagine a lot of you already understand how significant a feature in our society
I love her.
Systemic oppression is, and are interested in hearing more than just the zero authority.
Recently listened to Adam Conover's podcast where he interviewed an expert on dark matter. Ooh, Pog. God, I love Adam.
version of this conversation. Which brings me to the second kind of response I always get. The person who asks me how we can fix STEM as if it's a real question someone can just answer. For that person, I want to perhaps not answer, but at least start to unpack that question. Because while, for reasons we'll get into later, I don't believe there's a clear-cut answer, I can at least share how I've come to think about systemic change in a way that's personally helped me manage that sense of doom that one seems to permanently acquire when they learn about the problems of the world. The Weltschmerz, as the Germans call it. So yeah, I'm gonna...
World pain. Yeah, that's good. That's a good word. German does have some W's.
Manage that sense of doom that one seems to permanently acquire when they learn about the problems of the world. The Weltschmerz.
The Weltschmerz.
As the Germans call it. So
I
yeah,
like it.
I'm gonna try to do both
I
of those
like it.
things in one go. Convince this...
Adam Sophie, the expert is POC, and she talked about the scientific community discriminatory, etc. Oh, Pog, I'll have to catch that. That's good.
skeptics that systems of oppression are real and bad, and convince the doomers that despite that, there is hope actually. Which seems like a lot, but in all fairness, I'm pretty good at this. Today's will be a show in 2
True.
acts. In Act 1, we'll break down a case study to generalize from: the underrepresentation of Black people in American STEM education. Anti-Blackness is of course not the only kind of systemic oppression that exists, and education is not the only context in which it operates. But again, it's a case study. In Act 2, we'll start thinking about solutions. Or at least start thinking about solutions. You'll see what I mean. We'll hear from some people, look at some examples, and share some resources in a way that's hopefully more productive than overwhelming. Not a lot of science in this one, y'all, but subscribe and hit the bell so you get notified when I put out this other video I'm working on about how dark matter isn't real. It's gonna be a banger.
Oh shit.
So where's the system everyone keeps talking about? So there's this thing in the United
System.
States where STEM higher education is really bad at recruiting and retaining students that aren't white or Asian, and this is across disciplines and gets worse with level of education. In an effort to understand this problem, some people came up with a model called the leaky pipeline. The visual is a pipe with several connection points representing
The STEM pipeline. Gross. Stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. I'm sorry. That was unnecessary. Slander towards STEM lords. System word counter at 3. Oh, stinky. Oh, this smells foul. Someone clean this up.
transitions between different stages of education and or professional training, and at each juncture, water is leaking out. As a result of these leaks, there is less and less metaphorical water available at each subsequent stage. So when we look, for example, at the fact that less than 2% of chemistry professors at the top 50 schools in the US are Black, despite Black people making up more than 12% of the nation's population, we can't explain that away by saying, I guess Black people just don't choose to pursue chemistry. We can see from the data that Black students are actually slightly overrepresented in the first year of college, and a good chunk of them graduate with chemistry degrees. But their underrepresentation increases at each level of earning a PhD, becoming a postdoc, and getting a professorship. And just in case you're wondering whether that data is time averaged and wouldn't show if things had improved and maybe they're actually better now, they're not. And in some fields, it's actually getting worse. But all these graphs and numbers they don't really tell us what the problem is. They illustrate that Black students who pursue STEM are less likely to make it than white students, but they don't give us any information as to the cause of the leaks, so to speak. This is actually a common criticism of the leaky pipeline as a model. As a metaphor, leaking implies passivity, but the reasons for underrepresentation are anything but passive. Some geoscientists have proposed an alternative model where they describe the path to a STEM career as a vicious or hostile obstacle course with barriers that have been put in place to slow down or exclude certain groups, which, while maybe a bit more dramatic sounding, does do more to guide our attempts at solutions. If the problem is leaks, then we can just shove more people into the pipeline to compensate. But if the problem is obstacles, then we actually have to examine why those obstacles exist in the first place. So to iterate on our zeroth order pipeline model, let's take a look at some of these obstacles. Now, my goal here is not to explain every cause of every leak in the pipeline. It's outlining enough to think about it productively. So to keep it simple, let's put everything into 3 buckets. Initial conditions, K through 12 education, and higher education. I know, buckets, pipes, don't worry about it. So to start, I don't think that most people need convincing that the better funded your school is, the better your educational outcomes, right? When publicly funded education is invested in via building schools, increasing teacher salaries,
Funded schools produce more educated people. You don't say.
Or distributing resources to schools serving low-income students, test scores increase across the board. And this makes
Keep it simple, stupid. True.
Perfect sense. Without adequate funding, schools have to deal with overcrowded classrooms. It's harder to hire qualified teachers and counselors. They might not have enough books or other materials that are needed for classrooms, etc., all of which have very tangible impacts on student learning. So if you're raising a kid and want to set them up for success, but you don't have the ability to pay the gratuitous amounts of money required for a private education, you're gonna want the place you live to have well-funded public schools. But here's an interesting quirk about public schools in the US. The majority of American students go to school in racially concentrated school districts. And this isn't a separate but equal kind of situation.
Concentrated. It's not segregated. It's just a high concentration.
On average, non-white school districts get $2,000 less per student than white school districts, which is a lot considering the national average per student is $13,000. And before you try to argue that it's just a class thing, poor non-white school districts receive almost $1,500 less per student than poor white districts. Now, one of the main reasons this racial gap in the funding of public education exists is because public schools are largely funded through property taxes, and America has a history of something called redlining. This really great video from Frank Laundrie explains how FDR used the New Deal to build up just enough of the white middle class to prevent a socialist revolution, but strategically denied Black Americans the same opportunity for prosperity through the establishment of government agencies like the HOLC and the FHA.
The HOLC created maps like this one. Whoa! That's redlining right there. What the fuck, Franklin? The green being first grade, the best, blue second, yellow third, and red fourth.
Due to redlining, yep.
The worst of them all.
Pre-watched. Precog.
If Black people were living in an area, boom, instant red. Instant red, like that episode of The Button.
Nice to meet you.
You too. You too.
Instant! While the HOLC did still help homeowners in red zones, it set a racial precedent that Black people, just for being Black, were higher risk borrowers. A racial precedent that the FHA couldn't wait to remix. The Federal Housing Administration appraisal standards included a whites only requirement. I know, America was racist all along. Who would have thunk?
Basically, to determine who was likely to repay their loans and therefore safe to lend to, the government used a very objective list of criteria that included the literal presence of Black people.
Frank is awesome.
I know what some of you might be thinking. Sure, that's history, but what's stopping Black people today from just moving to better neighborhoods? Well, besides the fact that it's kind of ridiculous to tell somebody that if they want a good
just move, forehead. If your house floods, just sell it, forehead.
Education for their kids, they're just going to have to leave their home and community for a potentially less welcoming environment. Housing discrimination is also a thing that exists. Audit studies on housing discrimination, which is where researchers have groups of white and Black people go, for example, apply for a bunch of different apartments and then look for trends in the results, have found that Black people experience housing discrimination in about half of their attempts to buy or rent housing. And just to make a quick point while we're on the topic of illegal discrimination, the existence of whatever kind of anti-discrimination law does not actually mean that that kind of discrimination
or like all of the like exposés they've done where a Black family's trying to sell their home and they like whitewash it, they like remove all the photos and they have like a white family do the open house and shit. It's like appraised much higher. It's so fucked.
discrimination can't happen. We can definitively prove that discrimination happens when we look at the statistical trends in this type of audit-based research, but it is extremely hard for an individual person who is being discriminated against to actually prove it in a court, especially considering that little pesky part of Title VI where it says it's specifically intentional discrimination that's not allowed. And I think we all know how possible it is to prove racist intention. So between historic redlining practices that shepherded Black residents into areas with low property values and the modern housing discrimination that keeps them there, Black children disproportionately find themselves stuck in school districts with increasingly underfunded schools, setting them up for failure from the start. And it doesn't get much better from there. While there is truly no shortage of racial issues in K-12 education, today I'm just going to focus on the school-to-prison pipeline, or the disproportionately high numbers of students from disadvantaged backgrounds, especially Black and brown students, that end up incarcerated. The aforementioned disparities in school funding is part of this problem. Unmet educational needs have been shown to lead to disengagement, dropouts, and court involvement. But again, there are actually more factors at play than just income inequality. One of the biggest factors is the ubiquity of zero-tolerance policies, which are mandated, strict, punitive measures for particular offenses, regardless of the gravity of behavior, mitigating circumstances, or situational context. In other words, it's a predefined list of problem behaviors that are the grounds for either suspension or expulsion, no questions asked. This is actually a really good example of how a policy can initially seem reasonable, but can be leveraged to preferentially expel or suspend Black students for talking out of turn with zero due process. Zero tolerance policies,
and that happens all the time,
these were initially introduced to address real problems like gun violence, and were the norm by the 90s when the government decided to withhold public funding from any schools that didn't both have a policy and agree to report all infractions to local law enforcement. Over time, these policies grew to include less severe infractions like tardiness or disruptive behavior, which were met with the same strictness as the more serious offenses. And eventually, minor infractions began to make up the majority of what was punished under these policies, with one study finding that 95% of out-of-school suspensions in 2006 were for minor, non-violent infractions. The kicker here is that when it came to objective offenses like smoking or vandalism, white students were actually referred more often than Black students. But when it came to more subjective offenses like disrespect or loitering, Black students were referred more than white students. So we've gone from reasonable sounding gun control to empowering racist teachers to expel or suspend any Black student they deem to be acting disrespectfully. And not to lay it on too thick, but this whole school to prison.
Yeah, no, that's like so common too for Black students to be called out for being like loud or disruptive when they're answering questions less than their white peers, you know?
Pipeline thing takes on an extra sinister dimension when considered in conjunction with a particular problem in disability justice. In his video on neurodiversity in the Black community, Tayo from the channel Colormind explains an apparent contradiction between the fact that Black children exhibit symptoms of ADHD at higher rates than white children, but are 70% less likely to receive an ADHD diagnosis, resulting in their behavior being interpreted not as the result of an ADA-recognized disability, but as defiance.
One reason for this discrepancy may be how Black children, both boys and girls, who exhibit ADHD symptoms tend to be seen by their educator. Malcolm, the class clown, Deontay, who play too much, Quran, who doesn't have home training. If you know, right? You know a Quran. For real. Oftentimes, children who disrupt the classrooms are dealt with reactively instead of proactively, as a problem to be solved swiftly and often as punitively as possible, not as a person with a set of circumstances that lead to a set of behavioral tendencies.
I'm so glad the useful bit included that joke. Tayo goes on to explain how, without the formal diagnoses of their white counterparts, Black students who exhibit ADHD behaviors are interpreted as defiant, labeled as troublemakers, and for the reasons we've already discussed, disproportionately end up in the juvenile or criminal justice systems. A misdiagnosis to prison pipeline, if you will. So many pipelines. And all this criminal justice stuff isn't even the whole picture of racism in K-12 education. Even if Black students end up in circumstances where they don't have to worry about literally getting arrested in school, there's still all that classic educational microaggressive stuff. There's tons of research that shows that being a black student in a predominantly white environment has demonstrably negative effects on learning and performance. But we will have ample opportunity to talk about those kinds of things in this next bucket. Oh boy, where to start? First, there's the massive problem of barriers to entry, a good example of which is the continued use of standardized.
Been raising the disparity of how black students are treated compared to others. Yeah. It's incredibly fucked up. And obviously that would disincentivize someone from pursuing higher education or even like wanting to finish school. It's hard enough, you know?
Testing in admissions decisions. I explained this in more detail in a video I made on diversity in STEM, but to recap here, the SAT, which is the main exam used for college entry, is both biased against black people, which means that they on average score lower, and also not a good determinant of college success. People tend to only pay attention to the first part of that statement, but pay attention to the second part. Not a determinant of college success. It's biased, and it doesn't work. Researchers have found that the SAT measures only about 18% of the skills that influence first-year grades, and even less of what influences subsequent grades, graduation rates, and professional success. So we're already off to a bad start. Past the racialized gatekeeping, there are the social effects of being a racialized minority. Stereotype threat that decreases academic performance, social ostracization from peers blocking study group opportunities, and of course, the professors who project their biases onto students. Seriously, that last one's a doozy. The degree to which professor biases dictate their student outcomes is wild. So college and
dude, it's so fucked. It's incredibly fucked up. I witnessed this like less so in college than in high school. I had one art teacher who would just like regularly berate my like black classmates like for no reason. Literally no reason at all. Just start going off on them. It was like definitely racially motivated.
Entry is biased against black students. College education quality is biased against black students.
It was so fucked because like they were literally like exchange students. Like from I think it was Kenya. And like imagine just like not even like having your family close to talk to that shit like about. Fuck. The exact same shit happened in my school. Yeah, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. And like with like the teachers' contracts and shit, like it would have been so hard to get them like fired from my like school. Like it was a private school, like I don't think that would have happened even if I had said something, but like, dude, I shouldn't have had to at like fucking 15, like going foreign exchange kids as a grown racist adult. Yeah, like, holy shit. Get a goddamn handle on your life, dude. Get a grip.
I think maybe the worst part of the whole racism in higher ed bucket might be how universities are literally grifting students in the process. Here's Victory, the creator, laying out this grift in his video on the college industrial complex.
What? The college industrial complex, a system in which higher learning institutions center capital, elitist values, and or the ability to uphold the status quo over the education of their students. Who? Literal children. Literal children, aka unsuspecting high school graduates and GED recipients. How? It centers capital by forcing higher learning institutions to utilize unsavory tactics such as the misinforming of prospective students in order to stay in business and make profit. It centers elitist values because of a few reasons.
Definitely go watch the rest of the video, not only to hear his reasons, but also to hear these really great conversations he has with a bunch of different black content creators about their experiences in academia.
There's something about extremely smart people saying woefully dumb things on a constant basis that is very disheartening and exhausting.
Facts. So Victory explains how the college industrial complex perpetuates this belief that a college education is your guaranteed ticket to economic prosperity, despite the reality we live in where there are tons of college graduates who are under or unemployed, and the fact that many of them will probably be in debt for the rest of their lives because of it. On the surface, this might not seem like a racialized thing, but of course, we have to consider some context. In a book called The Trouble with Passion, Aaron Check argues that our cultural obsession with advising students to follow their dreams perpetuates inequalities of race and class by being much riskier for some groups of people than others. Following your passion is more likely to lead to stable and satisfying employment if a person has safety nets, like a family that can provide financial support, and springboards, like cultural or social capital that provides opportunities. Both things, notably, are not distributed equally in society. So between this ideal of following your passion at any cost,
like the luxury to spend 8 to 12 years in school beyond high school, that's unbelievable amounts of privilege. Like insane amounts of privilege that I think many people don't even consider. Like, oh, well, like, just get educated, forehead. Like, just do it. Like, okay, like, how am I gonna pay for that, though? Like, literally, how do I survive in that time? Like,
the predatory practices of the college industrial complex and the relative lack of financial security and other resources available to Black people in America, things don't look good. It gets even darker when you add in the fact that in America, if you serve in the military, the government will pay for your education, which is why
imagine not having crippling debt out the jump. Yeah, God. I could never. I literally can't imagine it.
75% of US veterans report enlisting in order to receive educational benefits. Also, Black people, especially women, are overrepresented in the military. If you're wondering why the government still won't forgive student loan debt, pretty sure it's this. It's wild how seemingly separate institutions affect each other like this. Like, in this discussion of education alone, we've brought up the housing market, the criminal justice system, and now the military. But it also makes sense. None of these institutions are isolated. Education is in this interconnected system where all the different pieces are working towards the same end and probably reifying each other in the process. It's systemic. But let's pause on that conclusion just for a second. I've known a lot of people in academia who basically have the understanding of systemic racism that I've outlined here so far, who, you know, are very well-intentioned, very vocal about their anti-racist values, and that's all well and good. But there's actually still an important piece missing from this model that renders these people's desire for systemic change pretty useless. And that is the existence of feedback loops. It's kind of funny how scientists seem to forget about feedback loops when it comes to social phenomena, considering how necessary they are for describing scientific phenomena. Feedback loops are what we call it when causes and effects form a circle. Let's say you got a rocky little planet with some ice caps, and for some reason some of those ice caps melt. Now more of the dark surface is exposed, it absorbs more sunlight, the temperature increases, next thing you know, more ice melts, and then more surface is exposed, and then more light is absorbed, and then the temperature increases even more, and more ice melts, etc., etc., etc. Feedback loop. But while a feedback loop can certainly run away, it can also be reversed. Like, we could stick some mirrors all over our hypothetical fireball-destined planet. It will be more reflective, therefore absorbing less light, and the temperature will cool, which will make more ice form, which will make the surface even more reflective, which will cool the temperature further, which will make more ice form, etc., etc., etc. Feedback loops. And eventually all those little mirrors you put out aren't even necessary because the feedback loop has reinforced itself. Basically, feedback loops are why affirmative action is a good idea. So let's look back at the pipeline, but this time we're going to outline some feedback loops. I would have wanted to start at the end of the pipeline, but in reality there is no end. The experience of minoritization and the impacts that has on a person and their work don't just end because you're a professor or something. But let's just simplify and say our higher ed bucket is the end. Professors who make admissions and or hiring decisions are, to an extent, determining the racial makeup of their workplace by deciding who is in their department, and on a longer time scale, who's in the field. At the same time, they are affected by the racial makeup of their department and their field via something called white habitus. In a thoroughly data-driven piece of scholarship on race in the US, Eduardo Bonilla Silva defines white habitus as a racialized, uninterrupted socialization process that conditions and creates whites' racial taste, perceptions, feelings, emotions, and their view on racial matters. The basic idea is that when white people are segregated from people of other races, and in the US, they generally are, the tendency will be for them to develop negative.
It's crazy how many of these terms I hear like completely disconnected from like the author who made them. Like I've heard white habitus. I know what it means. I've never heard the person who coined the term, you know? Been happening like more and more recently as I'm like learning more theory and shit.
Beliefs about the people they're segregated from in order to be able to explain the segregation as something other than segregation. So in the context of academia, what this means is that white people in predominantly white STEM departments, consciously or not, will likely explain the lack of diversity around them as minoritized people being fundamentally bad or uninterested in science. And these often unspoken and generally incorrect explanations for why there are no black people around go on to prop up cultural beliefs like meritocracy that obscure this perpetuated bias from view. So if white admissions officers preferentially let in people of certain races, therefore determining the racial composition of their workplaces and fields, they'll have whatever negative beliefs they're operating under reinforced by the segregation they literally imposed on themselves. Feedback loops.
Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy type of shit. Like confirmation bias, but you're the one confirming your bias like actively.
Let's look back at our K through 12 ed circumstances that feed into the higher ed, where we talked about the ways discipline is employed to siphon black students out of classrooms and into the criminal justice system. One patch for this leak, so to speak, is hiring more black teachers. A large body of research has shown that black students having experiences with black teachers produces a wide range of positive outcomes. For example, connecting back to our point about discipline, black students who have black teachers experience reduced rates of exclusionary discipline at every level from elementary to high school, which, in light of our school-to-prison pipeline, is a very good thing. Unfortunately, American public school teachers are mostly white. Disproportionately so. It's like 80% in the teacher population versus like 60% in the general population. And go figure, black people are underrepresented as teachers by nearly a factor of 2. Knowing what we know, it would be only logical that if we were interested in improving the educational outcomes of black students, we would want to hire more black teachers. But, unless you're in Florida, teachers need college degrees, so the racist practices preventing black people—
Not Florida. I forgot they were hiring vets.
From earning degrees in higher ed are stymieing our ability to diversify the body of teachers, thereby reducing racist practices in K through 12 ed. Feedback loops. Finally, let's revisit those initial conditions. The things like housing discrimination that set black people up for suboptimal educational experiences before they even start school. There are a lot of ways that having a degree can make it easier to change those things. You need a degree to be a lawyer who advocates against discriminatory practices in court, or a writer of public policy who rethinks the way a city funds education, or a mental health clinician who provides pro bono services to in-need parents. The list goes on. Credentials are helpful, which is why I was so upset by this study whose primary finding was literally that white admissions counselors are more responsive to black students who present as deracialized and racially apolitical than they are to those who evince a commitment to anti-racism and racial justice. Basically, they did one of those audit studies where you send hundreds of letters from fake students to admissions officers and measure response rates, but instead of changing the race of the student, they changed whether or not the student talked about race in the letter. So like, one set of letters was from a fake student with a black-sounding name who wrote about their commitment to saving the environment from climate catastrophe, while the other set of letters was from a fake student with a black-sounding name who wrote about their commitment to African-American liberation. Can you guess which group the admissions officers were more amenable to? Can you guess why? This—
Huh. Curious. I wonder. I could never guess. We need Gremlo's FAP Florida annexation program. Yeah. True.
This finding is really interesting in and of itself. It speaks volumes to the way superficially progressive diversity agendas function, where the goal is to look as diverse as possible while still maintaining the values and hierarchy that created that lack of diversity in the first place. You know, we really do want Black students, just not the ones who are going to make their race like a thing. But in the context of our broader system, what this study is telling us is that at the point of college entry, the education system is literally screening for people that would challenge it. Like reactionaries who talk about there being no diversity of opinion in universities are like kind of right, but not in the way they think. It's this.
Man, it's crazy. Like I went to a really small private liberal arts university, and there was like some protests for like Occupy and for like the early days of BLM. And yeah, I guess which ones had security show up? Pepe Law. It wasn't Occupy. Pepe Law.
In order for a Black person to gain access to the power conferred by academic degrees, whatever that is, but it's certainly something, right? They have to at least pretend not to be interested in disrupting the racial order, which means that the people who would theoretically go all the way through the pipeline because they just bootstrapped so damn hard.
No, ACAB definitely includes campus security.
And then take their education and go back and use that to improve the initial conditions that made the leaks in the first place. Those people are being preferentially leaked out themselves because of higher ed gatekeeping. Feedback loops. So there are a few different takeaways I hope we can get from this model we've built up. One is that while on some level, yes, systems are institutions and policies and stuff like that, on another level, they're just people. At every single point in our model, there needed to be some person, whether a realtor or a teacher or a college admissions officer, who was there to perpetuate the system. And it just so happens that a lot of them have biases in the same direction. That is, a direction that disadvantages Black people over white people.
Yeah, like the status quo teaches people to uphold those systems. Of course, yeah. What now? What now? We haven't even gotten to Act 2. That might have to be for tomorrow. Oh my god.
Puts people like me somewhere in the middle, depending on how we behave. This is one of the points that Bonilla Silva uses to describe what it means for racism to be systemic. It emerges from the collective effect of many people's potentially unnoticed but nonetheless default racist tendencies that seem just like the normal way of doing thing and not any particular choice. Hence the title of his book I keep citing, Racism Without Racists. The other point that Bonilla Silva uses to describe what makes racism systemic is that it reproduces itself and therefore doesn't go away with time. In terms of our model, this means that the system creating racial...
Yeah, there's like this dangerous tendency to think that the youth will save us. Oh, well, like the youth, they get more progressive each generation. Which isn't, it's not necessarily true, actually. Unfortunately, racist people raise racist children. You know? Capitalists raise little capitalist children. We need everyone to save us. Yep. Yeah, we need literally everyone on board for this. Like, and... like, even people who aren't capitalist think that they could be, you know? Like, everyone raises their children to think that they could be a capitalist. You know, many consumers, yeah. It's some bullshit, man. Like, even at my, like, very, very, very liberal school, there was, like, a Young Conservatives of America, or whatever they're called, and they were always talking about how they were oppressed. Like, everyone's trying to, like, silence them, and how they, like, don't have Like they're just like ostracized and shit. Like, oh, ooh, poor conservative came to one of the most liberal fucking universities in America. Why did you do that? Yeah, they're so insane. Yeah. Yeah, it was Iowa, so you know. Brother's best friend voted conservative, and I live in Canada. Oh no. Oh no. You can save him, Copium. I'm oppressed as a white conservative. Wow. Yeah. Yep, pretty much.
Racial disparities in education isn't a one-way flow. It reinforces itself. Underrepresentation in higher education is not solely the result of racism in K-12 education.
I probably shouldn't let sound bites like that get out while I'm wearing just full camo. Well, half camo. Like, if you see this, it's fine. You know it's sun. But if you just, like, see me, like... I'm oppressed as a white... Can't be doing that.
Education, it is simultaneously the cause of it. Every point within the system has the capacity to perpetuate or interrupt the rest of the system. And then this system goes on to interact with other systems. Education apparently interfaces with housing and criminal justice. Science education affects science policy, affects science industry. Racism intersects with sexism or ableism. Just a whole big mess of systems reproducing each other in this self-perpetuating blob of misery. And excuse me for being a very literal physicist about it, but the boundary we draw around something when we call it a system is only theoretically separate from the whole rest of the universe. In reality, absolutely everything is constantly interacting with absolutely everything, which is a bit...
The system!
Over...
The system! It's all connected! All the systems are one system!
Overwhelming.
I want some Hassan merch. It looks so good. It is. It's very, very comfy. And it's also very long. I never get pants that are long enough. And I will say they're very long. I don't know if you need that, but a huge W. But it's also very comfy.
Like, what do we do with all this information? How does anything change? I think we could use an intermission after all that.
Real.
Take some deep breaths. Have a sip of water. Hydrate yourself. Maybe
Water
stretch a bit
time.
if you're feeling tight. Do whatever you need to do to just unclench. Maybe go outside for a little. I think I'll do that actually.
Sniffer.
While we're on our break, I wanted to mention my Patreon real fast. It does feel a little weird to self-advertise in the middle of this conversation, so maybe if you're feeling generous, go donate to the Atlanta Solidarity Fund first. Send something to help the forest defenders stop Cop City if you can. It's a massive issue right now for American racial and environmental organizing. If you've done that and can still spare a few dollars, consider joining my Patreon, which, while definitely not the revolution, does help me out a lot.
But Cop City, on God. Literally, I heard rumors about LA building one soon. Is that... I didn't even actually have time to look into that, but I'm sure they will be planning many a thing. ACAB till I die.
This video's taken me months to make, and I'm hoping to start making videos full-time soon, which is something I can only even conceive of because
That way, California? Yep, indeed.
My wonderful Patreon supporters. They've all pledged a few bucks a month to support my work, which I am eternally grateful for and humbled by. And as a small token of my appreciation, I put up any extra content I make there. Q&As, interviews, little updates, things like that. No worries if that's asking too much. You know what's best for you. We all got bills to pay. I'd appreciate it if you're able, but I also just appreciate you being here. So have a little break. Take care.
Yeah, I love her.
Of yourself, and let's get back to it.
Chaos is God's most dangerous face, amorphous, roiling, hungering, shape chaos, shape God, act, alter the speed or the direction of change, vary the scope of change, recombine the seeds of change, transmute the impact of change, seize change, use it, adapt,
I thought it was Jordan Peterson. Oh my god.
grow.
So now for the part everyone's actually here for. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? A few caveats before I get into this. First
Please save us.
of all, everything I've
Please prevent World War III.
talked about so far has been anti-blackness specifically, but this next part of the video I've tried to make not specific to any particular systemic issue, which means some amount of generalization, a pretty significant amount of generalization. So there's necessarily going to be a lot of gaps here.
What's the dog doing?
A lot of the examples we look at are still going to be related to racism and or education, but the concepts are generalizable to different contexts. Also, I should clarify that my goal isn't to say what should be done in the abstract. I'm pretty uninterested in debating what some theoretical powerful person should do. I want to give you a theoretical framework to think about how you can contribute to what it is that you care about. However, each of you are unique individuals for whom the answer to how do I change X system will be different. So again, generalizing. You're gonna have to fill in some gaps yourself. We'll go through this in a sequential-ish order. If you're newer,
I needed you to give me an exact step-by-step prescription of what to do.
to this kind of thing, you might find value in the earlier parts, and if you're a bit more seasoned, I imagine the later points might be more useful to you. And finally, take everything I say with a huge grain of salt. I am but one silly little goose who has been trying
That's Dr. Goose to you.
to answer this question for myself, and I've done a lot of work to, synthesize my experiences and knowledge and conversations with others into this digestible little list for you, but it is inevitably imperfect and incomplete. But, as will be a theme throughout, I am not going for perfect, I'm going for pragmatic. I just want to give you enough information to go out and do something with it. So here it is, here's the listicle. Top 10 tips for doing a systemic change. God damn. Number 1.
Not the BuzzFeed.
Update your understanding of how change happens. Before we start trying to do change, we first have to understand, how change happens. Unlearn the idea that big systemic social problems have a singular root cause somewhere that, if addressed, would fix everything. This one goes out to all the people who comment on my videos that the solution to everything is to simply abolish capitalism, and I don't exactly disagree, but I don't find that useful.
Just get rid of capitalism. Easy. Forehead. We'll have, yeah, true.
As a concept.
It's very easy to make things like structures with a Marxist way of thinking, and then it's so large of a problem that your only option is to co-opt the state. You have to then target the state because it's the only thing currently that's powerful enough to influence these systems quickly. And that's a viable way to approach the situation, to be clear. But you really limit your options for doing things, I think, when you think of systems as these solid, rigid structures.
Basically, if the criteria for the work you're trying to get involved in is will abolish capitalism, you're probably going to be disappointed. It's also easy to erroneously localize change in time. Imagining a particular moment somewhere in the future where the big change will happen, instead of seeing history as continuous and as us being in the process of making history in literally every moment. And this
Yeah, it is. It is incremental. Incremental change, slow and steady wins the race, all that. It's much more sustainable to do change incrementally, day by day, tangibly, than waiting for the day of the revolution, Yeah, exactly.
goes both ways. Whether I'm waiting for climate apocalypse or the People's Revolution, I'm seeing change as a singular moment and not a continuum. It's easy to think of it this way considering how often history is taught as the stories of great men, and we learn about the moments in which these great men changed the world. But this framework obscures the effort of all the other human beings preceding or supporting or resisting these great men and their big changes. Critically, it prevents us from seeing our role in the development of the world unless we can become one of these great men who can single-handedly overthrow the system. And since that's obviously unattainable for most of us, the alternative is to
now check.
Be a plebe waiting around for the revolution. Or in other words, do nothing, a choice which happens to be very helpful for self-replicating systems of oppression. So how else could we think about change?
And a quote that helped me with that was just sort of, you make the biggest impact in the smallest spaces. So like, starting small ultimately reverberates to make a larger impact.
I am making the effort to see people and participate in things that I know are making a change, at least in my small corner of the world. And if everyone just works on their corner, like, wow, then the world is better.
Adrienne Marie Brown, a writer that has significantly influenced my own thinking about social
Clean up, everybody, everywhere.
change, conceives of social systems as fractals. How we are at the small scale affects how we are at the large scale. The micro affects the macro. As above, so below. However you like to say it. Systems are feedback loops, so any point within them has the capacity to affect all the other points and therefore the system at large. We need to move from competitive ideation, trying to push our individual ideals, to collective ideation, collaborative ideation. It isn't about having the number one best idea, but having ideas that come from and work for more people. This is from her book, Emergent Strategy, which is basically like a how to...
Everybody clean up. Everybody do their share. Wait, was Barney brainwashing us to be commies? It's communist propaganda. Wait, is it not Barney? I don't know. Wait, there's so many versions. Oh, it was.
Picking stuff up isn't much fun.
It can be.
I'm sorry. I'm probably going to get claimed on this, but I'm willing to risk it.
All right, Whitney. So, let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Now it's time to put away everything that we took out. When the place is nice and clean, it makes us feel so proud. We
always clean up, clean up.
To show we really care.
We always clean up, cause we like to do our share.
Oh, yes we do. After we have had our fun, playtime's coming to an end. We sure know it helps a bunch if we can all pitch in.
We always clean up, clean up.
Sharing labor? That sounds like some socialist, communist bullshit. This isn't the song I was thinking of, though.
Cause we like to do our share. Yes, we like to do our share. Clean up, everybody.
This is the one! Here it is! Okay, here we go.
Everywhere, clean up, everybody do your share. Clean up, everybody everywhere. Clean up, everybody do your share.
I can't tell if it's communist propaganda or if it was, like child labor propaganda.
Clean up, everybody everywhere. Clean up, everybody do your share.
Everybody. Wow. The fucking rainbow swirl. Yeah, that was the one. Good stuff.
Organizing guide from a deeply human perspective, and it was a really valuable read for me. I definitely recommend it. But if you're trying to get a sense of this framework without reading a whole book, you can get the gist in this essay by scientist/organizer/educator Dr. Aisha Khan called "Revolutions Are Made Up of Ordinary People Like You and Me." Within this framework, it makes less sense to ask what should the hypothetical great men do to change the world, and a lot more sense to ask, how can I contribute to the
Rainbows and my Barney, get your gay out of my child show. I mean, the purple dinosaur is also kind of gay. Let's be real.
collective effort of changing the world?
Wait, should I have like a dancing Barney? I feel like that would kind of be a cute emote.
And that, I think, is the question that we should be trying to answer. Number 2, know you're complicit, but that means you have power. I've heard so many conversations about social change that get stuck in this place of, well, am I actually that much a part of the problem? So let me help you get past that part. Assume yes. I won't even say anything about identity, just like across the board for whatever system you're considering. If you're wondering, assume you're part of the problem. For example, if you're an American or in America, you pay taxes to this country, and I don't know if you know this, but the government does some pretty awful things with a lot of our tax money. And as much as I would love to just opt out of that, Lauren
Wait,
Hill
what?
tried it didn't work, and I don't want to go to jail, so I'm stuck bankrolling this shithole of a country and am therefore complicit in every shitty system it perpetuates. God bless America. I don't think I have the right to sit here and tell someone that they are obligated to care about a given social issue, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. But what I will say is that if your moral logic makes you responsible to help fix problems you contributed to causing, then when it comes to social systems, it's generally just going to be more productive to assume you're part of the problem. Which sucks, right? None of us want to be complicit in the horrors of the world. But the silver lining to realizing that systems of oppression rely on people like you and me to perpetuate them is also realizing that that means they need us.
The people who benefit from the systems that hurt the people that you know,
I don't know.
that hurts you, they want
The prison system, military industrial complex, we're funding a bunch of shitty shit. But I don't know if that's like as helpful. Like, I think a better way to think of it is all that's required for evil men to succeed is for good men to do nothing. So like, you're not necessarily complicit unless you're literally doing nothing. You know? You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's wrong to assume that, like, every single person in Weimar Germany was complicit in the Holocaust. Like, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I would like to think that a lot of people would have been against it if they knew exactly what was going on. Much like I think many Americans would be against what America does if they knew exactly what was happening. I don't. Maybe that's optimistic. As long as you're moving the needle and pushing it against it, right?
you to give up, right? Like, if you give up, they win. Like, you're just doing what they want.
If your participation in it wasn't extremely important, we wouldn't have cops. You wouldn't be forced to do the things, and other things that fall outside of the system's requirements would not be illegal if your behavior wasn't needed to make it happen.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying go do crimes. I can't say that, the algorithm's listening. I've never gotten a video demonetized for content, but if any of them, it's gonna be this one. There are subtler, squishier internal things enforcing our system supporting behavior in a similar way to literal law enforcement. You know, the panopticon and all that. The cop inside your head. He's also a bastard.
When I decide to do something, it is both informed by what culture has told me is acceptable, and then also a little bit of what I want to do myself.
Yeah.
But I recognize that the system is what gives me the options of what I feel I can feel.
Socialization is very much a thing, and not to sound too mind-control-y about it, but in the same way that the state needs laws and police to enforce our behavior into supporting it, Social systems train us to enforce our own minds into supporting them. Challenging that's not easy, but it's possible, and it's certainly more tractable than tax evasion. So the takeaway here is that you are part of the problem, but that means you have power. And if you learn how a system is influencing you to use your power, because
True.
it absolutely is, you can then learn how to exercise your agency instead. And not the fake agency of pretending to pick which septuagenarian is going to superficially represent leadership in this joke of a country. The real agency of choosing something the system isn't offering you. Number 3, learn enough to get involved, but don't get stuck. In order to recognize how socialization within a particular system is influencing your behavior, you're going to have to go learn about that system. Which feels very duh, but apparently some people believe you can just start spitballing solutions to a problem you don't understand and it'll be fine. Shout out to the physicists who make everything in life a goddamn Fermi problem. The tricky bit is that understanding systemic issues can be pretty difficult by design.
Social systems have a very specific way of making you able to feel something is wrong, but like also not giving you enough language to describe what the oppression is. I could feel people being homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
I could very much feel even myself being fat phobic. I could towards myself. I would feel like this sort of like dissonance between what I wanted to do and the things that I was actually doing, but I didn't have language to describe it.
It can be difficult to find productive dissenting opinions, to parse them and figure out how that information relates to your life. But once you do that work, you kind of gain this superpower where you can see all of the things you used to think of as benign for what they actually are. Kind of like that movie with the guy who finds the glasses that lets him see the...
Yeah, no, depriving people of the language to understand their own oppression is like a core tenet of your fascism. How do you say it? I don't know. You know, the one. Benito, what's his face?
Subliminal messaging behind advertising, and there's like aliens, but they're trees. Is that the same movie? I don't know, I haven't seen either of them. Being able to see those hidden messages of why things operate the way they do is a necessary step to even wanting to do anything about it.
If you know nothing
Yep.
about politics, you're like, what do
Right.
school lunches have to do with property values? Because I mean, like, one's real estate and the other one's education, until you realize that the reason how schools are being funded is through property taxes, is a result of systemic discrimination in a way that would make you think is innocuous, but is very, very deliberate.
So do some research and learn about the thing you want to change. Come on, scientists, I know you know how to do research. However, I must also give a warning here. Anyone who spent any time on the internet can probably tell you too much information can be both addicting and debilitating.
There are people halfway across
Real.
the world that are dying right now, and there's nothing I can do about it. That shit makes you feel awful. Like what? Like, I
True.
can't do anything about that. I can barely do shit about like what's happening in my country. I can barely do shit about what's happening in my city. It's a really weird, like, recurring hamster wheel of damn, shit is awful. I can't do shit about it, but let me watch another informational.
I know we all joke about doom
Verge.
scrolling, but information overload is a well-researched phenomena that has some pretty harmful outcomes. Being inundated with a continuous stream of fear-mongering news has been shown to mislead people into thinking whatever problem is a lot worse than it actually is, and makes people too scared to confront the issue. It encourages avoidant behaviors like social isolation and discourages potentially productive behaviors. It can even damage cognitive ability.
Yeah, like the 24-hour news cycle relies on capturing your attention, making you worried enough to want to keep tuning in for the other 23 hours. Resist that, you know? It's after a certain point, you've consumed all the news for the day. There's not going to be much more, most likely. And if there is, you'll catch it tomorrow. You know? You gotta put limits. I'm the worst at this. I am always consuming news because I'm trying to like bring you stories and stuff, but yeah, let you have you time. Yeah. You need to have reprieve.
abilities, like decreasing focus or impairing one's ability to make decisions. I'm pulling all this info from a book called Laziness Does Not Exist, where Dr. Devin Price breaks down
True.
the often harmful effects of buying into cultural myths about laziness. In this case, the laziness of not being perfectly up to date at all times on every problem in the world.
Yeah.
And he gives concrete steps for countering them. In this case, the advice includes using filtering, muting, or blocking options on social media generously, having real-life conversations about the news with people
True.
you actually know, not reading the news before bed, and just getting comfortable with not having to know everything at all times.
Honestly, no phone before bed is like the premier sleep hygiene god tier Giga Chad move.
If I were to add a tip to this list, it would be work on
I'm a politics frog, yeah. Insatiable hunger for politics, same.
your discernment of the media you consume. How does it make you feel? Does it enlighten you, inspire you, agitate you into action? Or does it make you feel scared and hopeless? Does it make you want to stay in your room learning more and not seeing real people? So yeah, you're gonna have to learn some stuff without a doubt, but pay attention to whether your learning is adding to or taking away from your sense of agency. Number 4, imagine the world you actually want to bring about.
I guess maybe systems are just confined
Yeah.
imagination.
That's the thing, is that like knowledge should be power. It should make you feel powerful. She called me out with that. What the fuck? I know, same. No, same. I'm just coping right now. But yeah, no, if the information you're taking in is making you feel less powerful overall, like regularly, and maybe consume alternate avenues of information, you know? At least some of the time. I do try to like work in a lot of like positive leftist news, labor news, and just like fun content. I do my best.
Systems give us the sandbox by which we then believe that we are experiencing freedom or experiencing autonomy.
I've heard artists talk about the drive to create art as deriving from either the fear of what would happen if you didn't, or the love of what would happen if you did. And I analogously see two approaches to activism. One that focuses on reform to make the system less bad, and one that looks for new ways of existing, concurrent to, outside of, or after the system. The former fixates on what we don't want, and the latter on what we do. And don't get me wrong, making something that already exists less bad can absolutely be worthwhile. But limiting your thinking to the systems that already exist can only tell you what you don't want. What do you want? Not capitalism is barely a political opinion. That's just a statement of a thing you don't like. It doesn't drive you anywhere. In order to identify what it is you do.
Not capitalism. Okay, I have a lot more than not capitalism. Okay? I have a lot more that I want, okay? Personally. Destroying capitalism is the first step towards socialism. You see. What do you mean? It's not like no one has a plan.
Do want, you're gonna have to be able to imagine something different.
A kind of delusional belief is necessary to get to where we want to go, because every point of progress in our history, there was a point where it couldn't have even been imagined. And instead of taking that the impossible happened, I think at times it's easy to kind of take those moments for granted, forget, you know, the historians and the revolutionaries that came before us and the imaginations they had to sit in and stand in order to get to where we are.
So without sounding like I'm telling you to like literally ignore reality, maybe it'd be just like a teeny bit delusional. Not a lot, just enough to imagine a world you'd actually want to live in. Like, here's an example.
Real.
We all know about capitalist realism, right?
Yeah, it's the same exact thing that Sophie was talking about. It's the same exact shit. Oh my god, literally bar for bar. That's kind of remarkable that I lined these up so well. I just did it kind of based on vibes, but it's all connected, man. System.
Right? It is easier to imagine an end to the world than an end to capitalism or whatever. And sure, it is pretty hard.
Or whatever. Oh my god, even the same quote. Whoa, dude.
to imagine. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. Case in point, the Freedom Farmers Cooperative. Basically, instead of fleeing to the north after Jim Crow laws made the South pretty much unlivable for African American farmers, some of them refused to leave, organized themselves, and built a community dedicated to their own self-sufficiency outside of the exploitative mainstream society of 1969 Mississippi.
These farmers, these cooperatives in the American South, were creating spaces removed from neoliberal capitalism. They did not operate on a capitalist mindset. They did not operate on a capitalist underpinning. They were not that specifically. People that were in these cooperatives got food when they needed food. People that were in these cooperatives got homes, they got protection, they got all of these things, and that is decidedly not neoliberal.
I haven't read it yet, but I'm really excited to check out the book
Hey,
Freedom
Riot.
Farmers by Monica White.
What's
both
up?
because I really want to learn more about this amazing example of imagining and creating something outside of the system, but also because I'm just really into farming. Like, I didn't get this outfit as a bit. I look like this more often than I look like that. My point here is, don't give up on an idea just because you haven't yet figured out how every single detail of it will work.
I love this little garden she has. It's like a wild garden.
Don't fall into the traps of how will we pay for it or are they electable that cable news uses to frame any possible progressive change. Don't fall for the but what else could possibly exist arguments you'll hear from people who lack the imagination to think the world could be anything other than exactly what it is right now. Instead, experiment. Play the game of what if. Look to others who have been doing the work of imagining what a liberated world might look like. Like artists. Their job is to make the revolution irresistible, right? Afrofuturism and Solarpunk are literary/artistic/political movements that imagine futures in which Black people and the environment, respectively, continue to exist. And even if it's fiction, having a model of the future you actually want will do a lot.
I'm into ads. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Towards guiding your efforts at bringing it about. Number 5. Start by
That's fucked. A pre-roll should be off. That's weird.
dismantling the system within. There was a story I heard a lot growing up about a man who wanted to change the world. So he goes out and he tries to change the world, but it was super hard. So he goes back and he tries to just change his country, but that was also too hard. So then he goes back and tries to change his town and then his family. And at the end of his life, he realizes that the one thing he should have started with, the thing he had the power to change all along, was himself. Starting with ourselves maybe seems kind of intuitive, but what exactly is it about ourselves that we're trying to change?
I think for me specifically,
Okay.
my sort of journey of trying to figure out basically what the fuck is going on around me. It started very internally when I realized that I had a problem, not only with the way that I treated certain topics and certain people, but I also had a problem with the way I was treating myself.
As I said before, socialization is a thing.
True.
We live in a world governed by systems.
And like to extend empathy to others, like that definitely starts with yourself. I do think like to become socialist, to want to have like equitable resources for everyone, you need to start with like believing that you deserve that for yourself, you know? Like radical empathy, it starts from within, man. Feel strong.
And regardless of who we are, we've inevitably internalized them to some extent, even if we theoretically disagree with them. Like, I've known of educators who will take every opportunity to share how vehemently anti-cop they are, but then turn around and treat their students in the most punitive, surveillant, police-like ways, completely missing the irony. And I think it's worth pointing out that internalizing systems of oppression can be understood largely independent of identity. Like, I'm a woman, but I've absolutely held patriarchal beliefs that I've projected.
Ooh, how is Evangelion? I haven't seen it. I fell asleep. Classic.
Projected onto myself and other women and men and non-binary people for that matter. And those views have driven my behavior in ways that as the version of a feminist that I am now, I'm not proud of. So just like we did with the question of complicitness, let's just skip the debate and assume that to some extent we have internalized the logic of oppressive systems. By accepting this fact, we can move from learning about systems in the abstract to using that information to examine ourselves, to examine the judgments we make of ourselves and other people, the kinds of people who are or are not in our social circles, or the ways we rationalize the disparities we see in society. Hopefully, this self-reflection will illuminate the ways you can interrupt the systems within yourself, and show you how you might change the ways you think, talk, or relate to others. Because if you want any chance of being able to change other people, you're gonna have to be able to change yourself first. And while we're on the subject of the self, friendly reminder to keep your ego in check. I am saying this as much for you as I am for me. Bonilla Silva's book ends with him giving advice to white people who want to know how to meaningfully challenge racism, and I think he really hit
Anti-shonen mecha anime. Okay, I understood like half those words. Okay, alright.
the nail on the head when he said, "Never forget that you used to believe all sorts of nonsense until very recently. And never forget that trying to change people requires tons of humility. The moment you begin believing you are better than others is the moment you need to begin doing a deeper level of introspection."
None of these words are in the Bible, real.
Based. So humble yourself. Don't start by trying to go out and change everyone else. First, we must dismantle the system within. Number 6, identify your role in a system so you can subvert it.
Yeah, I think that's like a huge problem with especially leftists that have theory. Their theory is strong, at the praxis, maybe not so much. And they do a lot of like prescriptive language. I try to avoid that as much as possible, you know, except for like billionaires should not exist. I think that's a fair prescriptive statement to make. But if you're doing stuff like policing the advocacy of trans people, like maybe cut that out. Maybe you don't have to do that. Maybe you don't know their life experience as well as they do, you know? Not enough normality, yep.
All right, we've been doing a lot of learning and introspection. Let's start to think about outside of ourselves. Consider...
Oh, okay. Shonen just means manga for boys. Wait, okay. Everything the main character does is like getting stronger and meeting the moment he doesn't do and is a whiny bitch. All right. So, for femboys? Basically action. Cool. Okay, okay. Oh no. Femboy slay. I'm criminally uncultured when it comes to anime, I will admit.
Your workplace, or your school, or church, or any organization that you're a part of. Whatever your role in that place is, there inevitably is a default way of doing it that doesn't challenge systemic problems. So it's on you to figure out how to subvert that. Here's an example. I've seen a lot of professors direct their ostensible anti-racist sentiment towards external things, say, have to stop, wait for the helicopter to pass. For those of you who are not in American urban environments, this is a normal thing for us because we live in a police state. Listen to that, freedom. Where were we? Manifesting a better world. I've seen a lot of professors who direct their desire to be anti-racist.
Listen to that, freedom. Oh, it's painful. It's so real. I hate it. Yeah, they're also gonna do drone surveillance on parties and stuff now. So like, that's cool. That's cool.
Racist to external things, say outreach events.
You're like, hey, you got a garden back there with food in it? Come on.
Rather than taking seriously the idea that the way they run their admissions or their classes or their research groups may be contributing to racial disparities where they are. And while I'm sure that some of them truly believe they were just too powerless to do anything but pin the blame on external factors, I know they're wrong because I've seen what the alternative looks like. As a disclaimer, I didn't attend the program I'm about to talk about. I only read about it and I couldn't get a comment from current students. But based on everything I could find, it really looks like the applied physics program at the University of Michigan is a great example of what it looks like to utilize latent power. Long story short, this one department did a massive overhaul of their PhD program, designing it for inclusion from the inside out. They retooled their
Dude, Michigan has been doing a shit ton of very based things lately. Let's go.
Admissions process, their sense of the point of the degree program, and even their approach to community building. The result was a deeply interdisciplinary and student-driven program that in the last 10 years was responsible for graduating 10% of all Black physics PhDs in the US. For context, there are over 200 institutions that grant physics PhDs in this country, and this one program that took seriously the project
That's fucking insane.
of anti-racism in education
Let's go.
by changing things where they were is responsible for a full 10th of the Black physicists to come out
Literally more than affirmative action ever did.
of the last decade. And while it couldn't have been easy, it was at least possible because they believed it was something they had the power to at least try. And this isn't something that just university professors can do. If you want to see a similar example of subversion but at the K through 12 level, go watch the show Abbott Elementary. It's a mockumentary style sitcom, kind of like if The Office took place in an underfunded, predominantly Black school in Philadelphia and was actually really funny.
That's who runs the world, kids.
It's a really impressive show for a lot of reasons. For one, the fact that it's wildly radical for something on network television.
We all know how we have been taught to think about Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, but they were actually much more similar in their philosophies by the end of their lives than they were at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, people said they didn't get along, but that's not true.
But also because it portrays the realities of teachers trying to do their best in a broken education system while simultaneously being a lighthearted and fun thing to watch.
Can I just draw? Whatever it takes to keep you out of my hair.
Sir, you are bald. It follows some teachers navigating an incompetent principal, a corrupt school district, predatory charter schools, and the general conditions of their and their students' lives. And through it all, they support each other to do right by their students. And when I say do right by their students, I don't mean that they dismantled white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. I mean that they did whatever they needed to / could do to help their students. Earlier, when I was outlining the whole leaky pipeline thing, we could see how ultimately the system needed to be perpetuated by people in positions of power relative to students, like teachers and admissions officers and professors acting in biased but normal ways. The teachers in Abbott Elementary, just like the professors at that Michigan program, understood their role in the system, the power that comes with that role, and then decided to do something different. It's funny, people have been asking me like, what job should they aspire to such that they have the most power to change whatever system it is that they're interested in? But I think my answer is like, do whatever job you like, you know, a job that's not going to leave you miserable and burnt out, and then figure out how to be useful from there.
I don't think I had to sacrifice the dreams that I have for my life or the way that I want to live my life. But the thing that I can do is that within like what I decide to do, I can be an advocate for positive social change. If I am in a position where I decided to be a professional underwater basket weaver, and I have this grand audience of people who want to watch me weave a basket underwater, right? You better believe that as this underwater basket weaver, I'm going to tell people to respect trans people.
So whatever your industry or passion or job is, you have some systemic power in that capacity. So learn to leverage it in favor of the causes you care about. Number 7, tap into communities, preferably in the real world. If you remember...
Yeah, like, we all have so many different skills, and we need a diversity of tactics, which means we need a diversity of skills. Whatever you find that you enjoy the most, and you want to develop that skill set, do that. By all means, fucking do that. Why the fuck not? Life is too short anyway. Like...
One thing from this list, let it be this. You cannot do this alone. Whatever massive systemic issue it is that you're concerned about, there are likely people not too far from you who are suffering because of it, and there are almost definitely people not too far from you who are already organizing about it. So go find them. For a start, maybe get to know the community that you live in. Do you know the people who live in your apartment building or on your street? Do you know what kinds of issues people in your city deal with? If there was a natural disaster where you lived, do you know who around could help you or who's really going to need some help? Beyond just like being a conscious member of your community, doing some research on the place that you live can lead you to people in your area who are already doing organizing work that you can support, whether with your time or your money. For a more detailed how-to, here's a piece from Vice on how to find and join an organization pushing for the causes you care about. Again, from Benia Silva, the historical record shows that fundamental change on race, class, and gender matters always requires a social movement. Although social movement work is slow, hard, and somewhat open-ended, it is ultimately the main vehicle for changing the world. He said it, not me. Join political organizations. I'm not going to tell you which one. It's not on me to choose your values. I'm just trying to tell you how to live your values. Local politics is another great avenue for community participation. Decisions at the local level generally.
I mean, the DSA is a great starting point. If you can find a local mutual aid organization, I think that's like the most integral. If there isn't one, start it. Do it. Just make one yourself. It's a lot of work, but just reaching out to people in your community, you know, on your street, in your apartment, like she said, to just form like a network to help one another with whatever it may be.
Generally have more of a tangible impact on people's day-to-day lives than who's the president. I have never been more checked out of a presidential election cycle than I am now, but I will tell you to vote in your local elections. It only takes a couple hours every few years to look up a voting guide that aligns with your values and literally do your minimum civic duty. But you could also attend city halls or petition for something you care about to be put on a ballot or canvass for a local candidate that you support. The really cool thing about this kind of grounded community work is that it can give you an avenue to affect change in a system that you otherwise don't have much power in. This was the logic of the Black Panthers' free children for breakfast. Oh, jeez. This was the logic of the Black Panthers' free breakfast for children program.
Not the children. Not the children.
Children were experiencing food insecurity, and they understood how negatively hunger can impact a child's ability to learn, so to support the education of kids in their community, they just gave them breakfast. And what started as feeding just 11 kids in a church in West Oakland eventually became feeding 10,000 kids a day across the country. That is, before the FBI shut them down and the government ripped off their idea. And that's not even to say that nationalization of your local community work should be the goal. People coming together to...
It's so important too. Like you need food to grow and to learn. Like lunch jet should be illegal. Fucking Mao check.
Feed their community, for example, with a neighborhood garden, can be a radical act that has real impact.
Like, it sounds ridiculous, right? Like, growing food is revolutionary, but it turns out that growing food is really fucking revolutionary. These are people who are growing food and having tangible impacts in their communities, right? A lot of them are giving the food away for free or at significantly reduced prices. A lot of them have like prepared meals programs where they're preparing meals for people to lessen that burden, specifically like Black single mothers.
And I emphasize trying to do this work IRL instead of online for a few reasons. First, because it just feels better.
If you work at a local soup kitchen or at your neighborhood garden, that is when you feel good about participating in those kinds of politics. When you see the people that you're helping, when you smile in their faces, I think that is the difference between participating online versus actually participating in more tangible ways that make you feel good.
I know that some people will react to that argument with some bullshit about how altruism is just the selfishness of wanting to feel good. But remember, I'm not interested in philosophical purity. I'm interested in getting things done. And if feeling good can help us get things done, then let's feel good. But besides just feeling good, there's a lot of utility in focusing on your physical surroundings.
You can't attack systems globally. You can't even dissect systems naturally. Really, all systems are better for us to be thinking about attacking them on community and local levels, right? Things that the people that are in the room know exactly what we're talking about, or have a vested interest, or socially somehow held accountable to us in some way, shape, or form. Your friend down the hall, your barber, whatever.
A book that really helped me understand this was How to Do Nothing, Resisting the Attention Economy by Jenny Odell. I do realize the irony of the titles How to Do Nothing and Laziness Does Not Exist. The subtext is how to be useless to capitalism, which is often useful to humans. TLDR, corporate social media is destroying our brains and relationships and democracies, and not only does surrendering our attention to these platforms pad the wallets of the billionaires who own them, but it also distracts us from the potential for interdependence with people we actually share physical space with. The potential to, as Odell puts it, resist in place. To resist in place is to make oneself into a shape that cannot so easily be appropriated by a capitalist value system. It means recognizing and celebrating a form of the self that changes over time, exceeds algorithmic description, and whose identity doesn't always stop at the boundary of the individual. She's an artist, so it's a lot of flowery language and metaphor that gets you there, but she does an excellent job of breaking down this idea of refusal in place in a way that left me with this overwhelming urge to go embed myself in communities, in a way I had never felt before. Highly recommend. I think this book really helped me learn how to live my values instead of just claiming them as an identity. But as a real quick footnote to this point, I want to acknowledge that the advice of go participate in the real world won't work for everyone. Like, I have friends who are just too physically disabled to go out and participate in local organizing, especially with organizations that don't use accommodations like masks or ramps to make their spaces more accessible. In light of that, I think there's a very rich
That's me. Hey, it me.
conversation to be had about what productive online organizing looks like. I don't think I'm the right one to lead that conversation, but I hear disability Twitter is pretty good at that kind of thing. So here's a list I found of 28 disabled leaders you should follow on Twitter. Feel free to add further recommendations in the comments below. Also, there are definitely some ways that you can leverage online resources to get to the point of IRL organizing. You can follow local organizers on social media, or look for activist meetups in your area, or research your city and its history. The internet doesn't have to be a doom-inspiring time sink. Just make sure you use it strategically, lest it burn you out. Speaking of burnout, number 8, don't let the bigness of it all burn you out.
I had a friend, he was like really active, and he went to like a Democratic convention, and he came back and said something along the lines of, we need to do more. None of us are doing enough. You're not doing enough. That specific experience almost turned me off to the idea of like politics
Jesus.
at all, or like
Yeah.
social change at all.
It can be really
That's
easy
the-
to get caught up in how
a lot.
big and challenging
Never say that to a friend. If you want to keep a friendship, I wouldn't lead with, you're not doing enough, or none of us are doing enough. That's not like a winning point.
and never ending the project of social changes, and a byproduct of this is feeling like you can never do enough. And while feeling agency and responsibility can be very productive, constantly stressing that you need to be doing more generally isn't. For one, it can make you give up before you've even gotten anywhere. Research on climate grief shows that when we focus on how big and complex a problem is, we feel powerless and miserable, whereas focusing on small, local, attainable steps we can take reduces anxiety and increases motivation. But there's another way that this insatiable feeling of I must do more can backfire, and that's burnout. Kathy Labriola, a counselor that works with activists and is a veteran activist herself, describes the inevitability of this burnout as she's seen it in her work. At any given moment in the last 50 years, there are lots of people saying, oh my god, this is the most important issue ever in history, and we must sacrifice everything for this cause. People said that exact thing 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago about different issues. And then they got so burned out after a relatively short time that they just dropped out totally from doing anything. I've known a lot of people who I've watched go from the most active, involved.
Yeah, it is. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Please, by all means, do self-care. Take care of yourself. Be forgiving. Anarch talked about this in an essay we talked about recently, about how you should be prepared to like delegate tasks when you're doing direct action. If people are depending on you, obviously, you want to check in with yourself and like be aware when you need to ask for help. You know, no man is an island. Yeah. Can't take on the care of others if you do not take care of yourself first. Exactly.
Evolved move-making organizers to shells of their former selves because of the burnout that comes with making change work the unconditional center of your life. So the takeaway here is that we have to be discerning about how we engage in organizing. To this end, I want to share a question posed by Dr. Aisha Khan, who I had mentioned back at the top of this list. How can our lives and political movements be more sustainable and regenerative instead of just falling into cycles of productivity followed by burnout? She explores this question in an essay where she shares her experiences with two different kinds of organizing collectives that I think are great examples of what to look for and what to avoid when you're finding organizing to get involved in yourself. The first was highly organized and efficient and productive, but impersonal, spending every moment on getting things done to the point of not eating or taking breaks or even having the energy to get to know one another. That's one way of doing activism. Here's how she describes the other. I wasn't best friends with every single person that ever joined these groups, but we intentionally created a culture of care and would balance organizing campaigns or initiatives or events with just spending time together. We would spend late nights working over chai or chat over froyo or Persian ice cream, spend hours laughing together, sharing pieces of our past with each other, or crying in each other's laps and mourning our collective grief. Damn, I should probably say something about the grief, huh? Number 9, grieve what you can't change, which will be a lot.
Isn't it strange to know something is like off, messed up, but like still be doing it? What about the cognitive dissonance that comes with like knowing something is wrong but still doing it anyway?
Through this whole list, I've been trying really hard to emphasize your agency and your power and your very real potential to do something that matters.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying to you if I said that we
Hi, Nori. Hi. Work is pog. Yeah. All my homies love work.
could solve everything. The real reality of it is that there will always be things outside of our control. Systems we can't change, battles we won't win. And while I do think that it supports our sense of agency to focus on the things we can change rather than the things we can't, I don't think we can completely ignore the latter. Here's Dr. Devin Price one more time on the necessity of grieving the things we can't change. I can fight and fight to make the world more just, but if my goal is fixing a decades-old problem or making it go away, I'm destined to fail and burn out. Sometimes, the best way to deal with those feelings of panic and guilt is to really let them wash over us for a moment, and really accept that we're not fully in control, or fully responsible for it. This can be an immensely sad experience, but it can also be liberating. When we mourn the losses that can never be brought back, we come to accept the reality we're living in. This allows us to address problems realistically and sustainably. If you're committed to making the world a better place, a lot of feelings, like hopelessness and frustration and exhaustion, are gonna come up. And while I've said that sitting in the negative can hinder your agency, ignoring a feeling isn't the same as getting past it. Sometimes we just need to feel our feelings in order to process them and come to terms with their very real causes. So practice.
Yeah, honestly, like, sitting with your feelings is the best way to accept them. You know, you can't push away the feelings of hopelessness or despair or doomerism. Sometimes you just like need to make space for them and like work out like what exactly is making you feel that way and what you can do about it, or maybe what you can't, and maybe that's fine. Why not? uh this is like so cringe, but like the serenity prayer is like kind of this. It's kind of the same vibe. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Some things are simply out of your control. Unfortunately, as a control freak myself, I understand the impulse to want to control all the things, but it's simply not possible as a single person. But you can find community and do collective action.
accepting these feelings. Observe them, talk them out with comrades, and give them the respect they deserve, and then go watch an episode of Abbott Elementary with a friend over some ice cream and have a little laugh. Or whatever processing your feelings looks like to you. It's different for everyone. And once you've felt what you needed to feel and gotten back to an emotional state in which you can feel your agency again, go out and do the damn thing.
The only thing that I can control is the thing I do right now, today. And if I don't do it today, tomorrow I would not have done it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now please stop asking me how to fix science.
Please prevent World War III.
God is change, and in the end, God prevails. But meanwhile, kindness eases change. Love quiets fear. And a sweet and powerful positive obsession blunts pain, diverts rage, and engages each of us in the greatest, the most intense of our chosen struggles.
I want to explain all these ominous poetry readings that have been sprinkled throughout this video. The 3 passages you heard are from Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, which I read for the first time during that year that I didn't leave the house. The story takes place in a world that's just a touch more dystopian than ours, uncannily so, and follows the survival story of a protagonist who's driven out of one of the last safe gated communities when it's destroyed and most of the people she grew up with are killed. It's a sad book, but it's good. But it's not the kind of survival story of being self-sufficient and making it on your own. She survives by kind of collecting people who have also lost their homes and or families into this ragtag group that help each other get by while also looking for a new way to live. And in doing this, she basically starts a religion that gives her and her followers
Jump scared by a Pringles ad. Sometimes those fucking ads come in so hot. I thought it was the video.
not only a vision for a better future, but also a means to get there. And her whole religion is based on one core idea. The only thing you can ever count on is that things will change. And the absolute inevitability of this change is the basis from which—
That's literally what I was saying before. Why am I so fucking precog? 5-head.
we can form hope.
I believe at times people confuse hope and optimism. To be an optimist is to expect change without doing anything or expecting things to get better.
Damn good for Dr. Fatima to get sponsored by Pringles. Oh my god. She would never.
Better without you having to push anything forward. Hope is the vehicle through which you input action with the expectation that things will change. And that is the only guarantee of life, that things will one day be this and then the next day be something different.
It might sound small, but sitting with this idea that all I can be sure of is the future being different than the present, with no certainty that it'll be better, has brought about one of the most important shifts in my thinking that continues to be relevant in literally every area of my life. And when it comes to thinking about oppressive systems, understanding the nature of change via this fictional religion has helped me feel like a participant in politics rather than a victim of it. Because it's given me hope, and hope is a reason to do something. Being a doomer doesn't make you clever or rational. It is not the intelligent, big brain thing to assume the world is fucked and there's nothing we can do about it. Pessimism ultimately suffers the same ungrounded self-assuredness of the future as optimism, because whether you're predicting—
Oh, you're a doomer? Skill issue. Imagine bigger, okay? Have bigger dreams.
Utopia or apocalypse, you don't actually have any way of proving that you're right. We don't know the future. We can never know the future. And as terrifying as it is to admit that we are completely ignorant to what awaits us, it is in that foggy, gray, unknown space that a world beyond our wildest dreams can have the potential to exist. And it has to exist somewhere in here before it has any chance of existing out there. So my hope with that last story is to get you to see that change is always happening. Always has been, always will. And every single one of us is always affecting and being affected by that change, no matter how small. So now it's on you to decide. Are you gonna sit back and watch other people shape reality into what they want? Or Are you gonna get out there, live your values, and shape change yourself? Have fun! I got a cat. Thank you for watching this whole video. It was a long one. It took me a long time to make. Shout out to my Patreon members who have stuck around so that I can continue. Oh, you wanna go? Fine. I guess I can do the credits without the cat. So first I want to give a huge heartfelt thank you to all the creators I collaborated with on this video. Dainty Funk, Colormind, Victory the Creator, Bellamy Rhea, Babilla. They're all wonderful people who I've had the pleasure
Highly
of
recommend.
getting to meet through my work on YouTube, who have so graciously lent their time and energy and effort to this project, and I am so grateful to them for helping me with this. And you should check them all out because they're all fantastic creators who do really awesome work in their own right. I'm a fan of all of them. The artistry, the scholarship, the vibe, just all of it. Go check them out. And besides checking out their channels, if you want to see my full conversations with them, because I talked to each one of them for almost an hour in order to get all those little snippets for this video, all of those full interviews are going to be on my Patreon, which you should check out as well. The people whose names are going by right now, those are the current subscribers to my Patreon. The way it works is you sign up and pledge a few dollars a month so that you can get access to this behind the scenes stuff, like the full interviews and some Q&As that I've done with questions that Patreon members have asked me, and I get to keep doing this as a job. Like, as much as I would love to make stuff like this just out of the kindness of my heart, the reality is that I wouldn't be able to if I wasn't getting paid for it, because I got responsibilities and obligations and medical bills, and I am eternally grateful for anybody who has at any point for any amount of time supported the Patreon. You're the reason I'm here, and the reason I'll be continuing to do this for at least a while. If you want to support my work but can't justify the Patreon subscription, you can do all the algorithmic things, like the video, leave a comment on the video, share the video with somebody you know, subscribe to my channel here on YouTube, hit the bell thing so you get notifications when I put up new videos. Also, if you're here from the Pluto video waiting for me to make good on the promise that I was going to do the whole facilitating some kind of conversation via comments on each video, I'm gonna come back to that on the next video. This whole how to do systemic change thing honestly feels very outside of my standard, like, science-y scholarship wheelhouse, so I'm going to return to that.
This is so good, though, honestly. For someone who doesn't do, like, social science or whatever, like, A+.
That conversation in the next one, where I'll share some of the comments from Pluto, which, by the way, y'all, amazing comment section on that video. I am so humbled by the knowledge y'all have brought to it, and I'm excited to get into it. But yeah, next video I'll share the Pluto comments and introduce a new prompt and keep that going, because I really am excited about that. I just don't think this video was the right place for it. What else is there? Features, Patreon, algorithm things.
Yeah, if you're not following Dr. Fatima already, please do. Her outfit is so cute. I know. I could never. Who looks that good in overalls? Seriously.
Comments. I don't know, I think that's it. But I have such a wonderful problem of having so many Patreon subscribers that I need to fill this time with something. We could appreciate some plants together. Let's do that. Let's appreciate some plants together.
Yes, show me the plants. Pog. They're so pretty. Look at them. What? She just ate that flower. Crunch.
I'm cured now.
Touched all the grass. Brilliant. Brilliant. God. I love her. Spooner. Okay. Okay.
This is crazy!
Oh no. Oh no. No. Where are we? Where are we? Let's see. This? No.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person had a nose piercing put in, but then suddenly fainted. She said she was fine and wasn't sure why it happened. Fainting
I'm fine.
after getting a body piercing is actually a very common occurrence.
Yeah, no, it's very common. After I got my septum, they made me lay down. I'm surprised they did this, like, in a regular chair.
You alright?
Wait, did she just have a seizure? I feel like that was a seizure.
I fell asleep for
These people had to get their car fixed because it turned into a snapping turtle.
It's crazy. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Ah! What do you do? I don't think I would have stopped in time. I would have just died.
These people had to get their car fixed because it turned into a snapping turtle.
Dude, they're trying to murder us. They're trying to murder us.
This fish at a pet store kept trying to hide.
Concerned.
All you do is grab the candy. Come on.
Let's grab it. It's fine.
Girls, grab your candy!
Did you know that the moon looks different depending on where you are on Earth? If you live in the southern hemisphere, you will see a flipped upside down version of the moon.
Grab your candy!
I'm on a smart paddleboard right now. Watch this. Hey, Maddle, what is your current air pressure?
Maddle?
Air pressure is 16.5 psi.
Play me a song.
Okay, what would you like to listen to?
Fall in Love by 76th Street.
Okay, playing Fall in Love by 76th Street.
So this is a little messed up. One of my subscribers—
Wait. Was it her the whole time? Wait. My mind is fucked up.
Playing Fall in Love by 76th Street.
So this is a little messed up. One of my subscribers made a robot that knows how to unplug itself.
Just like me for real.
It's gonna really hurt, actually.
It'll be worth it.
God damn.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoy.
Love the sound.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
The mud bath.
Hey everybody, welcome to Camping with Steve.
The robot just killed itself. No.
I am in beautiful Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, and have been for 6 weeks. Not for a good reason. My mom was in palliative care for about a month, and
a
couple of weeks ago, she passed away. Peacefully, with no regrets, living her life exactly like she wanted to. And for that, I'm at peace.
My friend owns a house in Nova Scotia. That's Pog. Oh no, I know.
That said,
Poor Steve. Thank Hog.
when life attacks you, you gotta take life on. Life, I'm coming for you. No better time for a stealth camp than right now,
Steve.
my friends.
What a champ. A real good sport.
There's some charity donation bins here for a very worthy cause. I'm just gonna sneak behind these. Okay. So you can see the allure of this place. This has been teasing me for 6 weeks. Got
Teasing
a really
me.
rudimentary stealth camp kit here. Got my camera.
Mhm. Steve is always so wholesome. I know. I hope he's good too.
Basics. Got a little shirt to donate to the donation bins for all the trouble I'm causing them. And various clothing, tripods. So I'm taking out whatever's not that expensive and bringing the camera with me. Then we're gonna hit the grocery store and get some food. Want it to travel light and non-suspicious. Okay. There's a house over there. And there's a window upstairs that could probably see me, so I'm using a low-slung hammock tonight. And from the sidewalk on the other side, there's potential that somebody could see me through there. So I'll have to play it stealthy.
Dude, it's so close. It's so close. He's nuts.
Not far away from the stealth camping location is a 24-hour gas station, which will serve very well for washrooms. By picking up my food on the run, I had a smaller bag to sneak back there. The East Coast is extremely beautiful with so many stealth camping spots. The only downside is the ticks, and a lot of them are carrying Lyme disease. I ran into a few people here that have had it. One of them had it for years before he got diagnosed with this stuff, so it's pretty serious. And I have nobody to check for ticks.
Yeah, you don't want to fucking fuck around with Lyme disease. You do not.
So I'm always being pretty careful. I picked up some other stuff to treat my clothing with, this permethrin, which should do the job, along with some 30% DEET. A lot of police driving up and down this road.
Yeah.
I know they probably...
And like, even if you get a diagnosis with Lyme, like, it takes so long to fix it. You just started the zipper type beat. Let's go. Let's go. What's up, Levelhead? Let's fucking go. I love this. Why is it so good? This has no business being so good. What the fuck? Is mayonnaise an instrument? True. It is. Can I add to that? Anything is an instrument if you try hard enough. It's true.
Really pull in there to wait for speeders, but as long as I'm quiet back there, I shouldn't have a problem. And I've timed this to be in there as close to dusk as possible. We got another half hour, 45 minutes until the sun sets, and that's when the mosquitoes come out. So back here, the coast looks suspiciously clear.
He's so brave. I swear. He just drives off the adrenaline. he's fueled by adrenaline and adrenaline only.
Just like that.
They're getting to see when you just want to say hi. Hi, welcome in. Good to see you.
I'm not going to set up the cot until a little bit later. Right now it just looks like I'm getting out of the heat and relaxing for a little bit, which is not a problem. I can hear people mowing their lawn because there are houses like right back there. But you shouldn't be able to see me. This is a no flashlight type of night, which shouldn't be a problem because there's street lights here. So I should be able to do everything with no artificial light. Since I'm legally dehydrated by this point, I'm going to crack a Rusty Truck by Heritage Brewing.
I'm dehydrated, so I'm gonna have this beer. Easy.
It's local, and people have recommended it, so I'm gonna try it. Most of what they had is your usual local craft brewery, IPAs and hoppy stuff, so I'll just stealth crack this Rusty Truck. That was one of the most stealthy beer cracks I've ever done in my life.
Pretty good.
Just in time, because I heard somebody like close their car door over there through the bushes.
Uh-oh. It's over there. What if someone comes to donate their clothing, though?
Good.
The most hydrating drink beer, yeah.
Yeah, this side over here is pretty close for comfort, so I gotta try and stay right up in there. And there's one of these gaps in between these bins. It's a little bit big. Right there. So I don't need somebody to pull up perfectly in line with this and look right at me. I'm gonna set up the GoPro as a stealth cam outside.
Awkward.
So if somebody pulls up, I can log in on my phone and see who it is. That'll tell me how severely I need to hide. Just adjust my settings to make sure the lights stay off and that the thing doesn't turn off.
Yeah, that would blow your cover for sure. Never know that this is called stealthing until Steve. Did this with friends when I was a kid. Yeah. Yeah, I never did anything this crazy. I've done similar things. He's so silly. Yeah, I don't even know. I think it's called stealth camping, but he calls it stealthing. Stealthing is like when you take off a condom during sex. Like a form of assault. So it is kind of funny to mix up the two.
That's gonna work perfect.
Nice.
I've repositioned the camera a little bit. The Wi-Fi wasn't very strong, but ooh, actually was the police going by. It's mosquito time, so there was
That little giggle. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a bad boy.
It's mosquito time, so there we go. And most of stealth camping. I'm sitting here quiet, relaxing, trying to talk when there's traffic or birds chirping so the neighbors don't hear us. And,
Neighbors.
Keeping an eye on the stealth cam. Yeah. It's probably a beautiful sunset. Fortunately, a lot of stuff closes here pretty early, so there shouldn't be much traffic in a bit. It's also a Tuesday after a long weekend, the Labor Day weekend, and so most people were hungover today, and they're gonna have to be in bed early, drinking lots of water to make up for their poor performance at work today. Everything looks reasonably quiet on the stealth.
The most important part of stealthing. Social engineering.
Cam out there, and just gotta sit and wait for a little bit longer. guys next door, one of them was just shouting, "I didn't do it." And now he's jumping in a car and leaving, so I'm gonna remain as stealthy as possible. Sounds like trouble brewing.
Uh-oh. Someone pulled up? Oh no. R&R. 5 chess moves ahead, yeah. 5 head. It's doing a close. Let's go. They probably didn't even know. Dude, for those bodies, this is loud. He just like records a crime.
That came out of nowhere. I think somebody actually threw something in the bin. I hope that was closed, because the people that show up in the dark at
Dude, right? It was so loud.
to put something in these bins, they're up to no good, I think.
Oh my god. Don't tell me he's gonna go investigate right now.
Only one person dropping off midnight donations, which is all right. Some noise coming from that neighbor over there. And that's okay. Still some traffic, but it comes and goes with the streetlights on both ends. I think they're timed to annoy me as much as possible and to stop people from stealth camping here, but that's okay. We're gonna make do. It's reasonably quiet out there.
Yeah. They timed the streetlights specifically to annoy you. Stealth camping there, right now. Yep.
It's quite enough. I've opted for a light on very low. These are unfortunately extremely loud, so I'll use it on as low a setting as possible.
Dude, that's so bright.
Okay, that was a good trial run.
This light is so bright. What is he doing?
We'll find a more level place.
The world revolves around me.
All right, I've got a few things with me. Beef broth, braised beef raviolis, a heaping helping of veggies.
Okay.
Turn this down to a stealthy level, and I don't have oil, so I'm just gonna saute these things.
Sounds pretty good. Hey, reading rap, hello.
And we'll just dump all the rest of it in, because it's a camping meal behind some donation bins, for crying out loud. This is not a Julia Child recipe here. Oh, that's a
Really?
lot of vegetables. Let those simmer, and then we'll throw in the rest of it.
Not bad.
The guy's in his backyard over there. I can totally hear it. So, no more lights until he goes to bed. We'll saute this stuff and get this stuff going. Way too fast. My slop is simmering here.
Tisk,
Veggies
tisk.
in there.
You're
But there's some
following me.
lunatic driving up and down with really loud exhaust, and that's going to bring in the police. And I bet you they'll sit right here waiting for him to come back on another round. I'm not annoying the neighbors nearly as much as he is. I just about had to sneeze, and
I love how he says neighbors when he just like moved in like tonight. He's living there temporarily. Like, nah, they're my neighbors now, and I'm mad at them for being loud, even though I'm just staying behind these donation bins.
if you're stealth camping, you don't sneeze. The best thing is, like, if you feel a sneeze coming before it happens, like right when you feel it's gonna happen, just pinch right back at the back of the nose. like right where the pollen is.
No. The best way to prevent a sneeze is when you feel it coming on, you press like right in it, like the top of the frenulum, which is this, you know, the little line things. So like right in, like in the middle, you like press up and in. You press right there. Okay. Let me zoom. I'm gonna show you so that you know. Like right there. Like right here. You just hold it for a few seconds and it stops the sneeze. It's real. It's real and it's true. Okay? It will never fail you.
And you will be saved. The stealthiest meals don't smell like anything. And if anybody actually pulled up beside the back of these donation bins, they would instantly smell something was happening.
Useful and real and true. Sneeze stop button. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta eat one of these right now, I think. Not done. It smells so ridiculously delicious, but I have to wander out.
Ain't what I thought it was. No, wait, is that I think that's the right word. Fuck.
I know. Everybody's shouting at me, don't do it, don't do it. There's gonna be a police. Here we go. That's perfect.
Wait, no, I'm wrong.
Upstairs window has its light off. Yep. Looks like a good time to hug her down. The raviolis got a lot bigger than I expected. Like, yeah.
Wait, phytrum? Is that it? Look, I'm not a biologist. I'm gonna be real. I think that's it. Phytrum? That doesn't seem right.
These things are humongous. Oh, that's hot. And beefy. Finished my meal, and everything is getting packed back up. Because if I have to leave suddenly, I don't want it to look like an encampment, right? So we have to be very respectful when we're in and out quick overnight.
Easy as.
Good, nothing exploded. Perfect. I had a way easier cot to set up, but it was also way bigger. As low slung as it is, that's gonna work great. Oh, okay, don't sit down like that. Oh no. So, I'm pretty happy to be outside tonight.
What are you doing, man?
Like it nice and cold.
He's so wild for this.
Like my air conditioner.
Dude, this light, it seems so bright. Like, what? There's no way nobody would see this. If they were, like, actually, like, walking down, like, on the sidewalk, which is, like, right there. There's no way. There's no way.
On full blast. And in the winter, I like my windows open.
Like a demon wielding his metal staff. Oh my god. Maybe it's a street light? No, because, like, that's the street light. This is his light.
Bottle of water for the morning. And it's beyond the mosquito time of the night, so we can turn off the thermostat, pack that away when it cools down, and get ready to hunker down. Okay, that stealth cam is going to turn into the time-lapse cam only. Alright. I'm going to throw this in here. A bit of a hunker down garment. So check your thrift stores. It's going to be in there. And I'll grab this cam here.
So wholesome.
Okay. Back behind my donation bins for the night. Alright. Time to go to bed behind these donation bins. Thank you everybody for watching and for your patience. We'll see you in the morning, and good things are coming, because I'm taking on life. I'd really love to sleep in a little bit more, because it's not even 7 in the morning yet, and I really hate 7 in the morning. But
Same,
the
bro.
rules of stealth: slip in late, slip out early, and this is a pretty technical stealth because, just, you know, really.
Tactical.
There's traffic there, there's people pulling in behind the bins,
Tactical
there's
stealthing.
houses over there. Every time
But
I
up
burp,
Steve is
I can
funny.
smell dinner. That was good. Never underestimate the power of a little bit of broth. And with that said, it's cleaner than perfect here. So, time to get out. We pulled off the crime of the century. Right. We're out of there.
Nothing sussy here.
All right. Oh, only cash.
McDo's?
I
Let's go.
don't have any cash, I'm afraid.
Okay.
R&R.
I can't back up, so I'll just drive through.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bummer.
it's cash only.
What the fuck?
Okay, so it looks like the bank machines are down in town here. So everywhere is kind of taking just cash. That puts me in a tricky spot, but it's an adventure. I'm
Kidding.
hungry. Aha.
Aha.
Good morning and welcome to McDonald's. I can only accept cash this morning. Will that be all right?
Yeah, I ran to the bank.
Oh, okay. And what can I get for you?
Okay.
Could I get an Egg
She does
Mac
not
meal?
care.
The Mighty
Listen,
McMuffin?
Steve. She does not care that you came back after going to the bank. She does not remember you, okay?
No, like a Big Mac made with eggs instead of meat.
I'm not really sure. Let me just check on that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
A what?
I'm sorry, we cannot do that.
Oh.
I'm sorry. What did he just say? A Big Mac made out of eggs instead of meat. Sorry, what? Like an egg McMuffin? Like kind of like that?
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, could I get an Egg McMuffin?
Sure.
With Big Mac sauce on it?
I'll put an me on it.
Okay. And onions and pickle?
Oh my god, building it himself. I can't.
You can do that.
I
Okay.
can't.
So onions, that's kind of like a Big Mac.
I'm guessing I can't get it on a Big Mac bun, right? And I'll do that as a meal with an iced coffee.
Are you collecting points today?
You can't build your own whole sandwich at fucking McDo's drive-thru. Come the fuck on.
No,
A medium iced coffee today?
a large.
That's okay, medium?
A large would...
Oh, a large. I'm so sorry, can't hear.
That's okay.
Alright. Any catch for anything on the side?
No,
Well, thank you for coming through, and you have a wonderful day today.
thanks. You too.
Thank you.
The powers that be will not let me have an Egg Mac.
An Egg Mac.
Maybe during a lunch menu, when they're actually making Big
An Egg Mac. You say that like it's a thing.
Macs, I can just ask him to swap out the meat with egg. But then I don't get the hash brown. Icky. Thank you. Closest I could get to the Egg Mac I've been dreaming about all night.
The Egg Mac.
Let's see. It's,
Oh, Steve. What will I do with you? Silly man.
the pickle works surprisingly well in this
It
breakfast
sounds pretty
sandwich.
good.
I feel a full Big Mac with eggs instead of meat would be a little bit eggy. But
Yeah.
actually, no regrets here. Dream come true. Well, anyway, thank you guys for watching. Sorry I couldn't show you guys the full Egg Mac. I'm going to start making my way back across the country at some point. Still in Nova Scotia for another week-ish. And I will let people know. Pardon me. I am really trying to coordinate something, whether it's like a meetup at a provincial campground here or something like that. So stay tuned on social media on either Facebook or Instagram. I'll put the links there so that you know where to find me. But thank you guys so much, and see you in the next adventure. And there are more to come. As I said, I am taking on life. I've got me and life have a thing going on here, and I'm coming for life. Cheers, everybody.
Watch out, life.
Everybody here's really anti-poly. Who was the person who said no?
Watch out, life. Steve is coming.
No. You. Did you have a bad experience, or you just closed-minded? What is it? Huh? Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Oh, your brother was married to 6 people? Okay.
God damn.
I understand that maybe your brother is mentally ill.
Huh?
That doesn't mean polyamory isn't possible. You know, 6 people. That's really interesting. Commune. Wow. So he's like, look, in Asheville. Wow. He had to fuck for shelter. He had to fuck. They had a chore wheel that said "suck Jeff's cock" on it.
Oh my god.
Oh, but I sucked Jeff's cock last week. We all agreed on the wheel. How's he doing? How's your brother doing these days? He's reeling. He died.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Holy shit. Oh, man.
Chill, Stavros. Chill.
That's what the was about? It wasn't a divorce thing? It was a death? All right, well, hey. Hopefully one of his wives or husbands dies soon and they can suck each other off in hell together. Or heaven, you know, whatever. He probably didn't believe in anything. Right? Yeah. You seem pretty cool with your dead brother, honestly. It seems like everything's okay, all right. At least you have a good, yeah. You're like, well, look, I have to cook a lot less at Thanksgiving now. Not all 5 of his fucking husbands aren't there.
Silver lining.
Those motherfuckers go through sweet potato pie like you wouldn't believe.
It's crazy. Imagine your brother just has 6 wives. What is that? Some Mormon shit? Like what? I'm surprised he didn't ask more questions about that.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Someone forgot to close the luggage door properly on this plane. Bags started falling out and they had to make an emergency landing. Poor little guy had no idea what was coming.
Oh, you got one.
Yes.
You got two. Ready?
Ooh.
You ready? Think you can do this one?
That was good, buddy.
Oh my god.
Wow, bitch, you're not gonna have no fucking.
This person
Ain't no
chose
way.
the wrong object to use as a step stool.
Oh.
She thought for sure
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh, it's a disaster.
that her phone was waterproof.
What? It's waterproof.
No, it's not.
This company makes incredibly fast snowmobiles that are built for racing.
Games with prizes. Yeah. Holy shit.
Come in.
A few days ago, a prisoner had a unique method of escaping from a prison in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
the
this is
method worked
awesome.
because the prisoner is still on the loose.
Yeah, he was on the loose for 2 weeks, dude. 2 weeks! Incredible.
Hey, you almost done?
This poor cat got a
Aw.
brain freeze.
Oh! Oh!
Ooh, get it, Fluff. Get it, get it. No, the elevator. Mama, the elevator, not the thing.
Hey, I think your shoes are on the wrong feet.
No. Not anymore.
Easy.
Got the minions.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I'm trapped in this little cage
Later.
with 3 adult foxes. Oh boy. I'm releasing raccoons all over the place. There goes another one.
Let's go. Urban Rescue Ranch time. Hey,
There he
hello?
goes. Goodbye, Edgar. Evan, this water sure is scalding hot. Crazy accuracy when it comes to catching. Oh no! Bad morning, everybody. I have some bad news. Our beloved rooster gamer, who is the 4th of his bloodline, has passed away. He has sadly fallen into the capybara water, and no one was there to help him out. Even though he had tons of
Aw.
water to drink everywhere, and none of the other animals have ever done that. This is going to be the last
Aw.
big meal that I give to all of these guys before they go back to the wild. Notice how even though I'm holding a bunch of food, they're all still scared of me. But I'm just gonna go ahead and
Easy.
give this chicken to these guys, and I'm gonna
Easy traumatized the foxes W.
let them eat it. As you guys can see, one last time, we don't let anything go to waste
Oh,
here at
shit.
the Urban Rescue Ranch. And
Had classic banana milk.
yes, I have done an amazing job of raising these guys. They are clearly not too friendly with humans anymore, and they don't even eat in front of me anymore, which is amazing. And you all said, oh, Uncle Ben, you're never going to be able to get those guys back to the wild. Oh, Uncle Ben, stop hand-feeding those foxes. They're way too social. You're doing a bad job, Uncle Ben. But here they are. Just kidding, guys, but we will be releasing them tomorrow. We're filling up the water for Pub and Queen right now. This beautiful man named Pierce is helping me clean out this Gustavo enclosure. There's still some dang minnows in these corners, but you see how nasty
Hi, Pierce. Are you single?
See, it was in here. All those minnows are going in our cringe turtle enclosure here. Here it is, guys. The last minnow. I just need to scrub this down. Patrick, how's about you scrub that down? Get back here, boy. Oh no! Cringe little man. Look how big Gustavo's getting. Such a beautiful little man. Okay,
Massive.
This is his new temporary setup. I'm gonna put a bunch of minnows in here for him. I'm gonna treat the water with prime just so the minnows can survive in here. After that, we release Edgar, who's the little crow from All Things Wild in a field near Waco, because that's where he's from. Goodbye, Edgar. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Urban Rescue Branch. Only we're not there. We're actually at a place where I have legal permission to release these raccoons. I'm releasing raccoons all over the place. Get over here, son. I have 3 of the 10 raccoons that we're releasing here. I'm going to release them all around the river area. But this is right on the other side of the river here. A lot of little fish and frogs for them to eat here. Sometimes these boys just
They're so small.
need a little bit of a shove. Oh, there goes another one. Love to see them jumping away. Beautiful little creatures. These reeds are right on the other end of this here.
I love this dude so much. I know he's so cute.
River, where, like I said, there's plenty of frogs and fish for these boys to eat. Nature is healing. Later that night, I found this stray kitten while going on a walk. You get back here, little boy. Come on, son. Let Uncle Ben pick you up. Get back here, boy. Come on, son. Oh, come on. Get back here.
Poor little scared kitten. Oh, I got him.
I have acquired kibtip. We got a real bad feral and stray cat problem here in town, especially near campus. So it's good to scoop these guys up while they're young and neuter them or spay them. And this is the perfect age to find them because you barely need to bottle feed them at all, if even. And you could just put them in your little pocket and carry them around with you everywhere you go. Here he is eating a little bit of a treat named of Ebb from a Whataburger burrito. Tippy moment. As you can see, Big Ounce here and I use Dawn dish soap to wash off all the fleas off his little skin. Good morning, everybody. Today I'm going to be catching these foxes so we can release them finally. We've had them for like 4 months here now. You can see when we started this, there was no grass or weeds or anything in here, and now it's starting to look really nice. I'm here today with my beautiful friend Pierce. Look at this cringe little man. What I'm going to try and do is scare them into the airlock.
Morgan.
All my rehabber friends said this is going to be the hardest part of the job, because now that we did our job and they are wild, actually getting them to cooperate and go into a little kennel is going to be the hardest part. Look how precious these things are. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Oh, I like this one. Okay, that one just barked at us. I don't know if I like that. Oh, this one's asking for the noose. And this one
I didn't realize they barked like that.
Just keeps barking for some reason. Looks like they want to go everywhere but the kennels in there. Okay, guys, take a look at this. This one's the most uppity. He's going to be the hardest, I think, for us to catch. If I had live streamed this whole process, it would have taken an hour. Okay, he went right over into the kennel. That's good. And while this does look a little bit harsh, this was the most necessary way for me to get these guys safely into their kennel without me or them getting hurt. Okay, it ain't going to be easy to get this boy in there, but it's something that we need to do. Okay, I'm trapped in this little cage with 3 adult foxes. Beautiful. All right, now let's see if we can get these guys into the cages.
Beautiful.
Okay, so thankfully these guys are friendly enough to where they're not going to bite me, but they're not friendly enough to where they're just going to run up to a human in the wild and give him a kiss. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and start putting these guys in the kennel. Come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, almost got you there. Almost got you there. Oh, gotcha. No. Stay. No.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's one, guys. Now let's see if we can get 4 more.
Easy.
We got them in there, but the lid broke. That's always fun. That's 2 out of 5. Nothing like getting a wild animal corner. This is the mean one. Just count them 3 foxes. Now we got both of them in here. This fox truly does have the spirit of Donda. Okay, 2 more, you guys. Let's see if we can get them. Now these ones just watched us catch every one of their friends. It's gonna be a little bit harder.
They're so fucking cute. I can't.
Now this one's got the spirit of Donda. Again, this looks a little bit harsh, you guys, but what do you want me to do? Get a net? Grab them with my hands? Everybody, this is the last one.
Yes, I want you to grab them very gently with your hands, and I don't think that's too much to ask, okay?
Okay, that only took about 45 minutes, but we now have all of the foxes in these kennels. It's time to take them to the release site. Okay, we got 3 of them loaded up here in the rescue truck. Patrick escaped, per usual. This man will bug me and jump on me all day, but the second he's not where he's supposed to be, he don't want anything to do with me. That's nice. The contractors are leaving their bottles on the ground. Patrick won't go back with us that way, but at least we can go check on and see what the guys are doing. Okay, buddy, you chose this path. Come on. Okay, we'll just let them hang out by the pond today. This bad boy here is almost almost done. And Patrick will always follow me into the back, even though he doesn't want to go over where he's supposed to be. Come on, Patrick. Okay, this is safer than by the road. Winchester and garbanzo beans are doing well, and this little boy is starting to look like a beautiful drake every day. Today is the last 107-degree day here in Texas. In 2 days, it's going to go back down to the 90s for being the high. And next week, we're going to have a high of 84. Look at this little man just following me around everywhere. But this is what the eagle...
Bro, what? Wait, it's still 170 degrees in Texas. Yikes.
Enclosure looks like right now. We'll show this to you guys later today. Look how they made this ladder instead of buying a $300
Big fox hug. Much better than news. Real.
one. Based and handyman
There's
pin.
god ducks and I love them. Oh, pet the ducks for me. Oh, it's adorable.
Also need to go buy some minnows today. This wetland filter's looking real nasty. Sure can't wait for the temperature to drop so all this algae dies. Okay, we'll try and herd Patrick back to here. Ooh, Jesus did an amazing job building this. Thank you, Jesus. This is a perfect little area for us to fill it up with water so the marsh birds can hunt. And if we decide to farm alligators in here, the alligators can just climb up this ramp and sleep in here. And this is more than strong enough for the alligators to come up, and they'll easily be able to just jump right out of here. Realistically, we could have a bull alligator in here, or at least a few 6-foot alligators. Perfect. We'll cut a big hole right here, and this is going to be where they live in there. So when the winter comes around and it gets real cold, we can have electric running straight to the shipping container, and those boys will stay nice and comfy in there on the coldest days here in Texas, which really aren't that cold. Another thing Patrick will always do is follow me through this gate. We have to release the foxes today. Please, Patrick, I still have to edit and post this today. Hey, Patrick's in here now. Okay, this little boy's still not too big to grab. Okay, we got all these boys loaded up, and this is the last raccoon that we're still unable to release because he's way too friendly. But we'll find a good place for him sometime soon. All right, everybody.
Love him. Love him. Oh, please. Please just love him. Please. Oh, it's too late. He's already domesticated. He's had him for so long trying to rewild him. That raccoon is never going back to the wild. I'm sorry. I just don't think it's happening. Just bring him inside and cuddle.
We're
Great chatter, it's true.
Now old Uncle Ben's got permission to be here in this here property. Let's see if we can make this. Here we go. Oh, now here comes Mr. Pierce. But right over here is a big river where these guys can drink. There's tons of frogs, fish, snake, and other things here for these guys to eat in the swamp over there. And let's not forget the gray foxes are arboreal, which means they're the only canines that can climb trees. So there's a lot of little doves and things for these little fellas to hunt here as well. This is my first time ever releasing foxes, and 5 no less. Oh, there goes one. Oh, he's turning around to say thank you. I love you and I appreciate you. Okay, come on. Oh, there he goes. Wow. Fox number 2. Okay, we're releasing this. Oh, he was ready to go. Look at that beautiful boy. Look, guys, he's turning around to say I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for saving us. Okay, there's water over there, buddy. Go get a drink. Funny how they're all going in different directions. But I'm going to go ahead and release these last couple guys. Oh, there he goes.
Did they not, like, operate in a pack?
There they go. All in different directions, too. That's surprising. We did it, you guys. That cured my depression.
Oh, look, Ben, they even left us a thank you note.
All right, there it is, guys. The end of an era. Coincidentally, this is also really close to where we released the rest of those other raccoons. What were you saying, Pierce? Okay, cool. After that, I went and bought all the minnows that Petco had. Hi, Patrick. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and put all these in here for Gustavo. As you can see, we refilled his enclosure here, and it's nice and clean. These minnows are perfect enrichment and food for this adorable little boy. Good heavens, look how happy this man is. And he's actually pretty good at catching them, which is surprising. Look at that. Bro has crazy accuracy when it comes to catching these little fellas. I love him. You know I say this about everything, you guys, but this is for sure one of my favorite animals on the farm.
So good at
And he's
murdering.
come such a long way from being the tiny little emaciated metabolic bone disease having He went from being emaciated and dying to being healthy and fat in this cute little enclosure. Just look at the base of that tail.
Don't you fat shame the alligator. He's beautiful and natural.
Guys, oh, why not give him about 100 more? And this is now officially probably the most enriched crocodile in Bikini Bottom. While this guy is hunting and being adorable, I'm gonna go ahead and release these in the pond. Halfcock is still being cringe and running away from me. Okay, and for these last boys, I'm just gonna put them up here with these other ones. They can join their brothers here. And garbanzo beans here will eat all the ones that die. Look at this beautiful, perfect boy. But everything's coming together here on the Urban Rescue brand. This place sure is starting to look nice. And now I just need to get a strong enough pond liner for this bad boy, and then we can finish making this whole area. Kevin, this water sure is scalding hot. Sure would be a shame if I splashed you with it. Okay, Kevin, I need to empty out your water. Excuse me, sir. Are you coming to give me a little kiss? Man, that was not easy to dump by myself. Look at these beautiful pigeons. Also, we just got this cringe little man who you can tell is dehydrated because of his foldy skin. Good thing is...
no, a cringe little baby needs water.
It's the end of the busy season, so there's a lot less animals here now. So I'm going to clean this out and put him in the incubator. And I'll be giving him some electrolytes in a second. But okay, this boy is full now, and Markiplier is very pregnant. Hopefully that baby pops out real soon.
Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe to see Markiplier's baby.
Okay, while this is filling up, I let that nasty water over there drain. And as soon as these guys are done with this, I'm going to move the Rhea back over there so we can make this pond look actually decent with a filter. Also, we still have this kibben that I found on campus, but a few people from Instagram want to adopt him. So follow my Instagram, you guys.
A tiny little baby. I would adopt too. Would.
For a free kitten. Everyone that likes, subscribes, and follows my Instagram gets a free kitten. But I do get like 10 of these a year if you guys are wondering why I'm not keeping him. And if you follow my Instagram, he's yours. Okay, guys, that's it for now. Big Ounce and I are going to rehab this squirrel now, which is basically just a little cousin of the little man. Because squirrels and big ounces are related. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to harvest some honey from a beehive. And I'm going to teach you how to bottle feed a squirrel. But I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching this video. And we'll see you guys in the next video. Ooh, almost forgot to tell you.
Edgar. Oh no. Another. Okay. Maybe one more. Maybe we do one more. Wait, is there?
I'm trapped in this little cage with 3 adults.
Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Una más. Oh, there is. There is one more. Wow.
Like, ow, is that one right there?
Get out of here.
You think people lie on the internet?
You snooze, you lose.
They would never. There's no lies on the internet.
Are almost done.
I might have to give him a little... Oh!
Yeah. Markiplier, how's about you let me take a peek at those udders? Little fella developing in this little pouch. Okay, guys, take a look at this. This is how you fight a kangaroo. You just want to grab him right here on the chest and push him. I'm like, ow, I'm going to show you guys today how to fight a kangaroo. Digging his claws into my arm. Oh, gosh. Also, yesterday, we went ahead and rehomed the emus. I have a little clip of that right now. James, Charles, and Chestnut are going to be going to a great new home. It's crazy how stubborn they are. They're not as easy to herd. My buddy Mike, who has a rat-tight farm that's only 25 minutes away from here, is going to take really good care of these guys. What do you think, you guys? They're really happy now over at my buddy Mike's place. And if everything works out today, oh, look at garbanzo beans.
So scary. They're so terrifying. The baby.
A bath over there. Today is the first rain that we've had in Texas. Uncle Ben's going to be fighting all of his animals. Total of 10 minutes of me getting beaten up by these animals for you guys today. But as you can see, these guys are almost done with the eagle flight pen. We just need to get the lumber for the door. After that, we'll be able to get the fencing for the outside of it, and we'll be able to work on that pond. But we're also going to be getting 2 female ostriches for Homelander. It's high time this man learned what it means to be a man. It's also high time that I wake up and show you guys how to harvest some ostrich eggs. Because Homelander ain't gonna be late.
Ostrich? The ostrich is lonely. Give him some ladies.
In any forest. Also, I'm keeping Petunia locked in back here with these boys. Because if we let her out, she's just gonna tear up all the sprinklers. Here's a little clip of her doing that.
As you can see here, she dug up my entire sprinkler system, so I brought her back and locked her away. What do you think about that, guys? She sure is a troublemaker. Oh, sweet wampum, look at this precious little man.
Aw.
Just look at his beautiful little wife. Now, there's a small
cute.
chance there might be a little fella developing in this little pouch of hers, so let's take a look. Can we please take a gander at your pouch, miss? Also, Markiplier is still pregnant, and his udders are getting real juicy. Markiplier, how's about you let me take a peek at those udders? Farmers of Reddit, when is it okay for me to start milking this little fella? Because I'm going to start doing it real soon if you guys don't watch out. Might have to start milking you too, little fella. Let's see if there's a little baby. You guys see a baby in there? You know what, guys? I'm thinking about selling all of this capybara
A baby
fertilizer.
brew?
By the cup. Would you guys like to buy a cup of capybara fertilizer? How much would a fella pay for your bath water? I might be tempted to pay $49.95 plus tax.
Oh, the teeth. It's just like.
Tax for your fecal matter in a cup. Oh, look at this beautiful little man. Look at this goofy little creature. That's right, you guys. You snooze, you lose. Humala's my favorite, so he gets the scratches. You could have been way nicer to me when you were younger, but no. You know what, though, guys? I keep hearing about this horrible invasive reticulated python problem that we have here, and I'm concerned that these little guys would get eaten by them. Because a 13-foot python would be able to eat these guys in 2 seconds. I know that...
13 feet. Wait, what? What the fuck? How much would you pay for a Fellini poop?
We have a big...
It is square. So, you know, that is unique.
Burmese python problem in Waco, Texas, which I have absolutely nothing to do with. So later on today, I'm also going to take you guys on a little bit of a hunt for those boys. And who knows, we might even find one on our property, so stay tuned. Good morning, Patrick, you cringe deviant. How's about you stop jumping on me? Well, I thought that chicken there was an owl for some reason. Okay, let's check on Gustavo.
A round chicken.
This little man has been so happy in here with his 100 new friends. I might have to give him a little... I might have to give this boy a little treat today. So I don't know why he's aggressive when he has infinite food in here. Speaking of which, we got all these tubs set up in here if we want Gustavo to have a little bit more space. Although I think I'm going to clean this one out and keep this for Master Oogway, because he won't be able to wander around this winter. Pub and Queeb are doing really well, and they're loving this new rain. This morning I saw him just jumping on the trampoline, and I've got a little clip of that too. Oh my goodness. Aren't these creatures precious? Look at this little den that they made. Get over here, Queeb. Oh, look at this beautiful boy. My pigeons still do laps around the property. Also, in addition to more squirrels and a dying rabbit, somebody dropped off this little injured tortoise for us. This is actually an ornate box turtle, you guys. Take a look at this. Looks like a coyote or something had been chewing on its shell, probably. Last night, a woman and her son dropped it off for us.
What do you mean, chewing on its shell? What eats tortoise shell? What do you mean?
What do you think he's injured? Is it that little chip there?
Right here and on this side.
Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, he just has some little chips missing, but that's not too bad at all. But other than him missing little chunks of his shell, I don't think he has any kind of other deformities or issues. Look how cute this man is. This is one of the few native box turtles that we have here in Texas. It's pretty neat that we get to see them. They're not rare, you just don't see them all that often. But I'm gonna go ahead and grab some berries at the store to feed this guy. He can also eat some crickets, bugs, and other things like that. Unlike Master Oogway, though, he doesn't eat grass, I don't think. Also, Patrick follows me around everywhere, and he's getting a little too friendly with me. I love this man. All right, everybody. Now this little fella here has a little water thing he can get into and a little house. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a little strawberry to nibble on. Do you want a strawberry, Patrick? There he is. Hello, Master
Berries
Oogway.
for
Are
everyone.
you staying nice and dry in here? I bet you have a little bite of this strawberry, my adorable son. Yeah, he likes that, doesn't he? At least someone appreciates my strawberry.
Oh my God, he's so
well, I'll
messy.
let this boy just chew on
So
this
cute.
for a while. Oh.
Okay, boring, whatever, bored of all this. Let's go find a 12-foot python to feed to Patrick.
But yeah, guys, this is the first rain we've had here in over 3 months. And everybody knows that when it starts raining here in Texas, all the reticulated pythons come out of the woodwork. There's a lot of...
Is that a thing that everyone knows? I've never heard that before, but sure. little too friendly.
Reahikes hiding in these woods, and I think a lot of them hang out around my pond. Come on, guys, let's go see if we can find one of those reahikes. I know there's a lot of them here in Waco, Texas. It's getting infested. Whoa! Is that one right there? Oh my gosh, you guys, I couldn't stage this even if I wanted to. This is totally legit and real. We're not like all those other Florida YouTubers. We have integrity. I genuinely have no idea where this thing... Wow, guys, look, a 12-foot reticulated python, big enough to eat the baby's wife, in my pond. Oh, sweet wampum. Well, I don't feel super comfortable handling these, even though I do have my permits. Man, if only Sean from YX2 Reptiles was here to help us. Is this a reticulated python? Sean, please help me. This thing is gonna bite me at any moment now. I don't know. This thing looks a little sus to me. Okay, I don't know if I like this. Okay, you know what? You're a little too close to this snake, Garbanzo Beans. Go! Get out of here! You're posting cringe, Garbanzo Beans. Get out of here. Just climb back up your little waterfall.
But here's a creature feature for you guys.
Cringe little duck.
Guys, the reticulated python is the world's longest snake, and it's a non-venomous constrictor native to Southeast and South Asia. I didn't read that off any website. The longest one of these guys is over 25 feet long, and these guys have eaten at least 2 people. As you can see, these guys are pretty good swimmers, making them formidable aquatic and terrestrial hunters. And garbanzo beans would be easy prey for this beautiful boy.
How about you stop swimming directly over towards that snake? Oh my gosh, no. Garbanzo Beans, get out of there, dude. Go, get out. The only downside
Garbanzo is committing suicide.
to having a super friendly duck. Oh wow, look at this beautiful snake, you guys.
And believe it or not, this one's only 2 years old.
And can you believe it that right here in Waco, Texas, we have such a horrible problem here with these invasive pythons in Waco, Texas. You gotta get out of here, buddy. Also, I have a sturgeon in here. Thank you, Sean from YOX2 Reptiles, for coming out and helping us get rid of this horrible invasive snake. Gee, what a beautiful snake. What do you guys think? If only there was a place where we could take this to where it would be safe and comfortable for the rest of its life, and it could be used to teach lots of little kids about animals. Too bad there's no such place that exists anywhere in the central Texas area.
I know a place in Waco. You come to my shop, or she could stay right here in your backyard.
Gee, the only issue with her staying here is that she could eat just about every animal here, especially the baby's wife. I'm not so sure if the baby's wife would enjoy having a snake that size here. So I decided to give it to Sean, who's going to use it for educational programs for kids in the city. Wow, guys, another day, another beautiful reticulated python rescued from an invasive situation in the wild. What? Lying? The internet? You think people lie on the internet? And we would obviously never lie about
Yeah, no one would ever lie on the internet. It's true.
this. We have integrity. We're not like most
Very real, verified, and believable.
Florida YouTube channels. Yeah, don't think it would make much sense to have them on this property. Also, Winchester's folds are starting to look delicious now.
Perhaps even a bit better than Remington's folds.
Whoa, guys, I found another reticulated python in my woods. This is crazy. This isn't even the same python. This is insane. Somebody needs to tell our game wardens about this. Whoa, guys, I can't believe it. Another reticulated python here in Waco, Texas. That makes 3 in this video alone. Just as
I feel like he's doing a parody of somebody, but I just don't know who he's making fun of.
suspected. All right, guys, let's get these things out of here.
Look how Garbanzo Beans just follows me up on the shore.
Well, thank you so much, Sean, from YOX2 Reptiles. I appreciate you coming out and getting rid of those. I wanted to give you a little something special. Cracker Jills. They're paying for the show. Or am I not supposed to say that? This is empowering
Cracker Jill
to women because it's better than Cracker Jack. Cracker Jill. Okay, guys, here we are at Sean's place. We're going to go ahead and put this beautiful, wild, invasive, reticulated...
The dog is still on a suicide mission every time, I know.
Python. This will be the perfect place for this python to live for the rest of her adorable little life.
But Sean is the only reptile shop in Waco, Texas, and he uses all of his animals for educational outreach programs in the city with the city school. And they're taking everything you see down here so they can move to their bigger location closer to the city.
Look at those chubby cheeks.
If you want to follow their journey and watch them set up the whole new location from scratch, you can sub to their channel.
Coke. Looks like he's right at home here. And this is the first rear...
Wait, what was the channel? I missed it. Sean's channel is one. It's this is the one. YOX2 Reptiles. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Reptile Girlie's in.
Fanged venomous snake that I've ever gotten to handle.
Look how happy I am. Pretty crazy episode today, huh, guys?
How's about you like?
All those snakes are from assholes who got pets and didn't want to feed them or whatever. They just abandoned them in a state park or the Everglades. Oh no. Oh no.
This little video Uncle Ben worked so hard on.
As you can see, I fed the rest of those snakes to Big Ounce. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love you. I appreciate you. And we'll see you guys in the next video. Ooh, I almost forgot to tell you.
Okie dokie. I think that'll be it for me. It's getting rather late for me. Thank you all for hanging out. Had a few first time chatters. Thank y'all for coming by to chill and everything. I appreciate you. I will send you over to USA Hole. It's Sunday service. You wouldn't want to miss Sunday service, right? I will be back on Wednesday. I'll be back Wednesday. Vaccinated and boosted, bitch. Okay? Okay? I look forward to it. And I'll see you then. Drink some water, take care of yourself, and have a good one. Bye-bye now.